Good morning, everybody. Ted, just T Gold Coin. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Right back. My mom is alright. I haven't seen her. And this is going to be something once it starts hitting these cold months. This isn't going to be the same. Rainy and cold outside. I don't know, man. I'm kind of. It's got it good right now. I don't know how this is going to be. Look how he eats, though. He like wanted to paw it right there. I think he has a problem getting the last of it off for some reason. Thanks for the early likes, everybody. It does help. Supposedly, it does help the algorithm. Dead. So bad. I made Sweet like was frustrating me this morning. She jumped on the table when it was all the way up, and I pointed the spray bottle at her and she jumped down. I've been feeling bad ever since because it was too high for her to be jumping down from. Her little front paws. I gotta be more mindful of that. Her good old paw. I massaged her shoulders and her arms and stuff and her paws afterwards. She didn't act like she was in pain, but I felt bad about it. Immediately, I was like, "Oh, that was too high." I didn't. I don't know. I didn't spray her. I just pointed it at her. She's only being pointed at. Right back. I'm gonna try again. He jumped on top of the front door just now. That was the first. That thing is mostly tape at the top of it. There's a termite say that. Where did Tux go? Tux wanted pets more than he wanted food. You know? Kind of sad. Like he wants attention. He wants a human. He came to the backyard and was like rolling around, and he really liked that I petted him. His butt didn't look ideal. I might want to give him a tapeworm medication tomorrow. I'm not sure. I saw something. It might be tapeworm segment. I'm not sure. So I think I'm just gonna err on the side of caution and give him one tomorrow. Put it in the dish that he looks like he's gonna eat. It wouldn't hurt if Mom ate one too. Really, I can't see her butt. So, man, what is the deal with this camera today? Fuck. What in the fuck was that? What just happened? What just happened? What did she do? What the? I don't even know what the hell just happened. Did she try to land on me? I gotta rewind it. She slammed right into the door, dude. What the hell? Trying to get out? Is that what it was? Well, that was a really bad attempt at it. She just let. That's the worst attempt. Dude, that was so weird. She didn't even, like, have anything to. Was she trying to jump on my shoulder? I think she was, dude. I think she thought my shoulder was gonna be there longer, so she but I kept moving. Alright. They want Simon in here. Like, oh hell no, she's too worked up this morning. I passed on the 710 Labs drop last night. Passed. I might have to start getting the cheaper stuff locally. I think. Yep. More because, dude, I can't. Now that I'm taking care of all these cats, I can't afford 710 Labs anymore. Is what it boils down to, really. Giving the cats like good cat food. I could always spend half as much on their cat food and then still be able to afford 710 Labs. All right. I'm spending like an extra 300, 400, 500 a month just on her and the strays now. I don't even know. I don't do Hue anymore. No, they changed their fucking. They changed their like their mixture, and it just started getting worse and worse. It was good, like the first year or two that I used them. They just went downhill over time. Started having plastic in their bags and shit, and I think the price might even went up. I don't know. It's yeah. Where is Mama? Always concerning when Mama doesn't show up. Lebanon allegedly up to 1K. I mean, I wish, dude, I wish Tux's butt didn't look, it does not look ideal. There's a little, it's a little something going on. I think still. Tapeworm medication tomorrow will help him. Hey, 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 hey. Psst. Psst. Yeah, do that jump, it's better. Dude, what's up with Royce though, man? This dude like starts a members only and then doesn't give us any food content. This dude, he made the other ones for everybody now. The one from yesterday is now open for everybody, and that's all he did today. He didn't actually. Homie, if he doesn't give us fucking content, guess what? I'm gonna be a 1 month member kind of guy. Alright, this fucking guy. Cash grab on us. At least it had a couple set up, a couple ready to go for whenever he had memberships turned on, right? Since he was fucking paywalling us. Mama, mama, where are you at? It's interesting that Tuxedo came back so fast and then didn't eat anything. He just wanted some attention. Poor guy. He's strong, dude. Tux, like, he might look small. That cat's got, like, when he pushes up against me when I'm petting him, I can feel how strong he is. What? Well, she was already treated for worms. She got treated for worms at the vet. They gave her something. Oh, the tapeworms. That's right, with the tapeworms. I forgot about that one because the Cordelia had. No, Cordelia didn't. Never mind. That was just for fleas and ticks. So yeah, maybe. You know, I thought the same thing, man. I thought that not. I didn't correlate or put the connection. But yesterday, I said that I couldn't feel her ribs as easily as I used to be able to, like a couple weeks ago. She's got more fat around her midsection now. Hey. Oh my goodness, you like to just do that when I'm grabbing you. She goes for a kamikaze jump. You want Simon in? It's so soft, dude. Her meow's always like that. Goes to the same spot. Bro, get the fuck out of my way. What do y'all do this for? Fuck, man. She wasn't even laying there. Simon feels the need to just Go slow as possible, where he knows I'm gonna go. Yay. Yay. Dude, I just fucking slammed into that door with my back. It hurts. Did you see that shit? Massive offense imminent. Israel must enter Lebanon. Simon's gonna be leaving in the next 2 minutes, I can already tell. Dude, I thought he was eating her food right now. I could hear him licking. Oh, he's licking your paws. Right, or something, don't you, bro? Hezbollah pagers explode. What does that mean?
I started seeing reports of this over an hour ago. Well over an hour ago, and there's ambulances still coming in.
What's happening? Pagers?
Wow.
What does that mean? Pagers?
Let me get you more updates here.
Their fucking beepers exploded?
We don't know, but I mean, they would certainly seem like the most likely suspect. Let me keep giving you some more updates from Reuters. Reuters says the wave of explosions lasted around an hour after the initial detonations.
They're pagers?
Which took place at about 3:45
They
p.m.
made their...
time.
Why do they even have pagers?
Reuters says it was not immediately clear how the devices detonated. In the AP report,
they all have pagers. They're just known for having them.
A Hezbollah official told AP
Hezbollah is single-handedly keeping the pager industry in business.
That the pagers had lithium batteries that apparently exploded. So one Hezbollah official told AP that the pagers had lithium batteries, that the lithium batteries exploded.
They somehow... Dude, they...
Reuters also reports Lebanese internal security forces...
They must have somehow...
a number of wireless communications devices were detonated across Lebanon, especially in Beirut's southern suburbs, leading to injuries. Groups of people huddled at the entrance of buildings to check on people they knew who may have been wounded, the Reuters journalist said. Look at this. We see a soldier there outside this hospital. People are going to the hospital. I don't know if those look like people who are maybe going to check on people. But we have seen ambulances pull into this hospital in Beirut. Big crowd of people there. Sirens. Let's see. Reuters reports that groups of people, regional broadcasters carrying CCTV footage which showed what appeared to be a small handheld device placed next to a grocery store cashier where an individual was paying, spontaneously exploding. In other footage, an explosion appeared to knock out someone standing at a fruit stand in a market area. You can go to my X account and see I have been reposting videos on my X account at Lookner on X. Hang on one moment here.
But there had to have been.
I have pinned it to the chat on Twitch. Another ambulance coming in there. Another ambulance coming out someone standing at here.
There had to have been collateral damage, though, right?
Hey, Facebook mods, could you add
like random people that weren't Hezbollah
to the pinned chat, please, so people can know where to go for my X account. It is posted on. It is pinned on the Twitch chat and YouTube chat. I have some reposted people on my X account, some reporters who have posted photos and videos, some graphic of these
41 minutes
injuries,
ago.
of the explosions. There's another. You can see another ambulance right there. We're seeing ambulances still come in.
Shut up. Ambulances. That's Lebanon pagers exploding. Oh, Al Jazeera.
Okay, let's bring you some breaking news now. We're getting reports that a large number of Hezbollah members have been injured across Lebanon after their personal wireless devices exploded. Let's go to Zaina Hodo, who joins us from Beirut with more details on this. Zaina, I appreciate information is just coming in on this, but what more can you tell us about the explosions of these devices?
Your pager exploded.
Well, no doubt a major development in the ongoing war between Israel and Hezbollah. The communication device that is being used by the Lebanese armed group has been penetrated, hacked, and a number, hundreds of Hezbollah members of Hezbollah have been wounded after those devices, which are known as pagers, that's the way that they are calling them, exploded. So this is
the way that
major
they are calling them?
breach.
What, the rest of the world?
Communications device. It has been compromised. We are seeing pictures from across Lebanon of Hezbollah fighters, or at least men, lying on the floor, wounded, bleeding. We are seeing reports of hospitals asking for blood. So no doubt this is a major development. This is a major security breach. Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah a few months ago called on his fighters, especially those who are on the front lines along Lebanon's southern border with Israel, to stop using smartphones because Israel has the technology.
Oh no, that's a terror.
And penetrate those
Imagine
devices.
everybody being scared to use their smartphones.
To this different communication system using pagers, but it seems they have been penetrated. So they have exploded. And
that's why they were using the pagers.
Of members of Hezbollah,
because they didn't want them hacking their phones.
Did not just happen in Beirut. What we are getting reports
it's fucking hilarious,
areas as
dude.
Well.
What? Like, Israel is a smart country. That's the difference, you know? Middle Eastern countries aren't known for having high IQs. Israel is. So they're fighting IQ now.
As you can imagine, details are just coming in.
That's hilarious,
there are
dude.
reports that this happened near simultaneous explosions in South Lebanon, in the Bekaa, that's in the east of the country, and in Beirut's southern.
See what matters more, fertility rate or IQ?
Hezbollah has influence, where Hezbollah's supporters live. So it all started with information trickling in about a security incident in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Security sources have since told us that
it's amazing,
the communication device that is being used by Hezbollah's fighters have been penetrated and they have exploded. So a mass casualty
this is like
no doubt a significant
this is like something from a movie, dude.
War between Israel and Hezbollah. Just an hour ago.
You know what I mean?
An hour ago.
A futuristic
Army accused Hezbollah. As you can see, there is chaos and panic in the streets. of the capital following this mass casualty event. So about an hour or two ago, the Israeli army accused Hezbollah of wanting to assassinate a former high-ranking security official by using an explosive device, and that what we understand is that the security cabinet or members of the security cabinet in Israel are now holding consultations to decide on what kind of a response. So that was reported about
this
an
isn't
hour
even
ago.
a
Is
response?
this Israel's response to that claim that Hezbollah was planning to assassinate a former high-ranking security official? So a lot of details still coming in, but I can tell you there's panic in the streets. People are heading home, and you know, this is no doubt a very serious incident.
Zaina, you talk about this being a mass casualty event. We'll talk about the implications of all of this in a second, but I'm trying to get a sense of how exactly this happened. Are we talking about large numbers of these detonations of the pages happening simultaneously, or was it a staggered attack? What do we know about that?
The information that we are getting from security sources is that the explosions happened near simultaneously. Hezbollah members, they were holding their pages, they exploded. So whoever was responsible, and Israel is being blamed for this, managed to penetrate the communication device, the whole network, Hezbollah's communications network, and there were near simultaneous explosions. We are now seeing videos online of, you know, fighters or members of Hezbollah, not necessarily just fighters, but members of the group lying on the ground, bleeding, wounded. And we are getting reports that hundreds have been wounded. A few months ago, we heard Hassan Nasrallah, the Hezbollah Secretary General, talk about the need to stop using smartphones so that Israel will not be able to locate fighters, especially along the front lines. And it's an open secret that the Israeli army is much more superior when it comes to the technology that it possesses.
Why don't you just go and say when it comes to their brain power?
This has been really a very difficult war for Hezbollah to fight. It is. Some have described it really as an intelligence
Israelis
war,
are smarter
because
than
what
them.
we have seen in recent weeks and recent months is that Israel targeting not just ordinary
These people think that they're the smartest people on the planet.
Killed
Even though the numbers are out.
commanders on the field. They have killed Hezbollah's chief of staff
They don't
just a few
believe
months ago in the southern suburbs of Beirut.
the Western
Now, this is
world
all
statistics.
happening amid heightened tensions and between Israel and Hezbollah, and an increase in hostilities between these warring sides.
Make sure to subscribe to our
Americanized,
channel
westernized
to the latest
testing,
news from
that
Al
can't be
Jazeera.
trusted.
So at 10:30 here in New York, there is a fascinating story developing right now in the Middle East, specifically in the country of Lebanon. There are numerous reports moments ago that claim hundreds of Hezbollah members have been seriously injured after the pagers they were using to communicate exploded.
They're going to be scared to use pagers now,
Mike
dude.
Tobin's
This
got
is
more from
epic.
Tel Aviv to try and tie this together.
This is
What do
really
you
going
got
to screw them
now, Mike?
up.
Hello.
I got to start
Well,
using
this is the
smoke
kind of thing,
signals.
Bill, that Israel will never confirm, certainly not in the early stages of it. But it's this remarkable
strings
development
in a can.
out of Lebanon, where as many as 1,000 Hezbollah fighters have suddenly been injured rather seriously. When what we've seen through some of the security video that's coming out so far, the pagers that they were wearing suddenly play an audio message and then explode, resulting in serious injury. And we're talking again, Reuters news agency is saying that as many as 1,000 people were injured. So that creates this scene where you've got all of the ambulances scrambling all over Beirut and places south of Beirut.
That dude's
to try
neck
to
is
deal
bigger
with
than his
the
head.
overwhelming
Holy
number
shit.
of injured that they
Juggernaut.
have right now. These pagers, apparently, according to 3 different security sources who were speaking to the Reuters news agency, were the latest wave of pagers that these Hezbollah operatives were getting, with the belief that this was secure communication, that Israel couldn't tap into whatever they were saying and give up some information. So they were carrying these pagers, apparently, and and something came out where you heard this audio signal came out, and all of the pagers detonated all at once, which is really a remarkable development, which would minimize collateral damage. It doesn't mean that there is no collateral damage. We're hearing some reports that the Iranian ambassador to Lebanon, an individual named Mojtaba Amani, was among the injured. So you have a very chaotic and dramatic development in Lebanon right now, with as many as 1,000 Hezbollah fighters injured, Bill.
So
there's no way they got
you, Mike,
it right
Just
on
stand
all
by
of them.
1 second. Dana, this is really an intriguing story.
I wanted to ask Mike a question, if you're still there, Mike. Was the ambassador
they probably just blew up every
holding one of these
pager in
pages?
Lebanon.
Was it on his person?
I don't have that information, but as it stands to reason, you could be standing near someone.
How the hell is that possible, dude?
Presumably on their waist and be injured by it as well.
And so what's interesting is this connection, right, between Iran and Hezbollah.
A message come through. How did they make it heat up so fast, dude? Yeah, I would think that maybe it was already starting to heat up before the message came through, but that's amazing. It's also slightly alarming because if they can do it to them, people can do it to us.
Well, exactly. I mean, Iran, Hezbollah is the forward deployed army for Iran. It has always been supported by Iran. So presumably they would have contact with each other, whoever the operative is.
And there's a lot of video coming out on social media right now. We're going to be judicious in how we air that because some of it is graphic.
Yep.
So
it's a bit like
the
what?
Hospitals say they're just being overwhelmed.
You don't think this could happen with phones?
In the capital city of Beirut. So this is something to watch there. Mike, thank you.
Maybe,
Get back on
maybe
it,
they can do the
and
same
we'll
thing
get
to a
back you
phone.
Momentarily in Tel Aviv. Thank you, Mike.
Oh, like maybe phones, I see what you mean. Maybe they're made to explode so that if the government ever, is like, we gotta use we gotta use Project Phone. It's the only way. Boop, boop, fuck it. Boop. Every American's phone fucking blows up all of a sudden. We had to do it, sir.
So at 10:30,
it has some project name for it, you know.
Story developing right now in the Middle East, specifically in the country of Lebanon. It
would have something catchy. I know mine was a little, but I was a little generic. It'd be something like incognito. You wouldn't know what the heck they're talking about when they say it. Project Pop Goes the Weasel, something like that, you know. Good video, one going up. Oh, okay. Well, if I can, pop it out, I'm about to try to do some. Kitty, what are you doing? What are you doing back here? What? Sorry, toys. You back here. Yeah. All right. This is kind of we can get it. Damn, dude. What the fuck? What does their pagers have grenades in them? I think there's something else deeper to this. You know what I mean? Like, did Israel somehow get them supplied with pagers that had dynamite inside of them? I've never seen a lithium battery do that. It's usually they go, you know what I mean? It just turns into a huge fireball. It starts off with a little like torch coming out of it, and then it goes. I've never. Hey, well, that was a weird time to jump in my lap. Yo, that actually scared me. Did you think I was hurting or something? Hey. Here, silly. Hang out. Maybe he thought I was hissing at him. It's so rare that Simon jumps in my lap like that anymore. I gotta take advantage of it. Oh, buddy. Oh, good boy. Hey, you knock it off. No. Oh. No. No, you better not. Simon time. Was that a bunch of cash that flew out of his thing too? What is that? This looks like money. You had like a bag of money, dude. It's like a bank, one of them bank teller things exploding with the ink dye pack going off. That is money. This dude had like a bag of money. Yeah, the people are thinking about picking it up too, but they're like, that's American money, dude. Hey, do they use dollar bills in Lebanon? It might be their currency there. That's how crazy American currency is, dude. They use it as their main currency in other countries. Wild. Iraq supposedly is going to turn away from using the dollar. That's why the whole Iraqi dinar thing is supposed to pop off eventually. Oh, his leg's not gone. It's right there. One's here, one's here. You know, everybody reacts. Or, oh, you can't see. I can't, dude. I can't make this the size I want to because it's on Discord. Where did you get it from? You had to download it? Oh. Ow, dude. Now you don't do that. That's how you get fucking soaking wet, bitch. The fuck? You clawed into my shin. Try to. Yeah, get her, Simon. Go find more of these. These are awesome. He plugs his ears afterwards, like he didn't want to hear him moaning. Look, wait, where'd he go? Look. Now he plugs them. I mean, come on, shut up. I'm just taking in everything that's going on here. The guy with the broom just keeps going. He's like, the kids are standing still. He's getting the fuck out of there. I'm just trying to. Oh, this guy takes off. He's like, I want orange. Fuck this shit. Oh hell no! I'm fucking way in the back where the banana's at. And he's still plugging his ears. This is amazing. All the different like things, like Mama takes her kids back here. To the very back. Dude, the bag of money is the crazy shit though, bro. She and actually broke my skin just now when she did that. In a scar, also, like she scratched like scar tissue. Or
of a Hezbollah.
wait, what the fuck was that?
I want to speak on something. I'm not real big on being political.
This is from 14 minutes ago.
However, I got to speak on this one. So I posted on this ministry's Facebook page how the prayer warriors needed to pray as this 911 has been a manner in which the Lord speaks to me. And what I mean by that is when a tragic event
He cannot fucking go through a 3-minute long video without going
begins showing me 9/11 on the clock. It'll start out where I only see it.
like seriously, he should have. This is a video, not a live stream. As soon as he went or any of that, he should have been like, fuck, I did it again. Lord, thank you for showing me. I'm gonna do better. How about I'm gonna get them all out right now. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. 3, 2, 1. Boop. Hey guys, I come to you with a, you know what I mean? It's that easy.
Once a day, every other day, or something like that. And then it'll graduate to every day. Then it'll graduate to 2 times a day, every other day. And until it just gets overpowering where it's every morning, every evening, every day, for days, weeks on end, I will see 9/11 morning and evening on that clock.
Oh.
And no matter what I do, even if I try to avoid
so he's
seeing
turned
it,
OCD.
I still see it. But anyway, I posted how the prayer warriors need to pray, as this has been a manner in which the Lord speaks
video
to me
is
concerning tragic events about to take place.
Prayer list.
Now, when I first posted this, I felt a peace. The Lord revealed to me that folks were actually praying, but that only lasted about 1 full day. Then everything returned back to the same. I knew that no one was praying anymore, nor would they. It was but a fleeting thing. Only at the moment they read the post, and maybe for just a short while after. So then I made a follow-up post stating this. Well, this past Sunday, a second attempt was made on the life of a man that many Christians, or so-called Christians, love and respect. Now, folks, if this attempt would have been successful, that would have changed the course of history forever. The other side would definitely have taken the power. Folks, wake up. While I did not know at the time, I do fully know now. This is what the Lord was trying to warn me, us, all of us about. The dims, the demonic forces of darkness, the rulers of this world will try again and again and again until they succeed. So how can we stop them? What can we possibly do?
That was another sniff. That was another sniff. He just needs to stop sniffing and clearing his throat, particularly when he's making a video that's only 3 minutes and 22 seconds long. It's not that long to not do those two things, Outlaw. I know you watch me, man. Come on, man. Get your shit together. You here right now?
Warrior up and fight, fight, fight.
Hulk girl.
Down on our knees. Don't let it be said that you were the reason that God was not allowed to make this world great again. Warrior up and fight, fight, fight. Down on your knees.
It's something about his past and him saying down on your knees isn't a good look. You know, because he's never really taken, he doesn't feel guilty about what he did to his little sister because his older sister lured him into it or something. Why you can't take ownership to being a little chomoistic when he was younger. It is not normal to touch your sister. It might be normal to experiment with like your friend, like a girl that's not your sister, and you play doctor or whatever. Because I did that when I was a kid. I don't think we were like putting stuff inside of each other or anything like that, but I might have done a stethoscope on her or something. It wasn't anything sexual to it. You know, it was acting like a doctor. But what he was doing, that's not normal, dude. I had a girlfriend when I was, 5 or 6. I had 2 girlfriends. My parents let me watch rated R movies when I was younger, so I knew what kissing was. And man, I got in trouble. She did not want it. We were kissing. I was gonna kiss her, and I guess her dad came out and saw it and freaked out. I wasn't allowed to hang out with her ever again after that. She lived in my neighborhood at the very front of it. There were these brick things that did this. They were kind of tall, like 5-6 feet tall, and I was able to run up them and sit on top of it. And it wasn't actually his yard. It was like the where the neighborhood sign was. It was for the like, this is our neighborhood. These are the brick things that you see when you come in here. I used to always sit on that after he told me I couldn't hang out with her anymore. I was all depressed about it, so whatever. I didn't really know what I was doing. I just knew I'd seen it in a movie. But he was at an age, like I was a 5-year-old dude, you know, I was 5 or 6 years old. He was a teenager. It's totally different. Huh. Yeah, and he was like fondling a preteen, right? That's way different. He definitely knew what he was doing. I remember I used to hang out with younger kids because like I was a problem child that didn't have many friends. So oftentimes, like I even had a special needs friend at one point that was really, she got the hots for me once. She was older than me too. So like that was just, I could have, like if I was a fucked up person, I could be like, yeah, hey, you want to touch it? Come here. But it really freaked me out, dude, that she was like attracted to me. So I kind of like stopped hanging out with her because I didn't know how to handle it. I was a teenager at the time, and I think she was like 17 or something. Her brother wasn't retarded though, too. Bobby. And then like I was also friends with some kids that were like 3 or 4 years younger than me. I don't remember how I had that friendship. But I definitely was never like, hey, how's it going? Like, that's not fucking normal, dude. To get sexual like that. Tries to make it to everyone think that what he did was normal. What? Outlaw Reform Ministries has a members only content? I forgot he even had members. You know what would piss him off? Well, talk about it though. Nobody's noticed yet. I want to see who's going to notice first. All right. Look at Lookner with his screen and screen. What's happening with that? It's pretty much the same screen.
Press TV, which is Iranian state
different
news,
timings.
the
So
Press TV reports that certain people who were carrying pagers noticed them heating up before the explosion.
Oh, see? I wonder how long it took for it to do that. That's why I was wondering. So music did not go off before it happened. So it probably took it a while. Whatever they did, they overloaded something in it to make it overload the battery. Man, I want to know how they did it.
Oh, Yasser Ali says Wall Street Journal says the devices were recently received by Hezbollah. Let me check the Wall Street Journal
just had
and see what
dynamite
they're
inside
reporting
of
on
them,
this
bro.
as well.
Israel somehow just delivered a whole
Wall Street
shipment
Journal says
of gag beepers.
The number of injuries appears to be over 1,000, according to a Hezbollah official. And Wall Street Journal reports that hundreds of pagers of Hezbollah members have exploded. Wall Street Journal calls this an unprecedented event. Oh, the Wall Street Journal says the affected pagers were from a new shipment that the group received in recent days.
Dude,
Wow.
I'm not even playing about them things having something inside of them that made them do
The official
that.
said some people felt the pagers heat up and disposed of them before they burst.
Because I worked in electronics for a little while, and I'm trying to kind of wrap my head around how they could have made that, do that without there actually being like a
So the
hardware
Wall Street
fault
Journal
in
says
it.
the affected pagers were from a new shipment that the group received in recent days.
Or even a software like
the official said some people felt the pagers heat up and disposed of them before they burst.
Like a fault protection that wasn't installed in it. It allowed it to do that. Stop biting me! You saw her down there biting my foot? So it could have been software as far as fault connection or fault prevention. Like it's whenever it sees a certain load, it's supposed to just shut off or something, but it didn't do that. Or
So again, let me repeat that.
a hardware change in it to also
Wall Street
just
Journal
start
reports that
gradually
the affected
heat up
pagers were from a
after they're
new
turned on
shipment
and
that Hezbollah had received in recent days. That a Hezbollah official
maybe
said
they were a
hundreds
ticking
of
time
Hezbollah
bomb and not a
fighters
message
had
that
these
did it.
devices.
Like for the time it was turned on,
and
that's when it started heating
Some
up.
people felt the pagers heat up and disposed of them
It
before
could have
they
taken
burst.
days to happen, but who turned them on?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
It would all have to be turned on around the same
Some of our
time.
viewers are saying, well, maybe it was a bad shipment. My common sense
bad
tells
shipment
me
of
that it's much
pagers?
more likely that this was an Israeli attack. I'm not
This
sure.
happens in
but
Lebanon by Hezbollah
I
people.
have a hard time believing
happened.
this was just some kind of flaw in these devices.
These fucking viewers are stupid, dude. They really are fucking stupid. Hey, maybe it's just a coincidence. The first time ever pagers have exploded all at the same time in the history of pagers. It happens to Hezbollah in Lebanon on the border of Israel. Why even say something that stupid? Just to let everybody know how ignorant you are? Just like no, that's stupid. That's stupid. That's not just ignorant. That's a combination of stupidity and ignorance.
The wounds include severed fingers, head injuries, and large gases to people's torsos.
You see these everywhere in Europe. Mercedes, big rigs. Fancy. Even in Lebanon.
Let me keep bringing you updates here.
No, I'm not going to keep letting you.
More sirens still going off. Look at this. Look at this. More sirens, guys. Still happening.
Look at the fucking sirens.
Another ambulance coming in. This is about 2 ambulances coming in. This is about, now it could be for something else, but this is about 3 hours after these explosions.
Dude,
we still
it's
have
still a hospital, you fucking dumb
regularly
shit.
Streaming in.
He's gonna fucking announce every ambulance that comes to the hospital now.
Reuters has updated its article. Hezbollah claims 3
die
people were killed.
in Beirut.
Reuters says more than 1,000 people,
Steve.
including Hezbollah fighters, medics, and Iran's envoy to Beirut, were wounded on Tuesday. When
Like, we need him to tell us there's another ambulance when it's
across
loud as shit
Lebanon.
coming down the street.
A Hezbollah official said the detonation of the pagers was the biggest security breach the group has been subjected to in nearly a year of conflict with Israel. Israel and the Iran-backed Hezbollah have been engaged in a cross-border warfare in parallel with the Gaza war, which erupted last October. The Israeli military has not commented on this today. Oh, Hezbollah in its statement said 2 of its fighters had been killed. I might have had a bad translation there.
I can't do it now.
Press the right.
This one just premiered this morning. It's pretty short. It's not 2 hours long.
See this guy? A little right there, maybe. Hey, what's up, Thompson?
Oh, hey, what's up?
Hey, man. How you doing, bro?
All right, damn, I didn't recognize you.
Yeah. I'm here talking about Emily, okay? Just want to have a conversation about it. We can just go by the dumpsters over there so nobody can hear, okay?
Oh.
Just filming for your safety, okay? I'm a bigger dude. I know you are too, but, not here to hurt you or anything.
Hey, I understand.
Yeah, let's just go have a talk over there if you don't mind. How are you today?
Alrighty.
Yeah, it's freaking hot out, huh? Okay. Yeah, so want to go in the shade there. So, do you work at all, or?
I was, but I laid off.
Oh, really? For what?
I'm lazy.
Oh, it's
Performance.
What were you doing? Like, what was your job?
Bar ass.
At where?
Bar ass.
What's that?
That food processing plant.
Oh, okay, got it.
Oh shit! He worked at Bar S. They make the worst bologna and hot dogs on the market. That's crazy. That's where he worked.
Let's see, almost a year now.
Damn, okay, so you haven't worked since then? Oh, got you.
I'm still trying to find one. But...
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, do you know why I'm here to talk to you?
I guess I already know.
All right, what would it be? You seem like an honest dude.
Yeah.
What would kind of be the reason?
Well, you're judging by the cameras and stuff. Guess about that.
Yeah.
Guess about that girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How old is she?
Still like 11.
Yeah. But that's kind of why I'm here to talk to you. And know you're a good dude and you're honest.
Oh, trust me. I was already aware of it.
Okay.
So I wasn't going to do anything like stupid.
Okay.
Better than that.
Fair enough. Well, you seem like an honest dude. I have the messages here. Just kind of want to cut through everything and just talk it out without these?
I understand.
Okay. Just want to talk without these and just kind of be honest about it?
I'll talk without those.
Okay, no problem. So, without me reading them, like, just be honest, what was supposed to happen?
Just get to know her better, just hang out.
Okay, well, what else?
Just...
Like, what was talked about?
Yeah.
I'm not judging, dude, I'm just asking.
Just get to know her, like, and stuff like that. Tell how pretty she is and all that.
Okay.
I was going to do anything stupid, like I know way better.
Well, what was talked about?
Just like, we talked about like, I told her I would like hang out with her and she want to hang out with me and all that stuff.
Okay.
And I told her that, well, I understand that you're young and I can wait and all that stuff.
Well, I just want to give you one more chance to just kind of be honest about it, okay? I'm not judging you, and I totally understand why I wouldn't hear the full truth, because I know you have a conscience, and I know you know right from wrong and all that stuff. So I'm not mad at you, dude. Everybody slips up sometimes, and it's just how you address them, right? So I don't want to bring these up. Just be honest. What was supposed to happen, okay? So what was kind of supposed to happen? Just be honest about it. I'm not mad at you.
Oh, don't worry. Like, I ain't like the that I said. I was just but realizing, like, get to know her better, hang out with her, get to know her. That's about it.
What was said? What was said?
Like, I told her that I really want to get to know you more and all that stuff. And I told her that, you know, like, if by the chance, like, we do, like, see this through, like, I don't mind waiting until you're older and all that.
Okay. Was there anything else talked about that we might be missing here? Or? So I gotta ask, like, how did this stuff kind of start for you online? Because I know Emily isn't the first to kind of talk to you that's been young like this.
Yeah.
Like, how long has this kind of been
Well, she is basically the first.
Sure, but I mean, I don't think you've met anybody before. But I guess the question is, like, how common is it for these younger ladies under 18 to just kind of be online like this?
I know, like, I just find it dumb too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause I know you're not about that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, but how often does it happen where they try to talk to you like this?
Not enough. Surprising.
Not enough?
Which that's surprising. Because when I just said hey the first time, then yeah, she told me what her age. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, well, all right. But I do want to get to know you.
Yeah, fair enough. Did you, like, have a girlfriend or anything? Or are you looking for one?
I'm trying to look for one, but I'm just like, I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. Did y'all talk on Telegram at all?
Nope.
No.
I don't do Telegram.
Why's that?
Just don't.
Okay.
Yeah, waste of time.
Got it. Have you had it before and just got rid of it, or?
Yeah, and just boring.
Yeah.
Waste of space on the app.
Yeah, 100%. Well, what's kind of Telegram? Is that like that's kind of a new one? Is that kind of like just individuals or groups on there, or kind of is or how does that kind of go?
It's kind of both, because I have some friends on there, and we communicate through our video games and stuff.
For a Telegram?
Yeah.
Is it like group chats on there?
Basically.
Oh, okay. Got it. What games do you play?
I mostly play Battlefield, and that's about it.
Is that on the PS5, Xbox?
Yeah.
PS5?
Yep.
Nice. Yeah, I'm a PSP. I'm a Sony guy too. I tried Xbox one time. I got pretty big hands, but I'm like, dude, even the freaking Xbox looks big in my hand.
No, for real, like.
It's like I have a bazooka on me. You know what I mean?
It's enough to freaking pistol whip somebody.
No. How often do you play?
Well, since since I don't have internet no more, not much. I had to delete most of them.
What happened? You don't have internet anymore.
Trying to find a job, still can't find one.
Oh,
can't keep up with the bills.
Where have you applied?
Sure, I applied at GameStop.
Okay. Well, have you ever worked fast food before?
Nah, I'm not fast.
No. Well, I'm not either. Did you used to play football at all, or
nope?
No. Oh.
I know.
So you just did the eating without the lifting?
No, I did some lifting, but
okay.
It's not as much.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know the Taco Bell. My uncle works there. They're hiring for just a janitor job. I know it's less fast-paced than the drive-through and all that. If you're interested, I don't know. Maybe go in there and ask. But yeah, so there's some stuff I want to kind of go over in here and all that. About when did y'all start talking to each other?
Let's see, it's been like a couple of months now, I think.
A couple months? Okay. How did y'all come? How did you find her? How did she find you? Or
just friends on Facebook.
Okay. So nothing crazy or anything.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. She said she was 11. I guess the conversation proceeded from there. I guess what kind of pushed you to proceed with the conversation?
I don't know. I'm just like, well, I'm a patient man. I can wait.
Okay.
And yeah, kind of from there.
Okay. Did the conversation start off pretty normal? I'd say. Did it ever get a little bit like risque or a little bit flirtatious at all?
It kind of went. I kind of did like a little bit flirtish with her.
Hey, I'm a guy, man. I know how it is. What was kind of said? I didn't read all these. I don't like reading. I'm a college dropout, so that. But like, what was kind of said?
I told her that she's beautiful and that, and talking about like I want to like get to know you and your mom better. So I'll be all right with her and all that.
Mm-hmm. Was there anything possibly else said? I see that smile on your face. I know it's something. I'm at that.
A few things.
All right.
I know you probably seen that.
I really didn't read the whole thing.
Okay.
Like, I mean, I'm a guy too, man, and I guarantee you, whatever was said in here, I've probably said to a female myself too. But
fair point.
Yeah. So, what was the kind of topic about?
Just how she's been doing, how's her day, how's her and her mom.
Okay. Did anything get at all?
No.
Okay. Some of the stuff said here.
I've said a few things, but not to cross the line.
Okay. Would you say like, so you said you'd wait?
Yeah.
Okay. So does this mean like you wanted to date her or something, or just be a?
Yeah.
Okay. So when's the last time you had a girlfriend?
It's been like a year now, believe it or not.
Damn, dude. Was she here in town?
Yeah.
Oh.
I couldn't stand her.
So it's really been like a while. Okay, I'm starting to get this now. So are you? Is that why you're on Facebook?
Yeah.
Just kind of looking for a partner.
Yeah. I'm just goofing off of my own terms.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, so is that what you wanted with Emily? Just maybe like boyfriend, girlfriend, if it got to that point?
Yeah.
I respect that. Glad you're not somebody who just goes and Emily's never seen again, because there's definitely people.
Yeah. I've had so many of those types. It's unreal.
So many of those types.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like just come and go.
Oh yeah.
You get with them for one night, and bam, they're gone.
Yeah. The freaking the one-hit quit, right?
Yeah.
So some of these messages here, I promise to love you and be gentle and treat you right, holding you in my arms. Is that how serious was that? Like, is that something that?
Well, it was pretty serious.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you actually, would you say you cared for her?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Okay. That really separates you from a lot of people who would just, maybe try to take advantage, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So.
Take care of her and her mom whenever if I do have a man to get another job.
You better find a job, right? Yeah. Are you on any type of like welfare right now, or? There you go. Well, that's good. At least you got that going for you. Yeah. Damn. Does your dad work?
He did, but he's retired. But he is trying to find another job.
Yeah, times are tough, dude.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, I mean, like I said, that janitor job, I know it starts off at $12.50, so.
I mean, that ain't too bad.
How much were you making at the plant, if I may ask?
It was around like $14.50, and then when I proceeded, it was around close to like 17, almost 18.
Damn. Oh, that's good for this area.
It was good, but man, it was
hard work.
Yeah. Especially before I got my side running back and forth.
Oh my God, dude. Don't even get me started. I hate that. Yeah. I'd rather just sit in a desk and make 100K rather than, like, you know, sweat my ass off for 18, you know?
Well, hardly sweating there anyway because it's always cold.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because I guess it's meat packing, yeah. What kind of meats did y'all deal with?
Like from hot dogs to sausage links, hot links.
Did it get gross?
Sometimes, especially when I was cleaning.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, oh my God. Like, I swear, almost the whole month and a half I worked there, I'm pretty sure all the hot dogs and meat probably covered this whole area.
God. It's a lot of, it's a lot of slop.
Yeah, and a lot of wasted meat.
Oh, really? How did it get wasted?
Just like hitting the floor because they always overfull the machines.
Oh, yeah. Damn, man, those chickens died for nothing. Damn. Okay, so here we said, I love you more than anything else in this entire world. Did you catch feelings like that? Oh,
a little bit.
All right, man. It happens. I feel you. All right. So this is truly a girl you cared for.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it was reciprocated? Do you think she cared back, or?
Well, I mean, if she cares back, she cares back. She
working on it.
Yeah.
There you go.
If doesn't, then then disappear.
Yeah, yeah. So she was referred to as a few times.
Yeah. I know. I kind of went towards there.
Okay. So is this a girl that maybe marriage was in the cards if she was willing or something? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. When were you planning on marrying her? If
I don't know. I haven't went down to that lane yet.
Okay, just seeing if it happens.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, yeah, because you said I can't wait to marry you. Were any like pics sent to her at all, or any like were any pics sent to her at all?
No, just like pics of me, but
yeah,
nothing like that.
No, nothing crazy. Did she send anything like that to you, or?
Nope.
Okay. So I do want to bring up some of these, and again, like I know you're not out to hurt anybody or anything, but one of them was, I think verbatim, it said.
I think I already know.
What do you think it is?
Or something crazy I said.
What would be crazy?
I just
want to make sure we're on the same page. I'm not trying to like.
Yeah, just want to like be with her.
Okay. Well, this message here said, I want to have sex with you and tell you how much I love you. Okay. When's the last time you had?
Believe it or not.
Really? Okay. So we're a little bit dry here, huh? Okay. I understand. Okay. I love you and you're my wife and you are the best I ever have. And here it said, I want to take your clothes off and cuddle with you in your bed. I want to see your beautiful body. My hands all over your and play with your hair and have you with your arms around my head and play around you. My hands all over. Maybe can I see you later on or now? So I get it, man. I'm a guy, dude. I have the same, we're close to the same age, so we have
How
the
old
same.
are you?
I'm 28.
Really?
Yeah. I probably look older. Do you get that a lot too, that you look older?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes people hit me like, you look younger. I was like, oh.
Younger? They say you look younger and you look older?
Yes, and most say I look younger. I was like, huh? I was like, well, that's more of a compliment than older.
Yeah. So there was a kind of a lot of, you know, and I'm not here to embarrass you or anything like that. That's not how I do things. Right. There's a lot of stuff said.
And I'm not going to deny that.
Right. So kind of what I'm here to figure out, dude, because I'm a guy and, you know, not getting your for a year, that could get people. So I believe me, I know. So I'm kind of curious. I'm just more curious how it was going to go down, because pretty much it got to a point, you know, where I'm in the message was like, you know, let's have. And again, I'm a guy, dude. I've been there. I mean, we have and hormones and all that stuff. I don't think it's you. Like, if it was anything like I'm going to take you home, you're going to live with me forever. Like that'd be kind of crazy, right? So, but so we're just talking about, you know, that kind of answers what was going to happen today. But I'm more curious how it was going to happen. Like, was it something that you're going to force onto her? Or was it something you were going to let her decide to do today? Yeah. Okay, so
see, I'm not like that.
Okay, well, I appreciate that.
I always tell a woman, I was like, if you want it, then, you know, let's do it.
So,
if you want to.
So basically, you're only having sex today if she's willing and wanting to, not forcing. Yeah. Is that right? Okay, got it. Any positions you had in mind, or is this just like whatever she wants, or how would that kind of go?
Whatever I can think of, really.
Okay.
Like I said,
okay. What if she didn't want to do it?
Then I ain't going to do it.
Okay, so you're only here to have consensual, no or anything. Yeah. Okay. Well,
I ain't that dumb.
I appreciate that, dude. I appreciate that. Any condoms on you or anything?
No.
No. So.
No, don't worry. If I don't have any condoms, we ain't going to do all of that.
So would it have just been like or something?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
We're just her hand.
Okay. Was it even talked about in here, or was it just?
Don't even know. Probably not.
Okay. Or was this something you were just gonna maybe not go all the way, just like go in, pull out, or something, or?
Nah, like if I had my condoms with me, then yeah.
Okay.
I down south.
But no farther than today.
Yeah.
Okay. Would this have been something where you'd only want? And I'm not for asking you this. I'm just curious because.
Hey, trust me, I've been hit with it.
Right.
Don't get questions.
Right. No, I know. That smile looks a little bit zesty, dog. I can't lie to you.
Bro, I got some gay friends that be saying some dumb shit like that to me almost every day.
Okay. Okay. Well, the reason I ask is because, you know, I just want to cross off like any force off the list, right? Like I just want to know that it was going to go down in a way that both parties agree and all that. So would this have been like only her? You would it have been mutual, like you also licking her? Like would this have been two ways, or just her on you, or however?
Well, I usually let the woman decide what she wants to do.
Okay.
We'll take it out there.
Okay. So if she wanted potentially it to go both ways, it could have. Yeah. But if not, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
I might say I might do all that, but 9 times out of 10 I don't.
Okay.
All right.
Together and each other on the. We're getting pretty redundant here. I'm not trying to read all these, especially after we've talked about it already. I do want to ask though. She was referred to as Mrs. as you said, and you mentioned wanting to get her and all that.
Yeah.
Could you have any kids of your own right now, or no? So I guess something you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's cold in here.
When were you hoping to get her?
Maybe after she's done with school and all that.
Okay.
I'm patient.
Okay.
This is kind of crazy.
So I know you're not sitting at a desk at home, like just thinking all this through, writing clarity,
really
you know, step 1, step 2, step 3.
Yeah.
I don't know that
11-year-old.
but, realistically, you knew she was 11.
Good idea.
And once she finishes school, she's 18, right? So that's 7 years of kind of not getting her, which I understand. But how are you planning on kind of hiding this, or were you going to hide it? Were you going to just tell people about this? Like what were you planning on doing the next 7 years about this thing?
Just keep it on the low.
Keep it on the low?
Yeah.
Okay.
Until I get older.
Okay. Did you ever want to meet her mom at any point?
I mean,
why they got 2 shirts on?
Too,
okay. Were you hoping to meet her mom now or wait? I'm just asking. I'm not judging.
Nah, because, I mean, her and I, we both kind of agreed on that part.
On which part?
With the mom.
Not telling her?
Yeah.
Okay.
For now, for what we agreed.
Right.
So I was like, okay, well.
I guess it wouldn't be the best idea to get found out at this point.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm getting a call.
He's a little tarded, ain't he? What do you mean? Green sauce on them.
So do you live with both parents, or just your dad, or?
Just my dad.
Just your dad.
I probably mean it.
What happened to mom, if I may ask?
She passed away a long time ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How about not popping the yolk?
Was it like a disease or something?
Yeah.
Oh, what a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Her and I, we didn't really get along when I got older.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn. Well, do you miss her at all? Or?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay. All right, so I kind of want to ask, you said you do have Telegram right now, just with friends, or you don't have it? Or?
I don't have it.
Okay, but you had it at one point?
Yeah.
When'd you get rid of it?
Like 2017.
Oh.
Let's have a I gotta go Royce you up. I might go back to that dude in a bit. Royce has on his. I have to go, dude. Royce did not give us an update, an updated one today.
Good morning, everyone. It's your boy, Royce Miller, coming back at you with yet another Let's Try. And today on the docket, a long-lost friend has finally returned. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the bacon, egg, and cheese bagel from McDonald's. It's weird that it's the bacon, egg, and cheese bagel and that they didn't add an MC in front of any of it. Like, I expected it to be the bacon, egg, and cheese McBagel. But, you know, it is what it is.
Dude, I used to get those.
Just as I remember it, it's got that weird ranch, like, mayonnaise-y, weird, like, mustard sauce. It's like if a hollandaise sauce were a condiment instead of, you know, like we're a packaged condiment similar to ketchup or, you know, mayonnaise. Here it is in all its glory. They kind of front-loaded it there, didn't they? They really wanted to give you the pretty side. Let's take a bite.
He's definitely gonna like it.
I'm not sure if it's my hands having been in contact with hand sanitizer recently, or if maybe whoever made this was next to some cleaner fluid.
What the hell?
This has a weird cleanery taste to it.
Mm-mm.
I think it was just my hands. Yeah, I got really dry wrists right now, so I've been trying to moisturize more, and then
dry wrists.
Sanitizer to get through the greasy leftovers on my palms.
What? Greasy leftovers from breakfast?
So, what is the bacon, egg, and cheese bagel, and what is my relationship to it? Well, when I was in high school, McDonald's had a much bigger breakfast menu than they have now.
And all I had was McDonald's every day. For every meal. I was only 100 pounds at the time.
Very much bigger dinner menu as well. Shout out to my boys, the Angus Third Pounders. Rest in peace, comrades. This was... And
You would be a comrade kind of guy.
A toasted bagel with...
You know what I mean? Comrade.
With their McGriddle cheese or with their McGriddle egg, their cheese, a strange lemony mayonnaise sauce that is supposed to be kind of a facsimile of hollandaise. Which it's weird that they put it on their bacon, egg, and cheese bagel and not their McMuffin, which is much closer to the Eggs Benedict. Honestly, pretty good bagels, too. Of course, they're toasted, so of course they're good.
It's mostly bagel, though. It's kind of a ripoff. Was front loaded. You get like one egg.
I think this got mixed in the same vat as, or I think this got mixed in something that had just been cleaned because, or the hollandaise sauce that they have had been stored or had been like put into a vessel that had just been cleaned because this does have a bit of a soapy taste to it.
That's disgusting.
And specifically the hollandaise sauce stuff that has a soapy taste.
What the? See, that's why I don't eat out. I can't trust these kids. That they're putting in charge of the, oh, fuck, the camera's down. God damn it! I can't do this right now. I got food on the fucking desk. And
I got my Nuka-Cola
back up, man.
bottles there to try for the show, but maybe I should, maybe I should push that forward since it's dropping on the 10th.
It's me out today.
Today is the 9th,
You can't rewind it. The camera's completely down. It's not giving me the signal. There's no rewinding it.
Yeah, today's the 9th.
Have it.
And they're releasing it early on the 10th. So maybe I'll postpone whatever I have for tomorrow and upload that instead. I'm gonna try to capitalize.
Oh, there it is.
Go.
Fuck you, camera.
Yeah. But oh man, only 6 minutes in. What a shame. It's a really short video. Yeah, you caught me. The real Let's Try is about to begin. Something I have had maybe twice in my lifetime. Back once more. The steak, egg, and cheese bagel. Oh. Thank you, Father, for this heavenly host. Or, I forget how that goes. Anyway. Okay, this requires a little more dissection. Well, the egg is a little toastier. Now the steak, it's a steakums type steak where it's kind of like pre-made meat, or where it's kind of like compressed.
There's really not much food on these things.
Similar to their pork patty. And then there's supposed to be some grilled onions on top. Yeah, there they are, just a very scant few. And they have all-day breakfast now. I wonder if I can get this any time of day. Oh, yes. Yes, it's time. Friends, it is time. I'm about to eat steak from McDonald's. We're in the future now, man.
Bro, what? Oh, fuck.
By the future, I mean the past. You can hate on this all you want. It's good. It is greasy steak with egg. Fatty. Like, it's basically a Philly cheesesteak with egg, which is actually a pretty good concept, especially since you fry Philly cheeses on a griddle. You fry eggs on a griddle. You could make a breakfast Philly pretty easy. I'll get a little bit of that steak patty.
These videos would have been better
more
if
processed than the original was.
the
original
camera
was very fatty.
would have been further back. We can see his full body.
It wasn't a steak sandwich. It was a steak trimmings sandwich. It's like they took all the parts that you either reduce into a broth or it's like they took all the parts you use for tallow and put it in a steak sandwich. This is a little more
exquisite.
It's similar to an unbreaded what do you call it?
Meat patty.
It's similar to an unbreaded chicken fried steak patty that you get from Cracker Barrel. And I'm okay with that. It's great. I'm having a phenomenal time here.
He's here right now.
Mm.
Eat together. You know that that behavior.
Dab on the haters. Dab on the haters.
Humming. It's either apes or monkeys. When they eat.
My only regret is that I didn't get two. I got one
got
of
it
each
from
because
them.
I'm like, I should try them both. The sad thing is as a teen, I was scared of getting a steak, egg, and cheese bagel because I was like, my parents would never let me. It's too extravagant.
Maybe she was looking at the fat content.
Again, I have this weird complex where I had to try to be cheaper than my brother and sister. So I'd usually order the bacon, egg, and cheese bagel. With either a Diet Coke or an orange juice.
What do you mean? Like, was his mom giving him fucking McDonald's every day, dude? I feel like he's like that other channel we watched with the retarded guy. Every day, his mom goes to a fast food place.
True meal. McDonald's is back. Now to bring back the Angus third pounder. I want that mushroom Swiss McDonald's. You can't hold it back from me. Also that weird Hot Pocket thing. Also the McPizza. Also the onion nuggets. Bring back the onion nuggets. Bring back the onion nuggets. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me today. You all have a good one. This is Royce Miller. Excuse me.
Dude.
Excuse me.
Look at this shit what McDonald's brings back, for one. Remember that one, though, that was separated? You had a cold side and a hot side, so your burger stayed perfect when you put it together at home. That way they didn't like... Remember, that one was kind of cool. My mom used to get that. I forget what it was called. And then there was another one that was it was like marketed as a fancier burger. Whoa. Tux, what the fuck, man? Ran over, dude? Jeez. I saw a cat kind of dart across the road and there was a car right there. There was, what was it? What was that one? It was supposed to be kind of fancy. My nose. Fancy McDonald's. The Arch Deluxe. That's what it was. On August 18th, 2000, the Arch Deluxe was finally discontinued. In 2000, Arch Deluxe, man, came out in 1996. It had the largest advertising and promotional budget in fast food history at the time. That sandwich. But it was soon discontinued after failing to become popular. It is considered one of the most expensive product flops of all time. But it was good, man. They come out with it again? They're recreating it? Dude, what is this?
Imagine Ronald McDonald, if you will, the McDonald's mascot, the crown prince of grimace. Now imagine Ronald McDonald in a suit, but now he's dancing and carrying a briefcase at Radio City Music Hall in front of a crowd of confused onlookers. The horror, the horror. That was the debut of McDonald's Arch Deluxe, a burger meant to appeal to serious adults. But it didn't quite work out that way. Today on Weird History of Food, we're talking the inglorious saga of McDonald's Arch Deluxe, a burger for adults. But first, do us a favor and hit that like and subscribe to the Weird History of Food channel. And let us know in the comments below what other forgotten fast food menu item you would like to hear about next. Okay, ready to meet the Ronald McDonald variant from the Stephen King universe? McDonald's is the gold-arched standard of fast food. Ray Kroc bought the original McDonald's brothers out of their own franchise in 1961. Today, with over 69 million customers being served per day in over 100 countries, McDonald's is a Goliath. But in the early 90s, Mickey D's was on the ropes for the first time, steadily losing customers to burger rivals Wendy's and Burger King. The clown was dealing with an image problem, one that not even celebrity spokesman Michael Jordan and his short-lived but airily delicious McJordan had failed to fix.
I remember that.
People were realizing that there were other options for their quick burger and fry fix, other than the place where their kids went to pee in the ball pit. According to their own market research, over 3/4 of customers felt the chain had the best food for kids, but only 18% felt the food had the best adult fare. Weird how anyone got that impression, what with the McDonald's rogue gallery of lumpy anthropomorphic mascots and their giant clown leader. It was pretty clear what the solution was, though it wouldn't be cheap. And it would require nothing less than a complete overhaul of one of the world's most recognizable brands. Enter the mighty Arch Deluxe. This new burger was born out of McDonald's attempt to mature both its menu offerings and its customer base. It took 2 years of development. Whoa, really? For a burger? And would end up costing a total of $300 million. That is a hefty price tag for one menu item. In the end, it aged less like a fine wine and more like a Big Mac left in a hot car. The Arch Deluxe debuted with the official slogan, "The burger with the grown-up taste." We prefer how the Wall Street Journal put it. The Arch Deluxe sounds like some guy your mother didn't want you to go out with. The adult-themed burger had one of the biggest product launches in the restaurant's history. With it, McDonald's hoped to shed its Happy Meal reputation and supersize itself into adulthood. Instead, things went horribly wrong.
Sauce on it?
Up until the Arch Deluxe, the menu items at McDonald's were mostly made with kids' taste buds in mind. And let's face it, kids have no taste. As the logic went, grown-up palates wanted something more refined, which meant ditching most of the flavors that kids wanted to eat. The Arch Deluxe included a larger beef patty. Good. A large leaf of lettuce. Fine. A whole tomato slice. Not really my thing, but okay. Optional bacon. Now we're talking. And whatever a sweet Spanish onion was with a lone slice of cheese. All these ingredients got packed into a lumpy potato bread bun, topped with sesame seeds. To top it off, a super sweet ketchup, because apparently adults crave sugary ketchup. Diabetic-licious. But the real trick to the burger was in its literal secret sauce, a Dijonnaise, which is just a fancy way of saying mustard and mayonnaise mixed together, with whole crunchy mustard seeds. or crunchy Dijonnaise. McDonald's was going for the stuffy Grey Poupon crowd. But at a restaurant with a built-in play place and a bright, creepy clown, it just feels out of place. All those components Voltron together into the Arch Deluxe, a BLT cheeseburger hybrid with sweet ketchup, sweet onions, and a crunchy mayo mustard sauce. In 1996, the burgers cost a cool $2.59 each. To add their weirdly round piece of bacon on top would cost another 20 cents. Adjusted for inflation, that would be $5.20 just for the burger. The new burger made its auspicious debut at Radio City Music Hall, which, as everyone knows, is #1 on List Advisor's top adult places to eat food. With a marketing budget of $200 million, that's million with an M, as in, are you seriously spending $200 million on a burger campaign? The chain went all out. And what better way to introduce the new deluxe menu than by having their children's mascot replaced by something adults could relate to? Something cool and sleek with a professional adult attitude. For whatever reason, that wound up being the exact same clown mascot, clad in a business suit and briefcase, doing high kicks with the Rockettes. Confused guests were handed Arch Deluxes during the launch. Well, you might be able to chalk up one bizarre launch to a marketing misstep. McDonald's doubled down on their deluxe blunder with a series of strange commercials. Picture this: 2 businessmen in a corporate bathroom, doing businessmen things like shining their shoes and speculating about the special guest business speaker. They leave, and the camera pans to a pair of ginormous clown shoes in one of the stalls. Though we never see his face, the implication is clear. Ronald McDonald is speaking at a business conference. The Ronald McDonald? What's next? The burger mascot playing a few rounds at the golf course? Please. Actually, yes. Linking these adult hobbies with the new sandwich was meant to convince grown-ups not to be embarrassed to eat an Arch Deluxe in the boardroom. That $200 million marketing budget bought a lot of commercials, and the McDonald's marketing team apparently decided there were no bad ideas. This led to some confusing messaging. For example, in one commercial, 2 teenagers enter a McDonald's on a
remember this
date.
one.
Well, that's too bad. The boy orders a hamburger, and the girl orders an Arch Deluxe. As the boy plays with his food, the girl grimaces and primly takes her first bite into adulthood. And the announcer declares, I guess girls do mature faster than boys. Another ad featured executive chef Andrew Salvaggio in a kitchen rhapsodizing about the savoriness of his Arch Deluxe. Another had Jessica Biel rolling her eyes at her younger sister's attempts to butter up her parents to take her to McD's. But Mom and Dad's ears perk up when they hear the words Arch Deluxe. The campaign was kind of all over the place, like the last 2 seasons of Lost. Were the kids supposed to like the Arch Deluxe because it made them like cool adults? Were the adults supposed to like the Arch Deluxe because their kids told them to? And why was Ronald playing golf and billiards? It all made for one confusing onslaught of messaging for a burger that cost too much and had a boatload of calories and didn't taste all that good to begin with.
I was one of the few.
Original projections from McDonald's internal team saw the burger bringing in $1 billion in sales within the first year.
It was the closest thing to a regular hamburger,
optimistic. And while McDonald's never released the sales numbers for the Arch Deluxe, we can confidently say it didn't meet their $1 billion goal because the franchise went into a blind panic and began damage control. CEO of U.S. McDonald's operations, Edward Renzi, issued a defensive staff-wide memo claiming that the Arch Deluxe was never meant to be a silver bullet, even though that was precisely what it was meant to be, a hit menu item to lure in older customers. Renzi also boasted that the sales beat internal projections by 10%, saying only those who expected a miracle were disappointed. So maybe everyone at McDonald's. Miraculous is how you can describe what happened next. The Arch Deluxe managed to gimp along for 4 more paltry years after the burger was slashed to a quarter of its price as part of McDonald's Campaign 55. Commemorating the 40th anniversary of the franchise's founding in 1955, Campaign 55 offered customers delicious McDonald's burgers for just 55 cents. But the promotion was confusing. Customers had to purchase a drink and fries at full price in order to get the discounted sandwich. Fine print that McDonald's hadn't made clear. So even then, the Arch Deluxe's success as a bargain burger came with a big asterisk. Look, we can sit and point fingers all day long about what went wrong with the Arch Deluxe. McDonald's absolutely did. Renzi actually resigned over the whole debacle, which has gone down as one of the most expensive and worst received marketing campaigns in history. But the swift fall of the Arch Deluxe did not occur in a vacuum. It turns out the Golden Arches had overlooked a few key details when creating their signature adult burger. For example, designing a new burger and its accompanying ad campaign around the idea that kids think it's gross doesn't exactly make it seem appetizing to adults. Consequently, telling the parents of America, "Don't worry, your kids will hate this," wasn't the game-changing selling point McDonald's thought it to be. The ads also had an unintended side effect. They made kids less excited about going to McDonald's, which is probably the most blasphemous thing we have ever said. Children are highly susceptible to advertising. So when McDonald's ran a campaign saying, "Our food tastes gross to you now," they listened and stopped asking their parents to take them to McDonald's. The sad part is, the Arch Deluxe wasn't even that bad. It was just kind of there, like something you eat at an airport. It was also very bulky, much more than any other McDonald's sandwich, which effectively removes much of the convenience of eating a fast food hamburger. And if you try to eat a McDonald's burger with a knife and fork, well, officials can legally deport you. Furthermore, from 1989 to 1994, reports had noted that adults aged 45 to 55 weren't spending much on takeout to begin with. So McDonald's advertising was attempting to court a demographic they were simply never going to reach. McDonald's couldn't blame Arch Deluxe for all its problems, however. The chain had yet to develop its conveyor belt model of food preparation, but had begun pre-assembling some ingredients. This led to burgers that tasted not so fresh, and people were not McLovin' it. That, coupled with the crash and burn of the Arch Deluxe that took the company's reputation and president down with it, the brand did an about-face. The Golden Arches refocused on bringing out the kid in all of us, according to a senior vice president of marketing at the time. Basically, this is our McMea culpa. While McDonald's put the Arch Deluxe to sleep in 2000, the franchise has tried to revive it a few times, testing it as recently as 2018. In a few locations in Oklahoma and Texas, you know, the places that clamor for Dijon mustard, you can now even try a new and improved Arch Deluxe, now called the Arch Burger. Everyone else will just have to suffer in silence, eating our 2 all-beef patty Big Macs like chumps, and occasionally asking cashiers if they have any crunchy Grey Poupon. So what do you think? Did you ever try the Arch Deluxe? Are you sad it's gone or happy knowing you tried it? Let us know in the comments below, and while you're at it, make sure to
The Arch Deluxe was an excellent burger. The sauce wasn't too sweet, the veggies were thick, and the patty was juicy. That's the top comment with the most upvotes. I agree, man. Dude, I have the next with 407. I had 692 with 407 likes. Absolutely loved the Arch Deluxe. I thought the whole adult burger campaign was weird and unnecessary, but the burger itself was tremendous. A better version of the double cheeseburger. I have to admit, I had no idea what made it so adult. It was just a freaking burger. Sucks because even as a 15-year-old kid, this burger was a revelation. It was always my go-to and fast food menu item I missed the most. Same here. I would too, man. I would also get like the double quarter pounder meal. If I was really hungry though, I'd go with the double quarter pounder meal back in the day. But I did like an Arch Deluxe every now and then for something different. They went for an adult burger in the UK called the McTasty. McTasty. A lot of people like them. Oh my gosh, here's them onion nuggets he was talking about.
But sadly, not all McDonald's menu items.
Oh, the Big and Tasty. Remember this thing too?
Originally tested in select markets in California, the Big and Tasty first dropped in 1997
1997 and
went nationwide in the year 2000 as part of a
We used to
promotional
get that
tie-in
too
with
every now
Disney's
and then.
California Adventure theme park in Anaheim. As its size-oriented name might suggest, the Big and Tasty was intended to be a direct competitor for Burger King's Whopper, but it never really
So
took off and was
big and
discontinued
tasty.
in the U.S. in 2011. 2011. However, if you desperately need a fix, the Big and Tasty is still available on select U.S. military bases. All you have to do to get one is enlist.
Put it in my mouth.
When McDonald's first introduced their now iconic Chicken McNuggets,
Hot
consumers
mustard
could
sauce
dip
has
them
been
in one of 4
discontinued.
sauces: barbecue, sweet and sour, honey, and hot mustard. But even for McNuggets,
What is it now?
time marches
Tangy
on.
mustard,
And
ain't
in
it?
2011, the fast food giant introduced some new varieties, including sweet chili, honey mustard, spicy buffalo, and creamy ranch.
I
With all
had
the new
no
options, it was decided
idea that
some-
it wasn't the same fucking sauce, man. Because I got some chicken nuggets recently, and yeah, the sauce wasn't the same. It wasn't recent. It was like a couple years ago, but still, I thought it was hot mustard in the back in the day. That's right. That's what I would always get.
Some of the old ones should move
Stop.
on. And with that,
Dude,
hot mustard
what the
sauce was
fuck?
slowly phased out, being completely discontinued in the U.S. in
Stop.
2014.
Stop.
Turns out, while the sauce was removed from McDonald's menus nationally, it's still available in select markets, apparently at the whim of your local McDonald's owner.
She's trying to tear it up because Simon sleeps
Introduced
there
for
or
a
something.
limited
I don't know what
time
the fuck her problem is. She's
1988,
putting
and then
holes in
joining
it.
the menu
Big
on a more
ones.
permanent basis in 2003.
Jeez, he's like
Chicken
grabbing
Selects
it.
were essentially McDonald's version of chicken fingers. Despite being offered with sauces like spicy buffalo, creamy ranch, honey mustard, consumers didn't seem too hot on picking this chicken. They undersold nationally and were deleted from the U.S. menu in 2013. In the summer of 1987, McDonald's decided, purely from the goodness of their hearts, to offer consumers the chance to supersize their meal with an extra-large drink and side of fries. Americans do love
They did
more,
away with
but McDonald's
supersize?
supersize menu items officially bit the dust in 2004 after lackluster sales. A need to trim what it considered to be a bloated menu, and public clamor for healthier options brought it back down to size. Won't anyone think of the fries?
What the fuck? Why did they, dude? They got rid of supersize. I didn't know that. I used to get everything supersized.
Originally introduced in the Midwest in 1985 and nationally in 1988, the cheddar melt is basically a quarter pounder topped with onions sauteed in butter, teriyaki sauce, and cheddar cheese sauce on a rye bun. That actually sounds pretty good. It was last seen in 2004 and briefly again in 2014.
No.
But as of 2023, it remains off the menu.
It's not even cheddar. It's some weird cheese
Introduced
sauce.
in 2009, the Angus Burger, also known as the Angus Third Pounder, which is
the one
more fun to
Royce was
shout at a
talking about.
drive-through speaker, was part of a long series of attempts to market higher-end menu items. But it seems like the public just isn't interested in buying fancy food from McDonald's. You can only spend so much money on a cheeseburger until you start wondering why you're buying it from a clown. The Angus Burger was put out to pasture in 2013. Although it's a staple of their menu now, there was a time when walking into a McDonald's and asking for a salad would have gotten you on the news, or perhaps thrown in jail. That would explain why some of Mickey D's early attempts at serving healthier options just didn't work, like the McSalad Shakers, which were basically just salads in a cup. Despite the good intentions, these precursors to McDonald's
sweet.
premium salads, which came in 3 flavors,
Can't be mad at her.
Chef,
Hey, I remember
Chicken
those
Caesar, and
things.
Garden, were
Dude.
discontinued in 2003 due to lackluster sales.
Wow. Yo, wait a
Chef
second.
Grilled Chicken, why some of Mickey D's early attempts at serving healthier options just didn't work, like the McSalad Shakers, which were basically just salads in a cup. Despite the good intentions, these precursors to McDonald's premium salads, which came in 3 flavors, Chef, Grilled Chicken Caesar,
dude, I
and
used to
Garden,
get their
were
premium
discontinued
salads,
in
too.
2003 due to lackluster
Wait,
sales.
their premium salads were discontinued in 2003? Is that what they were saying? Because I don't think those cups are around anymore in 2003, but I definitely was getting... Or wait. Well, maybe they were, because I think I might have been getting those salads in like 2004 still. My mom used to get these all the time. Yeah, these are what was cool. You could it kept one side hot, kept the other side cold, but they stopped doing it because the packaging...
BLT stands for bacon, lettuce, and tomato, and it's one of the most famous sandwiches in the universe. The McDLT stood for a McDonald's lettuce and tomato sandwich, and is only remembered by those who experienced it. Wait, shouldn't it be an MLT? Introduced in 1984, the meat and bottom half of the McDLT were prepared separately from the top half, which included the lettuce, tomato, American cheese, pickles, and sauces. Both were then packaged into a specially designed two-sided styrofoam container to be assembled when you were ready to eat. The problem was, that container was worse for the environment than a Mick oil spill. The company discontinued the weirdly named burger in 1991.
That's bullshit, though, isn't it? Couldn't they have put it in, like, paper instead now and bring that one back? Because that was actually really cool to be able to get a burger like that and take it home, and it was like having a fresh hamburger, you know? When you get it already pre-made, all the cold stuff starts getting all wilted and gross. I'm gonna Simon is a heart medicine real fast. Whoever's feeding Mom Cat must be feeding Tux today too, because just gonna sit there, ain't it? Oh, they're gonna talk about the Arch Deluxe.
Now considered one of the biggest product flops of all time, the Arch Deluxe was McDonald's attempt to sell a burger for adults. The burger was made with high-end ingredients, including a 1/4 pound of beef on a potato flour bun, bacon, leaf lettuce, tomato, American cheese, onions, ketchup, a secret mustard, and mayonnaise sauce. But despite spending the modern equivalent of over $500 million on its introductory advertising campaign, more than any fast food company had ever spent to promote a menu item, the burger never took off with the public and was discontinued in 2000. The Son of Mac was a single patty version of the Big Mac, kind of like hamburger training wheels, for the Big Mac version of a Whopper Jr. That, as the name implies, most people who want a Big Mac want it, well, big. Possibly for that reason, the Son of Mac never really caught on in the US. It was sold in Australia and New Zealand for a while, but has since been discontinued in those markets
she's back
as well.
there just
But
like
hope
trying to
springs
rip
eternal.
a hole in
the little
that
burger
thing.
no one wanted is still sold in Canada, having found its
I was about
niche
to come in here
as
and
the
fuck
kids'
you up for that.
Traditionally, a triple-double is when a basketball player gets 10 or more points, assists, and rebounds in a single game. But McDonald's left many a sports fan confused when its triple-double burger had nothing to do with basketball and everything to do with Batman. The super-heroic sandwich consisted of 3 beef patties and 2 slices of cheese, served on the same type of sesame seed roll used for the McRib, and was released as part of a promotion for the 1995 blockbuster Batman Forever. That's the one with Jim Carrey. So why was it called a triple-double when the whole point of the sandwich was to promote Batman? Well, McDonald's probably figured no one would want to order something called a Bat Burger. Whatever the case, it was discontinued after the movie left theaters in the late summer of 1995. What do you get when you cross a chicken McNugget with an onion ring? You get one of McDonald's very early attempts to please vegetarians, the Onion Nugget. They were exactly what they claimed to be, onion rings in a convenient nugget shape. To this day, no one exactly knows why they disappeared from test markets in the 1970s, but that's given them an air of mystery and a cult following among fast food enthusiasts.
1970s, how does Royce know about them
McDonald's
then?
attempted to expand their breakfast offerings and cash in on the growing market for breakfast bagels by releasing 3 delicious varieties: a ham, egg, and cheese bagel, a steak, egg, and cheese bagel, and the Spanish omelet bagel, which included sausage, pepper jack, and American cheese, and an egg stuffed with onions and peppers. That's pretty early in the morning to book a guaranteed trip to the restroom. Another poor seller, the Spanish omelet bagel was banished from the menu during the early 2000s. not to be confused with McWings, a similar product that is still sold at many international McDonald's locations. Mighty Wings weren't a big seller for the fast food giant. In fact, after rolling out the bone-in chicken wings with spicy breading in 2013, franchises were forced to sell millions of discounted wings just to get rid of them all. Sounds like a mighty failure and a mighty pain in the ass.
Yeah.
The Big 33/McJordan Special was a quarter pounder with bacon and special barbecue sauce named after basketball players Larry Bird or Michael Jordan, depending on where you were eating one. In some parts of the country, it was called the McJordan Special in honor of Jordan, and in other places, it was called the Big 33 in honor of Bird's jersey number, presumably because the McBird Special just sounds like you're about to eat a McDonaldland character. It was ultimately discontinued in 1992, but a 20-year-old jug of the barbecue sauce sold on eBay for just a hair under $10,000.
What? Why?
Borrowing its name for just a hair under $10,000.
Does it just last forever?
Borrowing its name from another discontinued menu item, Chicken McBites, Fish McBites were basically just nugget-sized pieces of the McDonald's Filet-O-Fish served with tartar sauce. So it was like eating a fried fish patty your parents had to cut up for you. Introduced in February of 2013, the menu item that was also called by the equally bad but also more fun name, Fish McDippers, sold so poorly that they were discontinued by April of 2013. In 1979, the first Star Trek movie hit theaters, AC/DC released the album Highway to Hell, and McDonald's released the chopped beef steak sandwich. Despite being described as the best sandwich McDonald's ever produced, this oblong burger on a bun with onions and barbecue sauce disappeared in the early 1980s. So what happened? Well, the burger, which was served with a side of onion nuggets and only available between 4 and 9 p.m., cost $1.29 at a time that a regular burger set you back 40 cents. Nobody wants to be seen paying extra for onion nuggets. Maybe that's why they only sold them at night. The McPizza was created to compete directly with Domino's and Pizza Hut, and in that sense, it was a pretty dramatic failure. But the problem with pizza, if indeed pizza can have a problem, is that it takes a while to prepare. Since most people who opt for fast food want their food fast, this item never really caught on with customers, and it was discontinued by around 2000. Except, for some reason or another, it's still available at a single location in Orlando, Florida. Maybe Mickey likes it. Introduced in 1983, the McLobster was a lobster roll served in a hot dog bun with shredded lettuce and something called lobster sauce. At nearly $6, McLobster was too expensive for the average McDonald's customer because spending too much on food is the precise experience a McDonald's customer is trying to avoid. It was discontinued nationally in 2017, but occasionally resurfaces in the New England and Atlantic Canadian regions, where lobster is more abundant and less expensive. Similar to their brief flirtation with Mexican food, McDonald's also briefly tried getting it on with Asian cuisine in the form of Shanghai McNuggets. But the company didn't really put their heart into the relationship. The Shanghai McNuggets were essentially just regular McNuggets sold with sweet and sour sauce, hot mustard, teriyaki sauce, a fortune cookie, and chopsticks. It was discontinued in the late 1980s.
So you just get chopsticks pretty much.
McDonald's introduced a line of healthier products known as the Deluxe line, and the McLean Deluxe was the Golden Arches attempt at a healthy burger, which contained ketchup, mustard, pickles, tomato, a lettuce leaf, and a reduced fat patty, all on a bakery-style roll. And thanks to ingredients like seaweed and other additives, the sandwich was 91% fat-free.
Burger looks like it's made out of soy or something.
McDonald's is ordering something that could stop your heart like a traffic light. So the McLean Deluxe was discontinued in 1996 after flopping with the public. The whole Deluxe line followed in 2000.
It probably was mostly soy.
It was essentially Campbell's soup in a McDonald's cup, and well, that's pretty much all there is to it. It came in 2 flavors, chicken noodle and broccoli and cheese, and was served only at certain times of the year in colder climates. Locations in places like Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Portugal still make soups available to customers, albeit very different ones. But American consumers have been forced to go McSoupless ever since this one disappeared from the menu.
They give you a spoon. So little.
This cheeseburger that had a slice of pineapple where a beef patty would normally be was created as a vegetarian option for Catholics who didn't eat meat on Fridays. McDonald's CEO Ray Kroc thought this meatless burger would be way more popular than the Filet-O-Fish, and he bet a fortune of money on it. But when he normally had a pretty sharp business sense, this is a bet he lost. McDonald's voted with their wallets, and the Filet-O-Fish soundly trumped the McHoola.
there meat
Mixed
on it?
spaghetti included pasta, marinara sauce, meatballs, and a cheese topping. It hung around until the 1980s,
What?
at
That
which
looks
point it was discontinued
gross.
everywhere except Orlando, Florida. Wait, really? What is it with that place? There's also a mixed spaghetti on the menu in the Philippines, but that one is actually a completely different dish. During the 90s, McDonald's considered bringing the product back. They tested mixed spaghetti in a few select markets and discovered, much like with McPizza, consumers weren't biting. Ray Kroc
There's so
hated hot
many.
dogs. Why? Because according
Weird
to Kroc, you never really know what's in a hot
McDonald's
dog's skin.
items
he hated them
I've
so
never
much,
seen.
He banned them from ever being sold at his restaurants. But he made one crucial mistake. He didn't live forever. After Kroc's passing, McHot dogs found their way into a few markets, only to fail miserably. They haven't been seen on a McMenu since the late 90s. Ray may have been onto something. So what do you think? Did you like any of these discontinued favorites? Let us know in the comments below, and while you're at it, check out some of these other videos from...
Cool. So far. Did you hear about the pagers blowing up, man? Federal prosecutor.
And I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York.
Let's see what's up with Puff Daddy.
Today I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking,
Is he about to be locked
interstate
up with R.
transportation
Kelly?
for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation.
Dude, this is fucking major. He might be about to be locked up with Diddy. And the world's changing so fast, isn't it? Dude, when I lived in Colorado, I had front row tickets to an R. Kelly show in Denver somewhere. I forget where. Delco Theater or something. I didn't go to the show because I was having I was flared up actually. I even had a date. I had a date with a security guard at Red Rocks. I was going to go to the show first at Red Rocks, and then we were going to leave from there, and I was going to take her to go see R. Kelly. It was a black chick too. It's like crazy how quickly now that dude's in prison. That wasn't even that long ago, man. You know, I couldn't even sell those tickets, by the way, because there were already allegations of the shit. I was trying to get like a lot of money for them, though. I ended up losing a lot instead. That deserves the old.
And conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and
it would have been my first date with her. I had already taken her to see Kevin Hart once. Huh? She was pretty cute too.
And participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them.
Dude, he's fucked, man. He's fucked. He's definitely going to prison. There's no way he gets out of this, dude. If the federal government has all this, all this already? Whoa. Whoa. Yo, did he really diddle Justin, what's his name? That Canadian kid? Bieber?
The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant.
Yo!
As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way,
this is fucking crazy.
And he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair.
Dude.
On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee.
But
as alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries
there
to the
were
victims,
lots of those,
which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs...
Guys, this guy has been held up on a fucking pedestal in New York, hanging out next to Eric Adams and shit. You know what I mean? Like, he's looked up to by millions of people, dude. And all this time this has been going on. What the fuck, man? Do you know how rich this motherfucker is? These are the people that we're making rich. These are the people that we do that as people. He's not rich because he made it. The people of the world made him rich. They thought that was a good person to give lots of money to go see his shows and shit. Fuck out of here. I never thought that. I was never one of those people, by the way. Let's keep the record straight on that one. Matter of fact, I didn't even go to the R. Kelly show. I got the ticket, then I was like, man, hold up. The flare just kind of like was a cherry on top of it. You know what I mean? Maybe I was having a second thought. I can't remember if the allegations were out before I bought the tickets, though, also. Because, you know, you buy tickets way in advance. I know I did. I'd buy tickets sometimes like a year in advance for some shows. They would do that type of crazy shit.
Combs threatened and coerced victims to get
half
them
a year to a year
participate
advance
in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped.
No baby powder? You gotta have the baby powder there just in case you gotta slap somebody. You gotta get your boy to put it on for you. Baby powder, please! I'm sorry, that's from How High. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? That's how you don't ever slap anybody with your pimping hand without the baby powder on it. What I'm talking about?
Clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet.
This is exhilarating. But don't get the wrong idea. Megan and I have never done anything like this before. We're virgins. Yeah, both of us. Molly and I are really into D'Angelo. Do you have any?
You better bet hell no we ain't got no D'Angelo. And let me let you know something. While you sitting in this car, you don't run shit. Tell her, Potter. Dick drive this car, not pussy. Oh, you think it's funny, bitch? This is pimping here. I've been on Wheel of Fortune, Priceless. Oh, bitch, it's funny. Come on with it. Oh, boy, y'all rather piss off that crew than piss off Potter. Oh, it's funny. Keep on laughing. Bring your face over here. Pay that shit.
Wow.
So you gotta put that powder on it first. Oh no!
Williams
we were right about
cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs's crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs's residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs's electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and the large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs. More than 1,000 bottles altogether.
Who gives a shit?
Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well, we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be.
Okay, let her hurt herself.
No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done.
Oh, she
this
knocks that off
is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smizer, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backleeper and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Aaron Katursky, ABC.
Thanks, Nick. Damien, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs, and how many others
fell over it?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Thank you. Julia Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Janet Fisher, Newsday.
Yep. What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty-gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
Is one more coercive than the other?
I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC 7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points, but we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with him. Next question.
Julianne Papa.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences, and did he have locations where he kept them, and they were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of the most impactful, sprawling, complex, difficult sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do it, and so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from. It's something that we embrace, and we will continue to do that. As to your question about whether he imprisoned anyone, all I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video where a victim was attempting to flee, and there was violence that was associated with it.
Was that at the residence or a hotel?
That was at a hotel.
Matthew Lee, Inner City Press.
Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
John Anise, New York Daily News.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence, the guns, the cases of lubricant, and the videos. Where were they found amongst his residence? Were they all scattered around the houses in one place. I kind of wanted to just get a better picture of how that stuff was found.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the AR-15s, 2 of the 3 defaced AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts, along with magazines with ammunition loaded in them. So, some of that detail is in the detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able to get into where other items were stored.
Ben Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs's safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
So we are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position is that pre-trial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case, and I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that had been handling that, or that worked on the Maxwell case?
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News.
Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally and with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity and no longer really bears any relation to what the word means when we use it in a very specific context. So responding to lawful process and the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations.
Maybe giving a big deal of the guns, but how come they're not charged outright or with obliterating Syrian?
Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms. I should leave it there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shamison.
Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
Again, I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I cannot predict them sitting here today. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. What part of the business empire is exposed for Richard?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Joining us now, NBC's Chloe Melas outside the courthouse in
lots
Lower
happening today
Manhattan.
with
Lisa
this shit,
Rubin,
ain't it?
MSNBC legal correspondent, is with us as well. So, Chloe, you're down at the courthouse. What are we expecting
Hey
to learn
man, we
about
should have
these
known better with a name like Puff Daddy, P Diddy. What was the other weird one? There was another weird one. What is it? You leave him alone. He doesn't want none of your shit right now.
charges today?
Hey there, Jose. Well, in about 30 minutes, we're going to hear from the U.S. Attorney's Office. They're going to be holding a press conference right down the street. And according to Mark Agnifilo, one of the attorneys for Sean Diddy Combs, who you just saw moments ago speaking to reporters outside of the courthouse, he had said that Combs was actually inside. He's waiting to be arraigned. We still don't have a time for that. I just want to say, look, I'm holding the indictment right here. And they talk about how Combs' alleged abuse was verbal, emotional, physical, sexual. And it goes on to talk about these freak-offs, these sex parties where Sean Combs allegedly manipulated women to be a part of these highly orchestrated sexual performances with also commercial sex workers that he allegedly flew from out of the country and also within the United States across state lines. And also, it wasn't just female sex workers, it was male sex workers as well. They claim that Sean Combs would also videotape these sex workers and use it as blackmail against them to continue to keep them either silenced and afraid, and also would sometimes withhold payment. They talk about kidnapping, arson. There's a litany of accusations in here. And again, it will be interesting to see what authorities say at this press conference. Remember, NBC News was first to report that over the summer, a grand jury was hearing evidence from alleged accusers. And that also, remember, his homes were raided, both in Florida and in California, and this was last spring. And, you know, at the time, NBC News reported that they seized cell phones, they seized guns. They talk about those guns, those AR-15s with some of the serial numbers scratched off on them. And again, Combs, he's denying all of the accusations against him. And, you know, I just want to point out that damning video, the surveillance video of Sean Diddy Combs beating up Cassandra Cassie Ventura, his girlfriend at the time, who filed a sweeping civil suit against him last year, in which at the time he denied ever being possible to actually engage in physical violence. And then that surveillance video came out showing him beating up Cassie at a hotel in 2016, and he had to walk back his initial denial and then apologize, which he claimed was a one-off incident. But it's not a one-off incident, according to federal authorities, who claim that this behavior went on for years and that he uses businesses to allegedly hide his behavior for decades. Jose?
Yeah, and Lisa, you know, when one reads this indictment, these 14 pages, I mean, I'm just wondering what stuck out to you as being the most significant one of all of these charges.
Jose, that's a very difficult question to answer because on each and every one of these 14 pages, I think I gasped at the severity of the charges here. Mark Agnifilo, the attorney that Chloe was just referring to, said earlier today that his client is an imperfect person. But if a jury were to find that Sean Combs engaged in any one of these three charges, he'd be far beyond imperfect. He'd be a person that we would all agree was grotesque and a monster for engaging in some of these behaviors. I think what stood out to me is how long Sean Combs was able to conceal the alleged behavior here through a variety of coercive techniques that span the gamut from the use of guns, plying his victims with drugs with respect to those freak-offs that Chloe was referring to, the fact that there were commercial sex workers involved here that were allegedly trafficked both across state lines but also internationally, the fact that there is video evidence because Sean Combs allegedly videoed these freak-offs and used them to intimidate his victims, essentially saying, look at what I have against you. I have videotapes of you engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. And the other thing that really stands out to me here, Jose, is the involvement of a panoply of unnamed people in and around Sean Combs's life, whether as personal assistants or security personnel, people who are high-ranking executives in his businesses. There are a lot of people here who are and could be accountable for the way in which they facilitated this abuse and conspired with him to make it happen. Those people here, unless they are already cooperating with prosecutors, and there's a good chance that they have some of these people as witnesses, many of them could face their own criminal liability here. There are references, for example, to staff concealing and hiding some of Sean Combs's victims in either his residences or hotels because they were so physically injured that for them to have been seen publicly would have been risking disclosing what was really going on. They're also alleged to have reserved the sex workers, to have arranged in their transportation. This is an enterprise for a reason, because it took a whole lot more people other than just Sean Combs to make the abuse and the trafficking happen. And we should continue to watch to see who is participating in the U.S. Attorney's Office's investigation and who might even face some charges here alongside Sean Combs. There are a bunch of people here looking at this 14-page instrument who should be nervous across the city or perhaps in other locations like Los Angeles and Miami. Jose?
Yeah, and Lisa, I mean, and let me just go to the fourth point brought up on just page 2 of this indictment. It says physical abuse by Sean Combs, the defendant, was recurrent and widely known on numerous occasions from at least in or about 2009 and continuing for years. Combs assaulted women by, among other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects at, and kicking them. These assaults were at times witnessed by others, and then, of course, they include that Los Angeles hotel videotape of March of 2016. Lisa,
how are they getting them on this shit with it being so long
as you say,
ago?
Possibly involving
Because some of the statute is
of people.
They're getting for
absolutely. And I just want to be
sex
very
trafficking
clear
might have
about
a
differentiating
longer
between
statute of
witnessing
limitations.
conduct and being a part of an alleged criminal enterprise. Just simply being a bystander to this doesn't make somebody a participant in the criminal enterprise. But actively taking steps to conspire with the head of an enterprise is what's being alleged here. That these people, for example, at Sean Combs' encouragement and direction, did things like reserve hotel rooms, kidnap and conceal certain of his victims, obtain drugs and or IV fluids that were used to essentially sustain and rehydrate them after these freak-offs, which were, as Chloe described them, sex parties or sex marathons that in some cases lasted for days and imposed real physical injury and harm to some of the women who were involved, who were drugged throughout it.
Bro,
that takes
hey,
the active part.
this reminds me of that Jeffrey. Remember Jeffrey? And check this out. We're gonna get back to him in just a second. Need a Jeffrey break. Like the Jeffrey dude. I feel like P. Diddy was in the background somewhere in this.
Jeffrey, Aaron. Bit of this, bit of that.
Yeah, have a look. Have a look at this. How the snow wasn't always so pretty, was it, eh? Around.
This is like one of their parties.
I think a little bit of...
You get some,
I'm having a heart attack.
give somebody a Jeffrey.
I'm having a heart attack.
You're not having an heart attack, Aaron.
I think he might be having a heart attack.
He's not, he's alright. Just get away from me. Look at that.
They start rubbing furry walls and shit. They can't remember what they're doing there. And the next thing you know, they're having sex. And they're like, P. Diddy.
Oh, you sound just like your mum.
P. Diddy, we weren't supposed to be having sex. Oh, he was giving people Jeffries, dude. Like laced shit. Actually,
participation, not just the knowledge and witnessing of other people. And so, as I said earlier, there must be a number of people in Sean Combs's life, whether they are personal assistants or security personnel, people who work at Bad Boy Entertainment or others of his businesses that were directly involved here. And if they are not already cooperating with the feds, many people are probably having that conversation this morning with lawyers, including those that they have never met. I would imagine that there are a number of criminal defense attorneys across the city whose phones are ringing right now, Jose.
Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing party about these freak-offs. If this is, again, proven to be something that actually existed, and they may have existed over and over again. And, Lisa, the indictment also alleges that during these freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to the victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept videos he filmed of the victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. With the reference to these videos that Combs apparently kept, what does it say about the potential evidence prosecutors have in their possession?
Well, we know, for example, that Combs's homes in both Los Angeles and Miami were raided last March. We can bet that among the evidence that prosecutors were able to obtain were some of these videos. Of course, prosecutors also have other video evidence in their possession that's referenced in this indictment, including that 2016 surveillance tape of Combs with his then-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, who sued him civilly last November. That incident is referenced in the indictment, but as you note, Jose, the fact that prosecutors are saying here that Combs often took videotapes of his victims engaged in sex acts with commercial sex workers means that they have a reason to put that in this instrument. They have reasonable cause to put that here, and that likely means that many of those videotapes are within their possession and could be shown to a jury if and when this case goes to trial, Jose.
As Lisa, there's also the issue here, and I'm looking at page 7 and 8. It says that members and associates of Combs Enterprises, including Combs security personnel, at times carried firearms. That in and of itself is not illegal. But in or about March 2024, during searches of Combs' residences in Miami and in Los Angeles, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers.
What does that
tell you? Because it isn't illegal. For example, I know that in the state of Florida, it is not illegal to possess ARs, but defaced serial numbers on them is.
Yeah, and the fact that these weapons were found in his possession proves to me that they are trying to elude or evade detection, that these weapons were likely purchased on a black market. And you know, Jose, the very presence of guns in this indictment is something that differentiates it from some of sort of the other major sex predation, if not trafficking, cases that we've seen over the last few years. I'm thinking namely of Jeffrey Epstein and Harvey Weinstein. What differentiates some of this is the guns and the drugs in particular, but also how much more visible the presence of other staff is. You know, we know, for example, from both the Epstein and Weinstein situations, that there were people around both of them that facilitated them. And yet, for the most part, with the exception of Ghislaine Maxwell, most of those people were never held to account, criminally or otherwise. This is the Southern District of New York in stating that there was a criminal conspiracy here, making it absolutely transparent. This did not exist without the cooperation, active engagement, and participation of a whole host of others that they say were known and unknown to them. But the fact that they know who many of these people are, those people should be scared this morning, because either they're going to end up being witnesses at trial, or they may see their name on the other side of what we call the V, the verses in a criminal instrument. This instrument. They have reasonable cause to put that here.
She didn't jump on it. I was making sure she didn't jump on his head. It's a lie.
Combs abused, threatened, and
It was a lie. Dude, YouTube keeps asking me if I'm registered to vote. Did Littner go down? Is he done reporting about the blowing up pagers? Coca-Cola Oreo?
Hello, everybody. I'm Sugarface Cheese and Milk, and welcome back to another taste test. As you can see, we have Oreo Coca-Cola.
133 subs.
Coca-Cola.
What?
Yes, they did in fact come out with Oreo flavored Coca-Cola, the cookies, and the drink. Is the camera straight? Camera.
It's Coca-Cola flavored Oreos and Oreo flavored Coca-Cola. Get your shit right, buddy.
I'm Sugarface Cheese and Milk. I also got Hello Kitty.
Sugar-face cheese and milk. Sounds gay. And like you're going for the kids or something.
It is Turo.
I don't know, man. Keep it in between the lines, buddy.
And Mocha.
Like Hello Kitty shit.
Matcha. I can't read. Matcha. I hope that's what it says. I'm not sure. So we got the Hello Kitty boba tea. I don't like boba tea. To everyone out there, I'm not a big fan of boba. I think it's gross. To be honest, I only had it one time. I only had boba tea one time, but I don't like it. Okay. So I'm going to give it another chance. So we have a boba tea right here. Oreo cookies. Soda. Now we're going to try the soda first.
Oh,
sorry for sniffling. This is the Coca-Cola Zero Sugar Oreo flavor. Hear that sizzle? That sizzle? Let's see what does it taste like.
It says 8 views. It was uploaded a day ago.
Excuse me. Doesn't taste that bad. Does not taste that bad. It's like very creamy. Also, it tastes has no sugar in it at all. I don't taste any sugar in that damn thing. It's not that bad. It tastes like I can taste a hint of Oreo, like the cream filling, to where it tastes like cream soda. Y'all know what cream soda tastes like? It's not that bad. Not that bad. I thought it was going to be bad. It's not that bad.
Bad like that.
Huh. Yeah. Yeah. I give it a 5. It's not that bad. Coca-Cola Oreo, the drink, you get a 5. You don't taste that bad.
Okay. He says that one more time.
I'm as a prank or something like, hey, here's an
tell him
Oreo
it doesn't taste that bad.
I would drink it.
Okay.
It tastes like no sugar, cream soda. That's what it tastes like. I can taste the cream filling from the Oreo. So it gets 5. It gets a 5. Now it's time for the actual cookie. Oreo Coca-Cola with popping candy. Oh my God, popping candy. Now my mom was disappointed when she found out Oreo was partnering with Coca-Cola. My mom hates Oreo cookie. Okay, she cannot stand no damn Oreo cookie. Okay, she sees Oreo cookies as the bottom tier of pre-made cookies. You know, she sees them as 1 or 2. So she was disappointed when she found out that they partnered with Coca-Cola. She sees Coca-Cola as a perfect 10 soft drink. Okay? Perfect 10 soft drink. And to hear that they partnered with Oreo, she was like, ugh. She was like, Oreo's nasty. Ugh. So this is the Oreo cookie with popping candy. They put Pop Rocks in it. I do love the packaging. The packaging is beautiful. Okay, let's get one. This is what they look like. Ooh, I like that red. Okay, that's the Pop Rocks in it. Okay, let's eat the red cookie by itself. Let's see what it tastes like.
These two are fucking something else, dude. He wants her to fucking beat his ass, apparently.
Tastes like a Coca-Cola. Damn, I like the cookie by itself. Let's see that with the Pop Rocks.
And now he's itchy. Ah. Okay, I'm not doing this, dude. Holy motherfucking shit. His humming is enough to make me want to leave.
In Lebanese elections since 1992.
Buddy, come here. Dude, what she did just then, and she got him in an extremely vulnerable position where he couldn't. It seemed like he couldn't even get out of it, dude.
Operates in Lebanon as a militia force, a political party, and a social services provider.
She was like gnawing on his neck. And he was
Iran's government
making
provides
low-pitched noises like, get the fuck off of me. He wasn't listening.
As well as
now he's extra itchy. I feel like spraying him for being itchy.
Hezbollah is arguably
stop
the most
itchy.
capable of the Iran-backed groups in the Middle East and has repeatedly threatened and engaged in
give a
combat
shit about
with
water.
Israel.
See? He doesn't even lick it off or nothing. He's like, fuck you. Water never worked on him.
Wikipedia says Hezbollah is a Lebanese Shia Islamist political party and paramilitary group. It was established primarily to fight the 1982 Israeli invasion of Lebanon. It has very close ties to Iran. It is also a participant in the Lebanese government. Thank you again, RSK Nor, for your support. Also, Ryan E. and Mr. Hammond and Alan J. Mackey, who thinks Israel intercepted and modified pagers. Maybe they substituted in a shipment. I have no idea. Sino maybe a little bit calmer at that hospital right now. It is 8:24 p.m. there. Thanks, GoGoFo, for your support on Twitch. Also, thank you to all of our moderators who have been here. David Green, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, Sarah and Papa Bear over there on Twitch, on Facebook. Kay Lowry Body has been over there moderating. Thank you so much, Kay. Also, Linda Belk and Larry on X.
Dude, what the hell did I hit my hand
our Facebook
on?
viewer and subscriber Diane Allworth says the scale of this
That was weird.
operation is mind-blowing.
Like I knocked it on something.
Hundreds of pagers reportedly exploded.
What it was?
If not thousands.
It was
thousands
hard.
reported injured.
Red,
and thanks to Ruth Krafasi moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you.
Even that owl thing down there.
and all of our other YouTube moderators.
This knuckle and that knuckle. I banged on something. And I was trying to get her off of him. Women and children, probably. Yeah, it was all kids.
Some of our viewers mentioned that the Israeli Defense Forces posted a statement 11 minutes ago. Thanks for writing in about that. The statement here that's translated, it's a translated statement into English. The Chief of Staff, Major General Herzi Halevi, held a situation assessment this evening with the participation of the General Staff Forum with an emphasis on preparedness in attack and defense in all arenas. The IDF spokesman wishes to clarify that at this stage there's no change in the directives of the Home Front Command. Vigilance must continue to be maintained and any change in policy will be updated immediately. So it doesn't even specifically mention the phones, the pagers explosion thing, but it seems like it's a way to say we haven't that we're aware that there could be some kind of response and we'll let you know if you need to do anything about it. That's what it seems to be saying.
Another ambulance. Tell the people if there's another ambulance. They're slipping.
Our viewer, Deshark, sent me an article from Sky News, where Sky News interviewed an expert on military armaments who said that the speed of the explosions suggests the pagers were tampered with at some point during assembly or on the production supply chain. But another possibility was that Israel was able to access the devices remotely, causing them to overheat and ignite. But he, like some other experts, says the expert Sky News talked to said that a pager battery was unlikely to be able to overheat quickly enough to cause this kind of damage.
Right, so yeah, there must have been explosives inside of them. Dude, that didn't look like a lithium battery going off, dude. That was an explosion. They put explosives in those things.
The expert
Somehow.
also told Sky News the attack could have been months or years in the making.
Yeah, I want to see when there's one in wait, oh, did I swipe it up? Oh, I can show it.
And the expert points out, like others have, that now Israel can't use this attack again. The expert told Sky News that he thought
I'm laughing at the fruit though, not him. That would be mean when it. Hold up, I know you can't see it. I just press the button, man. Look at all the money that goes flying out of this guy's. That's not a lithium ion battery going off, dude. Got a grenade in his pocket. Do you hear the rhythm there? There's something there, man. There's music there. Alright, but here's what the rest of the scene looks like. Oh, even that. Wait. Wait. Ah, I was off. I see now what I gotta do. Okay, so at 26, I should rewind it. Wait. You could make something with that. Sounds like a seabird, though, too. It'd be alright. It's probably just a flesh wound, you know what I mean? I were able to laugh. It just sounded like his fucking leg got blown off. I heard some fingers got blown off, though. Ted,
there was something
gave us that one in Discord. I don't know. Apparently there's other videos out there.
Now,
that doesn't look like a battery, though.
Communication.
Come here.
But yeah, so I mean, you know, as one of our viewers said, why do this now? So if you're Israel, I mean, did Israel have a choice on when to do this? I mean, or maybe it's just something they were waiting to do and the opportunity came up. I don't know, but you might wonder, is there a specific reason they did this now? Thanks to Shark for sending that in. No, Israel has not taken responsibility. They've had no comment on this.
Earbuds.
Hi.
Oh shit, I'm on the wrong screen. This is, you know, looking will come after me.
If you want to read about it, John Wick's dog sent me an article on Wikipedia.
He's alive right now.
Which talks about
Why is that?
The chief.
I don't know. I don't get it. Huh. Oh, whatever.
Dumbass put it in fucking vertical mode again.
Let's see here.
Oh no, he fixes it.
Why?
Take it back. He's a smart ass.
I don't understand why that is doing that for. Huh.
Yeah. Okay. I can't believe he's alive right now.
Okay, so
called it.
What we got going on here today is I'm going to build a retaining wall for those ramps right there. for them ramps to sit on. Because the way I have them, I just put these ramps up here yesterday using my Jimpo truck, which you'll get to see me use the Jimpo truck again today as I'm moving these ramps slightly after I build the retaining wall underneath of them. So that's what I'm working on. But first thing I got to do is I have got to drill me a hole through the side of this trailer here so that I can run my run me some power in there, get me a fan and a charging deal going. As far as the orientation of this video, for some reason it will not allow me to do horizontal. I don't understand what's going on with that. But anyway, so we're stuck with vertical. I don't know. It did to me. It's done to me for the last several days, so I don't get it. But whatever, it is what it is. Anywho, so yeah, I am going to let me do this here so you can kind of get a broader view of what I'm doing. Yeah, let's see here. Oh, that's not. Hold on. Well, anywho, let's see. See if I can give you all the best view. Yeah, I'll adjust as we carry on. Let's see. So I know folks like to watch construction videos and all that. So that's why I do this. And while I do it, I hope to bring a degree of faith into this, into what people are watching, and let it be known how good God is. Oh, we got to lock this trailer. He's going to be right here.
He really thought this church was going to pop off, didn't he?
Let's see something here. Okay.
He needs a different mouth, you know? And I've said it before. If he wants to get people to want to come to his church, he needs to fix his damn teeth. He should have put Pam's money towards getting his mouth fixed first. It's hard to listen to a preacher where half their teeth are missing, dude. Like what happened with your body's your temple. Like a lot of heart disease is caused by oral infection.
I think battery went dead. Let me use this battery. I think this one's much better.
Could you imagine? Teeth would help out dramatically. The image is a man of the Lord. His jaw, everything would sit different if he had teeth. At least a good set of dentures or something. I don't know, man. Like that whole like sunken in face thing. Look that he's got. It's accentuated by the lack of teeth. Whereas Matthews does that to people's faces somehow. Maybe heavy alcohol use might. I don't know. Am I getting that? Might be, damn it. So this is it, man? You're just gonna be drilling all day over there? Oh, maybe you didn't fix the camera. Yeah, that sucks. What are you really always gonna be doing? I can't go any further fast. Remember that time you cut a big ass hole in a trailer? Just cut a hole in the side of it so it could be his workshop or something. He wanted a window. Whatever he's doing right now, he's probably fucking up. But his neighbors love him for it too, all the loud grinder noise at the church. Doesn't even have fucking safety glasses on. He might be a little retarded. If you squint though, that's a hillbilly safety glass. Yeah, he does, so. Be nice to see, be able to see what's going on over there.
Amen. I'm really glad. Amen. And yes, I am having a wonderful day. Period. Just out here at church work. Okay, let's see now. See, yeah, it is light. Go through there now. Close, it might be.
It is. All right, I'll seal that up later. All right. Now, let's pull this on through some more. So, for those just joining in, what I am doing here is, well, at the moment, I was just cutting a hoe so I could run a little power cord through there. But I'm about to be taking my Jimpo truck here and lifting these ramps back up. But I'm going to build a retaining wall underneath these ramps. I just put these ramps here yesterday. Anyway, I'm going to be building a retaining wall because the ramps just are too high to be sitting on the floor of that trailer. I might have damaged the mower last night when I put it in here because of the drop-off there, as you can probably tell, from the top of the ramp to the floor of the trailer. So I'm building a retaining wall, and I'm going to lower them ramps down, try to get them flush. We'll see how that goes. That is what I am working on.
What did that have to do with?
Let's see here.
Riding the side of the trailer.
All of you just tuning in, glad to have you here. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up button. And yeah. All right. So now my next step is to hook this fan up. Well, actually, I need to go get that other fan so I can have more outlets.
He has 7 people there.
Alright. Alright, now let's get this out of the way. Let's slip this back in the car. Ooh. Now, take and figure this out here. Alright, because let's see here, this I need to go into here. Oh, come on, here we go. Alright, here's that, and then pull that there. Alright. Well, I don't know really how well this is going to work.
Ow. Hey, ah.
That's how we'll do that. And then that way I can have y'all on the charger. Oh. All right. Now we should be charging. Should be. Yeah, okay. Alrighty. Well. Alright. Trying to get the best setup for myself so that I can stay cool out here. I'm pouring sweat.
Ow! Dude. I get these fucking nails, man. Ah! I'll just put her in the one thing. Oh. Or is readiness point
correlations.
therapy. Ow!
Between the two.
Sorry. Oh, I've been dreading that moment for a while, dude. Dude, isn't like getting her nails clipped because it takes some of her. You can't be as feisty with Simon.
Period. I simply stated what I believe. Key words, what I believe.
I didn't get the Ducal. It didn't look that bad though. Diamonds. Back claws too. He thinks she ain't having it. He'll start having an asthma attack or something. A bronchitis attack or whatever. Something. Just coughing and shit. He gets upset. Yeah, it says, but then he'll start coughing. Who's gonna trust these cinder blocks to hold up to these ramps? For driving stuff up into there? We're gonna move eventually from the dirt compacting. Then what? That's when you add a smidgen of black, boy. Just a smidgen. Oh, this is one of these moments.
Needs a little bit of tweaking.
The squirrel in the power line, I can see the shadow. Actually, it though. Real American hero. Oklahoma, and land of the real American hero. Real American hero. He's a real American hero. According to Lebanon's health officials, at least 8 people were killed and 2,750 injured, including Hezbollah fighters and medics with their communication pagers. Not the medics! Oh no, they exploded. Oh, Billy. When are we gonna get to see the rockets? Is it tonight? Bombs over Baghdad. The bombs over Baghdad. So, come around here often. Smell good. You're acting a little weird. For a first date. Excuse me. I didn't know it was that kind of date. You like to sit behind your partner, I see. Lunar is gone for the moment. Oh, look at this. For the first time in its history, Instagram on Tuesday announced the launch of accounts designed specifically for teenage users with built-in privacy protections. The new accounts, called Teen Accounts, will be automatic for all Instagram users under the age of 18, both for teens already using the app and for those signing up. By default, Instagram users younger than 16 will need a parent's permission to change their account settings. The change is expected to impact tens of millions of users, were announced by Instagram head in a live interview on Good Morning America. Will it make it easier for teenagers to troll people? Like, what is it supposed to do? What's it gonna do to help? How do you please don't lie? Yeah, it's going off of them telling them their exact age too when they sign up. How about just kick all teens off of social media? No teens on social media. If you're under 18, get the fuck out of here. Where's Momma, man? Hasn't he come by for a plate sniffing? I mean, you just got in here. Huh? Simon, come here. Simon, come here. Simon, come here. And you're being a little bugger, dude. How long was he even here? 17 minutes and 50 seconds.
Where? Thank you. I appreciate the thumbs up. Once I get done with this, we've got more blocks coming where I'm going to basically just line the underneath these ramps out with cinder blocks and then chunks of wood on top of the cinder blocks. Being finished. Let's see here. Let's try that.
So you got a workout, a back leg workout. Taking him for fucking ever to stack some cinder blocks up. He's building a Taj Mahal over here. Takes time, man. It's time to put cinder blocks one by one. Look at how precise they are. Not, dude. He's not. Like, I don't know what he's thinking with this shit. Because even if you can get this level to where the ramp is level with the deck of the trailer, eventually it's not going to be. And ground is going to look like it's flat. It needs to be tilted down to the left.
wow. Why, no wonder. Oh, God, that's been practice. Wow. Whew.
He's right, like, man, I got all this cinder blocks, man. Them things are worth like $10 a piece. I gotta do something with them. I'll make this ramp for my trailer here. I mean, that'd be nice. If there's a video, I could live stream on it. I'll get $5 probably to pay for my cinder blocks. He's out of him now, and it's not tall enough for what? Now what? He's not letting us know shit. It's just about what this is all about.
Watch this video till the end. At some point in there, it shows both people who attempted what they did on Trump being in different commercials, but for the exact same company.
Yeah. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh. Attempting the day. He's attempting the day.
Okay. Woo.
Baby girl.
All right, now.
And they. Oh, wait, no. Why do you gotta do it like this? I hear she didn't start blowing at my shirt and stuff, and then she attacks my hand when I try to make her stop.
Let's see here. We got 4.5 inches.
This is a bad idea, dude. Like, it used to like drill holes in the deck and then have a rebar welded at 90 degrees on the ramp, so you can just like put the rebar inside the holes in the deck, and that would hold these ramps in place flush, as long as there's not much underneath the actual flat part of it there on the lip. If there is, you would just need to grind that out, make it so that and then like kind of like hammer it so that part's flat and the rest of the ramp is, you know what I mean? Doing this all fucking stupid, I think. It's not going to be very stable the way he's doing it. But he probably doesn't have a welder, a weld rebar on, or the device to bend the rebar. Like, this seems like it's going to be dangerous once he's done making it. There are probably even step-by-step how-tos on how to make ramps for a
Okay,
like
so I'm gonna scoot y'all over here. Uh-oh.
I don't like anything that's on fucking cinder blocks, dude. It brings back memories of ramps, bicycle ramps when I was a kid. Those things were always shady. The cinder block under a piece of plywood or whatever.
So y'all will get to see me using the Genpo truck.
Let's put 2 cinder blocks, make it taller.
We'll just do like this, yeah.
Yeah.
That don't work out.
Cruising for a bruising over there.
There we go, maybe. Well, anyway, that's about as good as it's gonna get. So, I gotta, yeah, we'll get the Genpo truck.
I don't know if he's doing it just to get it out, or if he's going to leave them there for more storage, because he doesn't really have. This is a church parking lot. He doesn't really have storage out there probably for a mower. Ain't nobody else gonna mow the church parking lot though, or the church yard. Cause he ain't gonna pay him to do it. Well, he can do it. Maybe, yeah. Whose car is that though? His mom's? It's very nice. Did they get that after Pam died? I don't remember that being around. They didn't have that with People's Convoy. That's for damn sure. Because they had to borrow homie's truck. They bought a brand new car, dude, with that money they got from Pam dying. Or if it's paid off. As I mentioned resto, because he doesn't, I guess he doesn't need resto at the moment. Yeah, he never, probably because resto was pissed he never got paid back. Huh. Never see him in chat anymore. He just downed a whole beer, just took a line, and now he's just revving the truck for no reason. It's like his thing he does. He's like, oh, yeah, I still got it. I still got it. Yeah. He's just hitting the gas. Yeah. That was good. Fuck, they know who I am. How long? 4 minutes. You don't get to see that on camera. They're gonna come to my church one day. Oh, look, there he is. Yeah, it looks like something out of a movie, bro. His homemade tow truck. Here. Damn, is that how close he lives to the church? What in the world? Hey, Chud. What in the world? Oh my god, he's about to break something, isn't he? Oh, that would be content. What the hell, dude? His engine sounded like it had chains inside of it. But it did that. You don't even see tow trucks like that anymore. That weird thing. How does that work? That thing on it. I wouldn't even know how to use that to tow someone's car. Where? Come here. Come here. Welcome. Welcome to the party. You laugh is through that.
That don't work so well.
Hey, Miss Puzzle. Things sound like a locomotive, bro. Steam driven. You're always fucking it up. He only gets to lay on my lap for like a couple minutes before she either tries to attack his tail or jump on his throat.
A lot of stuff like this is just trial and error.
Hey, Mama Cat. Mama's here. Dang. Sweet. Hey, Mama, I wonder what she was doing. Simon's eating right now, too. See if we get Sweet Pea to eat. She's not eating all her food. You not eating all your food? Right, scrape some.
No.
Guys, scrape together for her to eat. Almost Simon's not eating right. He's licking his lips right now because he just got done eating. We are almost all four eating at the same time. Yeah, the camera wouldn't have been there. I'd have never known. Not knowing to get a fresh one out there for her. Something might have happened last night. They're held up. I don't know how that could have happened, but.
You don't act stupid.
Wonder if he's gonna stay after that plate.
Hello.
Howdy.
Howdy. How you doing?
Oh, doing good.
That's a kid.
Yeah.
Trying to get some work done.
I feel that.
You keep good batteries in every vehicle.
I know, right?
Yeah.
What do you need?
Oh, batteries and everything.
Yeah.
Well, and a few things. I'll tell you what, I've spent so much money on batteries. Whew. So, I'm having to do it this way on this truck because I just don't use this thing often.
They need to sell something to charge your actual battery.
Well, that's what this is. Man, it's a battery reconditioner too. But, well, once
Hey, how much patty?
yeah, and once the batteries get so old, there's just nothing.
What?
Yeah.
Now my little car, she's only a 2020. My first
You
car.
finish it.
Yeah. That's your first car?
Yeah.
You left.
I
Wow.
didn't get my license.
Go to the house.
2020. 24.
Is that right? Okay.
Girl, I needed you to better than I have been, but you know how it is.
Right.
With your first car.
Was that a woman? Wonder why she didn't finish it. Wasn't too hungry. But she probably needed some water, and she's not very accustomed to drinking it. I think the only outdoor cat I've seen drink the water was Lola. And she was drinking like the whole thing because she has something serious going on. I change that water every day pretty much for the raccoons. Every night they use it to wash their food in that they catch underneath the house.
What you know?
Hey! No. He wants to tear up the cat bed. For no fucking reason. Just wants to put a hole on it. Riveting. He could have taken us over there, but he's probably so embarrassed that his battery died that he didn't want us, like, being all up in his business. Alright. Put that out on a tray. Like a fucking tractor, doesn't it? As an engineer, bro, you don't MacGyver of Oklahoma. No, probably. Look at that, it bends on the end of it. Dude, does he have the right end next to the truck? Yes, yeah. Perfect. There you go. That's gonna stay good. Probably. The pyramids are basically built as center blocks now. Machu Picchu, cinder blocks. Since they were using natural cinder blocks. He's definitely wearing some pajama type things. I think he only wears church shirts. He doesn't want to waste a moment of being able to promote it. Pretty sure the van he drives around has a magnet on the side of it too, but I wonder if he should put the magnet on his mom's car when she's driving that. Probably does. I wonder if any of the neighbors are looking out their windows like, what is he doing now? Or if they all know him already and they're like, hey, Brian's at it again. Maybe having issues with this one. Yeah, he is at the church, but I think the church is right around the corner from where he lives. I don't know. Dude, what could it possibly be doing by lifting up a little and putting it back down? Couldn't he have just, if it's just to get, no, he wants to use it for storage, that's why. I was like, couldn't you just have gotten the lawnmower off with the tow truck somehow without all this shit? But he wants to be able to use this. It's his storage bin. That's why I bought it. What do you mean? They are weathered in place. You used them once already to get the lawnmower in there. They're too tall. You couldn't get the lawnmower back on them because they're over the lip of the deck. is a new trailer. He bought this thing and had it put there. That's my belief in it. He bought this thing at one point. It was either on his property, or he bought it specifically to store shit in on the church property. He's really having issues with this ramp, man. Poor guy. That was a meat in his mouth, that's why. He's lacking the meat. The meat sauce. Meat pudding. Shaver text says the meat pudding. A lot of people do be liking that meat pudding though, boy. A lot of people. Hey, Mark. You missed anything? Man, Mama didn't know how good she's got it. Shit. I had that food out there within minutes of seeing her. She would have left. If I wouldn't have gotten out there before she finished, she would have probably left. She heard me coming though, so she stayed. She went into the house. She got big old fancy peas meal in there. Oh yeah. It's like she showed up to the restaurant and I was like, oh, we've been waiting for you. Please come, your seat is ready. Right by the window as you requested, as usual. pics? I didn't see them. Did you post on Discord recently?
Let's see. Okay.
Oh my god, this cat that ate diet of cookies and soup. It's crazy. 37, almost 38 pounds. Stand up, my people. They'd be proud of me. I remembered it, just as it was saying in my homeland. I miss it.
That was perfect timing.
Oh, you miss it.
This part of it.
Hey, who the hell's there?
Why did you just put in there?
His mom?
The retaining wall, and just put branch down on it. Oh.
Yeah. Mom must be going to get some more peanut butter.
Now I'm gonna move this truck out of the way, pull the mower in and out, or out and in, make sure it's right. I mean, this side's still a little off, but it'll do.
Wait, did I lose a viewer whenever I was doing my musical number there? They probably didn't realize that that was authentic. Yes, it would. I mean, most people don't understand. Can't let our traditions die, man. Hot rod. Harper outlawed shoe. Oh. No. He cuts the crust off because he thinks that's his son's favorite part. He likes to throw that on the ground for him. It's only what's right. It's what his dad did for him. Is Bob there to call 911 just in case, or what? Thanks, Steve. I mean, I'm thinking about getting some sort of like official music producer. Like I need like an executive producer to really push me to my top levels. I need to get into this recording studio with what I got, and I need to have artistic freedom. Just because they're able to be the spearhead of the finances for everything, you're still going to need to be able to sing my traditional high-pitched throat singing. Can't do that all the time either. My time. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do it every time I'm at the studio. It just happens.
No hurry. That's when they backed it up. Yeah, going forward ain't so bad backing up.
Why haven't?
You want that block? Nah.
He built this. That's like I was telling y'all. He built these ramps to be there permanently, so this can be his lawnmower storage and whatever else he wants to put in there. That's why he put it back in after pulling it out. I have intuition that people don't seem to understand he's putting the fucking car in there? Oh, well, that's not something I was expecting. Where they steal that from?
What I figured. There ain't really nothing I can do about it.
Why the hell do they want to hide this car in the trailer? I really would have to risk with that car up that. Oh, that's not gonna happen. Never mind. He just unloads some shit into it.
Jump up on the ramp first.
Why does the truck still running? It won't start. He just turns it off. Dude, his neighbors out there probably are already kind of like over it, the situation. The sky looks beautiful out there though. Big old fluffy clouds. Nice baby blue coming through. Dude, how many cars do they have? They have that one and that blue one back there. They're living the fucking high on the hog after Pam died, aren't they? They didn't have that white car, did they? They had one car that was broke down as shit, so they had to borrow a car for Resto Guy, his truck, to even be in the convoy anymore. They didn't have a working automobile. Pam dies, they have two, and a church. That happened. Ryan. How much was the fucking life insurance policy, man? I really want to know. 2,000? How much is he paying per month in hopes that it would be time? Should I ask him again? He'll delete me. Switch an account. Let me go to one you won't recognize maybe. I don't really have one that you won't recognize. I'll use dough instead. Y'all have 2 new cars and a church. How much? Oh, I put Diz. Dam's life insurance family. He'll know what I meant. I'll put Diz just so he doesn't have any.
That's why I better be bringing the load down. You got the walls off the trailer? Walls off. Where they take for it on? If the walls are sitting on top of the table.
I'm asking the real questions.
Okay. Anyway, alright. I never got about the door. I was only when I had to eat a bowl of cereal and feed the kid and go to the bank. So that's what took me the time. Yeah. We haven't got in at the gas station at work. I've been having a lot of problems because you can't keep the battery charged up on that. money. Put in the card. The bill.
Oh, okay.
Dude, for somebody who doesn't drink anymore, how the fuck does he still have a beer belly? Doesn't it go away over time? All them Vienna sausages, dude. Straight out the can. That jelly dripping off of them. He was taking me back that day. He was eating Vienna sausages out of the can with saltine crackers. Y'all remember that one? I think he was dono baiting, though, dude.
Yeah.
Had to have been. I mean, dude, that feels not bad if you're homeless. I've been there before. He was having it for like lunch as a traveling preacher. Not really a good look to have that for lunch. I mean, kinda, I guess, because Jesus was probably just eating crackers. He was just eating the cheese crackers. So, maybe he should have just had the crackers. Jesus didn't have to be any weenies. Oh, is that why it sounds like that? I like the way it sounds. It sounds like old steam locomotive. Oh, that's why it sounded like there were chains in the engine last time when it stalled out. Because they get to banging around and shit. Really? Yo, he's the MacGyver of Oklahoma. So whatever, he did something probably to make it so that it still works on just the 3. He hit the shit out of something with a hammer and he was like...
Yep, I'm gonna have to get a new battery for that truck. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. Brian. It's on his shirt.
I ain't even gonna bother to respond to that nonsense.
Why? He's talking about my question. Did he ban me? He didn't ban it. He didn't block it or ban it though. He left it up. What the? Yo, somebody else go and ask him. You read my question, dude. So he'll read yours. Ask him about the... You'll see my question when you go over there. And we're not doing anything mean. We're just asking a question. Because all of a sudden, they got what looks like 2 new vehicles. Like, that's got to be his over there with the thing open on it. That's pretty... That look cheap, dude. Is this trailer? It probably is like $500 or something. The church. He's going in to see if I'm streaming him right now. I bet. He'll never come here though. Kitty Cam to the rescue. Yeah, all that flooring he bought, he said it was like thousands of dollars in flooring. It's interesting, like, how does he not think we don't know? Oh, the mud church too, yeah. What the heck? That was after Bam was gone, wasn't it? Was it? When he was digging with the pressure? Oh man, that was classic, dude. I should just start a stream one day on the Doe Show and just like have that on. It's just gonna be that day. Battle digging with the power washer. The whole yard was a muddy mess. Like, and then they showed up. Did that? Oh my god, that crew showed up and they were like, oh, what the fuck? You want us to put it there? He's like, yeah, trying to make a level, and there's like these ditches in the dirt, in the muddy ditches where you had to lay it in so it would be level. So the floor was going to be just dirt, a raised floor that's dirt, which he's going to either have to dig out and eventually, or I want to know what that looks like now, dude. The door, oh yeah, the door's having issues, and because it wasn't squared up or something. Somebody asked for a tour of that in chat, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna ask. Can we at least get a tour of the first church?
Well, anyway,
Hold up.
so that was what I set out to do today, and what's left is just finishing putting a whole bunch of blocks underneath them ramps, making it steady and firm. Anyway, I think that concludes this video. I'll just kind of wrap it up here.
I tried to get a question real fast.
You know, I just kind of want to end with reminding everyone who your enemy is. Ephesians chapter 6, verse 10 through 18.
Man.
Let's close in prayer. Father, we love you so much. And we know that your Son came to this earth, gave his life on that cross, and was beaten all the way to that cross. He did so for the remission of our sins. We ask you to cleanse us in his name. In the mighty name of Jesus, forgive us and cleanse us white as snow. We love you so much. Amen. Remember, here's the deal. So
I deleted it because I don't want him seeing the
learn
we.
who love is, or learn who the enemy is, and you'll learn who love is. Without one, you don't get the other. It's just impossible. Aye. Yeah, you got to know who your enemy is. And you got to know in order to know who love is. All right, that said, God bless. Much love.
What does that even mean? Hey, why is there farm shit next to the YouTube thing today? Why is the YouTube symbol farm stuff? Cream of the crop. Start growing. What? A bunch of farm videos. Okay. I didn't know. Guess something's happening. Uh-oh. P. Diddy case.
Hey everybody, it's Michael. You all know me as a big player in the market. My team and I
gotta sign into my premium commercials. Press conference following P. Diddy's not guilty plea. Happening. All kinds of microphones. ET phone home is there, so it's kind of a big deal, dude. The aliens are there. Keep it cool. Keep it cool, man. Alright. Okay. Cooking with P. Diddy. I'm trying to see if there's anything else going on. Royce give us a new one? No. But anyway, you wanted to see that today, didn't you? Didn't you? Premium content. It was this. He hasn't done one yet. Someone asked him when's he gonna do it, and he said he's got to get on it. You better get on it, buddy. Fuck you. Or, you know what I'm saying? We're going to gotta make it worth it, Royce. God dang, see how big his arm was right there? Look at that shit. Dude. Got you out? I don't know. I don't know, we'll see. I don't know what he plans on doing. See, that's what he has 1 month to show that he's gonna do something for the premium. And if not, then we gotta go. You better start putting out some food videos too. It's 2 days now, 2 days in a row since he's had memberships. No food video. Now that is just silly. Is he trying to piss us off? Oh, I'm crying. He knows what the people want. What is this?
Has been arrested, his picture and name made public after allegedly making threats of shooting up 2 schools. 11-year-old Carlo Dorelli was taken into custody yesterday in Port Orange, Florida.
They're fucking retarded
a tip
now.
from other students that Dorelli was showing off a collection of weapons and his list of targets. Responding to the threat, sheriff's deputies searched his home and found airsoft rifles, swords, knives, and throwing stars. Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood says he's fed up with school shooting threats, and he planned to make an example of kids who break the law.
Since parents, you don't want to raise your kids, I'm going to start raising them. Every time we make an arrest, your kid's photo is going to be put out there. And if I could do it, I'm going to perp walk your kid so that everybody can see what your kid's up to.
The boy is facing charges of making a written threat of a mass shooting. It's a felony. The child told police it was a joke, and he never meant to hurt anyone.
Why does the news sound so sympathetic towards him? And he never meant to hurt anyone. Like he's reading a fucking bedtime story to somebody. Like, what the fuck? KTLA? Just give us the news. Don't put a fucking spin on it like that. Poor little fella. This poor little fucking shit was acting like he wanted to kill people. What the fuck is that? Poor little fella for that? Fucking asshole kid. You're an asshole kid. And that's good that they're blasting his face everywhere. Yeah. Fuck your life up now. We need to teach kids that it's going to fuck their life up. Even if they play around like that. Because that's where it starts. Then playing around with it. Then next thing you know, like, haha, I'm not in trouble for playing around about it. Now I'm going to actually do it. Little did they know I wasn't playing. It's all playing until it actually happens. The parents too. Yeah, that's a good idea, dude. Call them up and tell them that. I'm not even playing. Oh.
Zero, and possibly future president, security he and his family needs. It's absolutely ridiculous. This isn't surprising. We have a huge mental health problem in this country. But when you hear on TV and radio and on social media about this guy's a Hitler, this guy's fascist, he's a threat to democracy, what do you expect? All you have to do is look at some of these tweets I have here from some of our so-called politicians. And then you got people like Hillary Clinton, George Clooney, Joy Reid, Robert De Niro, wannabe politicians And it's time for them to shut up, because somebody is going to get killed other than the fireman that got killed already in Pennsylvania. Mentally ill people hear this violent, dangerous rhetoric, and we're going to have a copycat. It's coming. And it's just unfortunate. Somebody's going to get killed, even after the fireman in Pennsylvania. So, what's it going to take? 66 days ago was the first assassination attempt. What have we learned? Zero. And we don't need some 10,000 word report. We just need to know what happened and how do we fix it. We up here have no clue of any information of what's happened. If Joe Biden and Kamala Harris care anything about this country, they need to immediately grant President Trump as much as they possibly can the security around he and his family. One thing about President Trump, he's different. He doesn't work 6-8 hours a day. He's going to work 14, 16 hours a day. You're not going to stop him from going to outdoor events. He's also going to do more than one event, sometimes 2 to 3 events a day, and you can't do it with just a basic group of Secret Service. It can't happen. You have to, and we have to give him more support, whether it's Rangers, whether it's Navy SEALs, whether it's more DHS. I don't care. We got 48 days. And if we have something disastrous happen in this time frame between now and the election, we know what could happen. We need to take care of this president. Again, he is different. He's actually going to do his job. He's actually going to go out and do his campaigning. He's not going to sit in the basement. He's going to do what he needs to do. Folks, we're in DEFCON 1. And up here on the Hill in the last few days, I don't feel that. I don't feel the need for, hey, a sense of urgency. The Secret Service has to lay the law down to the people here in Congress, say, we got to give help. I hear the Secret Service or the FBI director or the regional director down in South Florida about, he's not the sitting president. We all know that. But he's had 2 assassination attempts. My God, wake up and smell the roses. We've got to do something. Let's don't wait till it's too late. We are not a third world country, and I guarantee you third world countries give better protection to presidents and former presidents than what we do, and that's a shame. So hopefully we get something done in the near future, because we don't need a disaster on our hands, and this is serious, because there's so much love for this president across the country about how hard he works. This administration is responsible for protecting him. That's very unusual when you have a former president having to ask the present administration that he's running against for protection. It's their time to put up and shut up.
All right, Coach, thanks so much. Well, it appears to be open season on presidential candidates you don't like. Last week, President Trump warned us on the debate stage about the hatred and lie being spread by the left and the mainstream media, making him a target. Now another attempt has been made on his life. Now, what was the media's response during the debate? They brushed it off. AB said, moving on. Let's move on. Well, folks, we're not moving on. The Republicans in the House and Senate are not moving on. We'll fight until President Trump is protected and people realize the danger of inciting violence through their rhetoric and their irresponsible reporting. Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and others have repeatedly labeled Trump a threat to democracy, fueling a very dangerous narrative. Now, why wasn't this assassination attempt major news? Why did the major TV stations not break from their regular coverage? If it had been Kamala Harris, would the media have remained silent? America has become a powder keg of political violence, pushed to the edge by media, big tech, and inflammatory campaign ads. And we're now reaping the consequences of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's lawlessness. Their open borders, their cashless bail, their defund the police policies, and the unchecked riots. So we are calling for immediate action, and that's why we sent a letter today to Director Rowe from the Secret Service. 7 members of the Senate have signed that letter. We're asking him to give Trump the same protection as a sitting president. And I call on all the media, especially the legacy media and big tech, to turn down the rhetoric, stop attacking, stop censoring, and report the truth. Mike, go ahead, I think.
Donald Trump nearly lost his life. This is not the first time it's happened in the last couple of months. It's the second time. This was a tragedy that fortunately was forestalled. This gunman, Mr. Ryan Ralph, decided it'd be a good idea to hide and wait for him, knowing that he was going to be golfing that day, apparently having been tipped off somehow, hid himself in the bushes. And he had a GoPro and a military-grade weapon ready to be fired. Fortunately, a Secret Service agent apparently saw the barrel of the gun and fired shots before shots were fired, and Mr. Ralph fled. But this came way too close for comfort. I don't think it's lost on anyone that had it been the sitting president of the United States golfing that day, the gunman wouldn't have gotten anywhere nearly that close, and certainly anywhere close enough to have been able to carry out the attack. This guy was. He was within 500 yards, and it's very fortunate. We should all be grateful and uttering prayers of gratitude that it didn't end worse than it did, but it still came way too close. It's understandable that we offer a really high level of protection to sitting presidents of the United States. There are all kinds of reasons why the sitting president needs a large amount of security. But whereas here you've got a presidential candidate, the Republican candidate, the last standing impediment between a continuation of the current administration through Vice President Harris being elected this November, Donald J. Trump is the sole potential impediment to that. Where that circumstance exists, and especially where that candidate has now been the intended victim of two nearly successful assassination attempts, it's time to really increase his security detail, if necessary, to the same level or a comparable level to that enjoyed typically by the President of the United States. That isn't too much to ask, and in fact, it's a real misjudgment that would result in anything less than that. It's also important to remember the sort of environment in which this sort of thing tends to thrive. When Donald Trump is repeatedly characterized by, among other people, Kamala Harris as a threat to democracy, saying things like democracy is on the line, not just good policy is on the line or my kind of government is on the line, but democracy itself is on the line, and Donald Trump is a threat to that democracy. Those things have their intended effect. When they use ad Hitlerum over and over and over again to demonize and vilify this particular presidential candidate, it's going to have an intended effect. When you use ad Hitlerum, you tend to create Operation Valkyrie type moments, especially when you're using ad Hitlerum against somebody running for the office of President of the United States. The logical reasoning flows by saying, well, if this person is that bad, then anything and everything is morally justified in order to stop him. So it's not lost on me, it shouldn't be lost on anyone, that same phrase used by Kamala Harris, that, democracy is on the line in her race against Donald Trump, the shooter himself used that same phrase. And that's significant. Meanwhile, many of the mainstream news media who have largely forgotten about the July 13th incident in Butler, Pennsylvania, who seem to have chosen almost to pretend as if that never existed, who in some circumstances give short shrift to their reporting on this. For example, NBC reported this attempted assassination at one point as a quote-unquote golf club incident. That's not fair, that's not responsible, and that's the sort of thing that can create an atmosphere in which this sort of thing can become far too possible. I believe it was MSNBC that on the same day as this attempted assassination suggested that Republicans, quote unquote, turn down the rhetoric. Well, if anyone needs to tone down the rhetoric, it's the left. It's the left that is constantly demonizing this presidential candidate. Look, if you disagree with Donald Trump's policies, fine. If you disagree with decisions or statements made by Donald Trump, state them. But by demonizing him and by saying that democracy itself is on the line, by characterizing him as an existential threat to us as a country, you create the inevitable risk, the inevitable possibility at least, that some crazy person out there will take that far more seriously than they should and try to take matters into their own hands in devastating ways. So this issue isn't going away. We've got to make sure that President Trump has the protection that he needs. But in the meantime, we should encourage our fellow citizens to speak as precisely and carefully as they can at taking note of the risks that we can perhaps unintentionally create when we refer to someone in terms that are morally irresponsible. Thank you. We're now going to hear from my colleague, Senator Budd. Who left? Oh, there he is.
Nope. Right, yes. I want to thank my colleagues for being here on this important issue. I want to thank Senator Tuberville for getting us here together. First off, I want to ask all Americans who are inclined to do so, pray for our country, pray for President Trump's safety. That's first and foremost. But his security must be increased to the highest level of presidential protection. All leaders receive threats, but President Trump has now been the target of 2 assassination attempts. Now, we've been briefed about real threats from Iran and its terrorist proxies targeting President Trump. Leftist activists are out there who have a history of targeted political violence. Over-the-top rhetoric from Democrats. I mean, we even see some in these tweets that have been put up here. The term threat and weaponization used over here in this very brief text over here to my left by President Biden. In a very few words, it uses the word threat 4 times. But it's over the top, and it's raising the national temperature to a very dangerous level. You even have Democrats out there calling for President Trump to be eliminated. Democrats who claim that this election would be the end of American democracy, or that American life as we know it would be over. Not only is this just crazy talk, it's reckless and it's unhealthy. So if Democrats can't win elections without this fear-mongering, then I don't believe that they deserve to lead this country. And if we can't keep all of our candidates safe, then our entire system of government will be in peril. But for the meantime, right now, in this election, President Trump needs more security, and he needs it now.
My colleagues have said it all very well. It is imperative that President Donald Trump receive what he needs, the protection he needs to keep him safe so that he can continue to campaign, so that he can continue to fight for the American people. And that is what he is seeking to do every single day. Yesterday, I sent a letter over to Acting Director Rowe, head of the Secret Service, saying every possible resource, everything that's available to President Biden, Vice President Harris, also needs to be made available to former President Trump so that he can continue to work. You know, what we have seen is apparently a lack of resources or planning or focus or a combination of all. Why are they not using drones? Why are they not using dogs? Why do they not have protection at the level that was there when he was president? Why are they not doing that? So it's going to be important for the Secret Service to answer that question and to focus on what enhancements and additions are going to be necessary to properly protect President Trump. And We have mentioned today some of the rhetoric. Our nation has been well served over the past 248 years by robust, respectful, bipartisan political debate. And to label a political opponent as a threat to democracy and all the other terms that they use, that is not something that serves that well. We are the United States of America. We do not settle our differences with violence. What we do is to choose a team we want to campaign for, and then we go out and we campaign. And it is going to be so important that each of and every candidate, regardless of their political affiliation, knows that they can push forward their ideas, that they can have that robust debate, and that they are going to be safe during that process.
Questions?
Sir, you guys obviously bring up these tweets from Vice President Harris, from President Biden on the rhetoric from Democrats. Would you say that President Trump should tone down his rhetoric as well? He said, shortly after the shooting that, these are the people who want to destroy the country, called Biden and Harris the enemy from within and the real threat in an interview with Fox News.
Yeah, I would probably say that there's problems on both sides, but you always have that. You always have that in a campaign. But I think sometimes they get more personal from the left, and they've gotten that way. And when you throw President Trump underneath the bus from the DOJ, weaponizing the FBI, raiding his home, trying to impeach him twice, trying to bankrupt him, trying to do all things they possibly can, and then at the end of the day it really gets personal, I think he's got a pretty good case of saying, hey, enough's enough. And it's just, I think it'd be understandable that both may need to hold it down a little bit, but we've got 48 days. Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and Tim Walz, they have a full influx of people that are protecting them. We want the Republican nominee protected until the election is over with. We don't need a disaster between now and then. As I said earlier, copycats are going to pop up everywhere, and we don't need to even give them a chance to think of doing anything that would be disastrous for the country.
No, I think it's the volume of the comments as well. When 90% of the legacy media is following exactly what Kamala Harris is saying or what Joe Biden is saying and just repeating it. This is the theme of their whole election campaign, is that Trump is a threat to democracy. Listen to their ads. A new ad this weekend with exactly those words. They don't have a record to run on. President Trump would much rather be talking about his record. He'd like to be talking about a secure border, a strong economy, low inflation, low unemployment. There weren't wars going on across the world as well. So he's got a great record to run on, but Kamala doesn't have anything to run on. A disastrous economy, 12 million people cross the border illegally. African American unemployment is now surging again. They don't have anything to run on. So this is what they rely upon, are these personal attacks on Donald Trump. Donald Trump would much rather be talking about his record than this stuff. But the Democrats practice projection. So what they say that somebody else is doing is actually what they're doing. And I think that's what President Trump's trying to communicate, that when they're saying that he's a threat to democracy, wait a second. Isn't an open border a threat to democracy? Isn't destroying our economy and inflation and destroying American energy, aren't those all threats to our democracy as well? So I think he's responding to that. We're not electing him because he's a silly choir boy. He's going to be out there fighting for Americans.
Yesterday, Senator Schumer said he would be open to providing more funding for the Secret Service. Do you think more funding?
No, we don't need more funding. We got 7,000 Secret Service officers out there right now. There's 100 Secret Service offices across the country, 7,000 employees, hundreds of these offices out there. They've got plenty of personnel. They've got plenty of money. They need to prioritize where to be placing these Secret Service agents. They've got the people to do it.
And I've talked to Secret Service agents, and they will tell you, all we're doing is we're chasing fraudulent money, counterfeit money, instead of doing their job in protection in a crucial time in our democracy. They should be doing their job. And if we got all these IRS agents that we've hired in the last few years, give them something to do other than go after the American citizen. But it is, this comes from the Secret Service. We need to use more people in the Secret Service in terms of securing and protecting the candidates in our election.
What do you make of the fact that this gunman apparently was able to stake out the golf course for about 12 hours? Do you think there need to be changes in the actual actions of the Secret Service on top of obviously prioritizing the former president?
I've played that course with President Trump many times, played it by myself, gone out and played. I know exactly where he was at and where the gunman was at. You got to think, the hedges are 5 feet wide, 3 to 5 feet wide in most places, 12 to 15 feet tall. Every time I've played, the Secret Service has been on top of everything, going through the bushes, going through the hedges. It's just almost impossible to protect 100% a guy like Donald Trump, who's going to go outside, who's going to do rallies, who's going to play golf, who's going to raise money.
Well, huh. They ended it. Bummer.
Today, there's news reports of people being injured, possibly killed by pagers exploding in Lebanon. So what is a pager? It's a communication device. It is a receive-only device. It doesn't handshake with a network like a cellular phone does. It is receive-only, doesn't transmit. That's why these are considered secure, because you don't know where the receivers are located. Unlike cell phones that can be tracked, these cannot. So a pager is a device that runs on a single AA battery. That's the power supply. And when called, each pager has a cap code. There's a phone number associated with that cap code. So when you call that number and you put a message in, be it a telephone number or some kind of other alphanumeric message, then that pager receives it. There's also a possibility that some pagers, and including pagers like used for a group or a volunteer fire department, all have the same cap code, so they would all go off at the same time. Allow me to demonstrate. I have two pagers here. They both use the same cap code. They're both on right now. So the way a pager network works is you call the phone number. In this case, I'm going to call my own phone number. And when the phone answers, you'll hear the voice on the other end.
Enter your area code and number.
So I just enter area code, or I can just enter numbers. I'm just going to enter some numbers and hit pound, and then that's it. Now, while we wait for the system to get ready to send that page, let me tell you just for a second here about how these work. Usually pagers work in the 900 megahertz range in the United States. These particular ones are in the VHF or 150 megahertz range. That's why they're very popular with volunteer fire departments, because you can page an entire group all at once, and usually they're pretty quick. Now see, these are both going off at the same time because they both have the same gap code. So I can silence it, and then if you look, it'll show the numbers I just put in on the screen. That's how a pager works, and that's how a whole bunch of them could go off at the same time. If these were rigged with an explosive, that might explain what happened today in Lebanon. I hope that helps. Subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching.
Today, Casa Bonita changed its reservation system so everyone can sign up for a seat. You may have received an email asking you to join the founding members club. That's one way to get early reservations.
Are we investigating Casa Bonita? Is that what's going on here tonight?
Apparently.
We played the little video that says we're investigating them. And it turns out there's something buried in the fine print, which you will have to trade to get your hands on those sopapillas. Here's Jeremy Fajola.
As a Casa Bonita fan, when I got the email for the Founders Club, I did what most people do. I dove in headfirst and completely scrolled through the terms of service. Who's got time to read all of that? But our Steve on Your Side producer did and found an interesting all caps clause deep in the fine print. You are giving up the right to litigate a dispute in court before a judge or jury. What does that even mean?
There's no jury.
We showed this to 9 News legal expert Whitney Traylor, who calls it an arbitration clause.
That's the problem, is that you're giving up this right before something even happens.
A common legal tactic companies use to get the upper hand on litigious customers and to avoid bad publicity in court.
The reality is you're giving up a very important right and you don't know it. I would assume 95% of the people who signed that had no idea that they've given up their right to a jury trial.
It means if you want to sue Casa Bonita for something like a slip and fall or food poisoning or whatever, your claim would be handled in private mediation. Using Casa Bonita's services means you agree to resolve any dispute on Casa Bonita's terms, outside of a public court and away from public view. Do people really have a legal beef with the old Pink Tower? Well, like any big business, lawsuits are gonna happen. Just a few over the years. An allegation about an exploding margarita glass, a piece of metal in someone's food, and a classic slip and fall. Legal stuff is gonna happen. Is an arbitration clause bad? Well, it can make it really hard to hold a company accountable. Take the case of the man who recently sued Disney because his wife died of a food allergy at Walt Disney World. Disney attorneys tried getting his lawsuit tossed because the man signed up for the streaming service Disney Plus. Disney Plus had an arbitration clause which said he couldn't sue in court for any Disney service he used.
And that's the thing. It's deep down in the document.
That's
you don't really have any power to go back and forth and negotiate. It is in legalese. It's sort of a take it or leave it.
After bad publicity, Disney attorneys backed off their arbitration claim, and the lawsuit is now moving forward. And now you know what's in the fine print. But don't let us ruin your fun when you sign up for Sopapillas and sign away some of your rights.
I mean, who reads the terms of service anyway?
Well, I'm not sure that I read every term of service. So, wait, is this live?
Jeremy Fajola, 9 News.
That's funny too, because the restaurant's been turned into a South Park restaurant, and there was a South Park episode where they didn't read the small print or something, and they pretty much were signing their life away or something to the devil on it. South Park small print. iTunes.
You agree that Apple may charge your credit card or PayPal account for any products purchased in the iTunes store.
Wait, was that
Can
it?
somebody please explain to me what is going on?
Oh, that wasn't
We're trying
it.
to find out exactly what Kyle agreed to.
There can't be anything in that agreement that allows a company to do what they're talking about to Kyle.
Hold up, here it is right here. By clicking agree, you are also acknowledging that Apple may sew your mouth to the butthole of another iTunes user. Oh boy. Apple and its subsidiaries may also, if necessary, sew yet another person's mouth onto your butthole, making you a being that shares one gastral tract. I'm going to click on decline.
So it's funny that like Matt and Trey Parker had put that clause in there because like they know that people are gonna like they had a whole episode about people not reading the small print on the iTunes.
You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock, we are forcing behaviors.
So you've got two guys attempted to off the president, two of them. What are the chances they were both in BlackRock videos? Does that even seem possible to you? Doesn't seem possible to me. I've never been in a BlackRock video, never been in a Newsweek piece, ever. But the two guys are both in these videos, and you have to go. It's just the weirdest coincidence in the world. Maybe. I doubt it.
The action is to appeal to both leaders. What organization?
My name is Brian DeLallo. I teach AP and Honors Economics.
Well, there he is right there. There's the kid, the roof kid. If you didn't see, here's the new guy, Ryan. I mean, what is the possibility? What are the odds? The chances are like lightning strikes twice, lottery twice. It's impossible to anybody else but these guys. This one here in the BlackRock promotion for the pension plan.
My name is Brian DeLallo. I teach AP and Honors Economics in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Financial well-being to me is knowing that I can be free to do the things that I love to do. I hope when I retire someday, they say, you know, that guy made this place a special place to come to school. And
there he is again, right? I just can't make this up. They're rubbing your nose in it. There he is again. There's old Dilly, right? Dylan Roof, right there. And he's in the thing enough where it was important to them to have him. The odds just aren't there. You got the Ryan guy. It's a complete cutout. We'll get to that. And Dylan.
And gave as much as he could to help the community.
God, what is the chance of that happening for reals? Could you ever put a probability to that? Two guys trying to off a president are in a BlackRock video within a period of probably a year and a half. I don't think it could.
I said in the beginning that the truth is costly and rare. So if you imagine this ocean of information flooding society, and most of it is junk. Most information is junk. Most of it is lies, fake news, conspiracy theories, delusions, illusions, because this is very cheap and easy to produce. And you have these rare gems of truth, which were very costly to produce. And how do we find them? So this is the job of institutions like journalism, like scientific institutions. So I said in the beginning.
So do you want this guy telling you what gems of truth are? They're costly to produce. The facts should not be costly to produce. The facts. I don't need his editorial. These are the unelected bureaucrats who we've signed on to agree with. This is a WEF guy. They dictate almost all of our policy, just like the WHO, just like NATO, the UN. You want this man telling you what is real and fake. You trust journalism. Remember, the journalists read off a teleprompter. The stuff's fed to them. You trust those people to give you the information, and he's going to tell you what's real and not real. We had 2020 behind us. Monday morning quarterback, we can see what they told us. Weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, another example. I mean, the list is so long that I don't even have time to say it here because my mind just there's about 1,000 things. You want this man telling you what you should be able to consume. Well, he's not going to let you. Let me answer the question, rhetorical question. You aren't smart enough to determine what's real and what's not real. You don't have the ability to go back and use your judgment and your sense to do it. That's what they think of you.
That's an investment criteria for you.
Well, behaviors are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock, we are forcing behaviors. 54% of the incoming class are women. We added 4 more points in terms of diverse employment this year, and what we are doing internally is if you don't achieve these levels of impact, your compensation could be impacted, okay?
We're doing the same thing.
And so it's just, you have to force behaviors. And if you don't force behaviors, whether it's gender or race or just any way you want to say the composition of your team, you're going to be impacted. And that's not recruiting, it is development, as Ken said. And ultimately, it's still going to take time, but I am just as much shocked as Ken is that we have not seen more opportunities. And
Argentina and so on, that we penetrate the cabinet. So yesterday I was at a reception for Prime Minister Trudeau.
I really wish you would stop fucking eating.
I know that half of this cabinet, or even more half of this cabinet, are for our actually young global leaders of the world economic forum.
I just cannot believe how we got in this position. All this really
Just
cranked up
stay
after World War II, though. What it says. We had the world by the balls. The United States of America did, because Europe was trashed. The rest of the world was trashed. We had everything. We made so much money selling our products abroad. And then we had the big players ripping up Europe into pieces, doing what they want with it. And you got some benefit. You saw what happened. The 50s economy is booming. Now I'm supposed to trust these people when they've turned everything. 50s economy was based on us making stuff in the United States. Now it's made in China, India, Vietnam. They don't like you, and they're telling you they don't like you. How much more clear could they make it? And right now, what we see with Biden Harris, you know, summer of death and despair if the unvaccinated, winter and death and despair if the unvaccinated. You are a threat to the democracy. People didn't vote for me. You're a threat. I don't know how much more clear they can make it, how much more eye-opening or wake you got to get people to see it. Let's go on to the next case, man. Wow, this is like every day it's the same.
What does the fact that he wanted to survive say to you?
It says that he's not, apparently he wasn't going to take his own life if he was almost being captured. Clearly we saw that he was captured without that. And it tells me that he's probably much more politically motivated. The last shooter in Pennsylvania, I don't want to say his name because I don't want to promote him in any way, but he was clearly a guy that was looking for the notoriety of taking that shot. I would think we're going to find that this guy's extremely politically motivated and that he probably was spurred on by much of the political diatribes that are going on these days, talking about Trump equating things like that. So I don't think this is the last we'll see of crazies out there trying to do.
Politically motivated, in the back of his truck, there was a Biden Harris sticker. Let's start there. There's 1,000 Facebook posts, tweets. He was a Bernie bro. He was even mad at Biden and Harris because they weren't hard enough, pushing enough, sending enough blood and treasure to Ukraine. The guy's a left-wing lunatic. I mean, politically motivated. Stand by a principle here. Maybe he hasn't seen all the Facebook posts. They were deleted almost immediately. Absolutely, this guy's politically motivated. I mean, but it was fascinating because usually by the time the guy squeezes that little trigger with his booger finger, usually the social media is gone a second before. But this social media, somehow or the other, stayed up for about a half hour. Now, what you could see, that's a question. How much did they delete that they didn't want you to see? How much they want you to see? Are we at that level? We are at that level.
I'm a big fan of them.
No doubt in my mind.
I might get them again.
After the 51 Intel experts, did any of them lose their clearances for lying? Because 51, out of 51, there should be 5 or 10 or 20 guys that say, listen, I don't know. We haven't examined this laptop to determine its authenticity. We just don't have an idea. You know, probability is it could be Russian disinformation. What's going on? They could have said that, but we don't know. Just like in 2020. They could have said, well, we think this may be our best option based on all of our research and testing. We don't really know. This is new. We're doing our best. We got this out quick to you, right? We got it out quick. So we really don't know. And I would have said, well, that makes sense. We didn't have all the testing. Didn't have all the years, like normal, a 10-year process typically. They didn't say that. They said most safe and effective ever. You will take it. And I said hard pass.
Pause it. Okay. No way. That's ended it. That's ended. She got the whole computer off once.
That's that thing I gotta do for Aiden? No, that's the only thing that I gotta do that's not GA related.
Hey! Oh my god.
He has to tell me what time. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna buy like 2 cheap SD cards. Not cheap, but you know, nah. At the end of it, you'll be like, here you go.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Make sure it doesn't. He's trying to find a spot.
How long will 20% give me on this? How long will 20% give me on this?
I'm getting further away. Guess you can't do it for that far away. A toy? It's not really a toy. It's just the leash. I'm not doing it. Well, I'm doing it to keep the rubber. The only place I got to keep. He wants to jump out regardless. If I put it here, she's still gonna want to jump out. What are you doing? Why do you want to be right here?
Very tapped up.
Stop it. Hey, knock it off. Hey. Ah.
The round one? Can't stand on that.
Going to the Volunteers of America thrift store, where police say she stole 2 knives, then briefly stopped in Bins and Things before walking into Giant Eagle. At 2:58,
Apparently
she
there's
walks
some
past
new
the service
development.
desk with the knife waving by her
There's
side,
new
and
development.
no one appears to see it. Then we see her walking near the cash registers. Again, no one appears to see or react to the knife. She then passes Margot Wood and her 3-year-old son, Julian. Ellis immediately turns around and starts to follow them. Cameras show just before 3 p.m., Ellis walked into
Stop
the
it.
lobby and follows behind the mother and son as they exit the store. Cameras then show her following them through the parking lot and to their car.
It was outside of this Lorraine Road location where 3-year-old Julian Wood and his mother were stabbed. Shortly after, police arrested and charged 32-year-old Bianca Ellis in connection to this crime.
Both Julian and Margot were taken to the hospital, but Julian did not make it. Loved ones say on GoFundMe they are devastated beyond words, adding that the suspect took something from us we can never get back.
The suspect accused of stabbing and killing a 3-year-old in the parking lot of a North Olmsted Giant Eagle is ruled incompetent to stand trial. 33-year-old Bianca Ellis has been kept at North Coast Behavioral Health for evaluation. She's charged with killing 3-year-old Julian Wood and injuring his mother in what investigators say was a random incident. The doctor handling her case says she could be restored to competency with treatment, which means she could still be tried in this case.
Jonathan Whitmer-Rich, a law professor at Cleveland State University, says
That's not
that
the
means 2
developing
things.
case,
The
is
defendant doesn't have the basic ability to communicate with their attorney, and there's a lack of awareness.
Are they aware of the nature of the proceedings against them? Okay, I'm in court right now. There's a prosecutor, there's a judge, just the basic, I'm facing criminal
Who knows
charges.
the fuck's going on?
Ellis
She's
has been
acting
ordered
like a
to an
dumb
inpatient
bitch.
treatment at North Coast Behavioral Health with the hope that competency could be restored within a year. If Ellis doesn't reach the competency
titties.
level needed to go to trial within that time span, she could remain at a psychiatric facility for safety measures.
If the judge at the end of that determines that the defendant is a danger to herself or others, then they can be involuntarily committed to a mental institution. The defendant could try to present evidence that at the time of the offense, they were suffering from a severe mental illness. And because of that severe mental illness, they did not understand the wrongfulness of their conduct.
If that was the case, Ellis could plead not guilty by reason of insanity. Jonathan adds that in these cases, the timeline can be unclear, but usually the suspect does go to trial at some point.
Go ahead, face me for a second.
Last week, Bianca Ellis did a little dance, getting handcuffed, arrested here for violating probation in a theft case. Records show a magistrate referred her for a mental health evaluation, but it didn't happen. Friday, a Rocky River judge released Ellis. Monday, she ended up arrested for a vicious attack. Police call random.
Why didn't this woman get
a psychiatric mental health evaluation.
The judge tells us the organization handling mental health evaluations for the court had no one available, and Ellis would have had to sit in jail for days on a minor case.
There wasn't any, as you would say, that red flag shooting up that pole. There wasn't any indications here. No sign of any mental distress. No sign of any previous violent acts.
What would you do differently handling this case or even next time?
Nothing. I'm confident in the way that the court handled this matter.
We spoke to the mother of Bianca Ellis.
What do you think actually happened at that moment last week in this case?
I think she was hallucinating. Bianca has been on several medications that did not work out for her. The hallucinations and the voices just got the best of her. My condolences to this family. When I found this out, I was so devastated because no child should lose their life. She was around my grandchildren. It could have been one of my grandkids.
With felonious assault, Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.11A1 and or endangering children in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2919.22B2. Count 4 alleges that on
I don't think she's crazy. I just think she's evil.
The defendant did knowingly cause serious physical harm to JW on date of birth 10/29/2020. The defendant did, knowing that an official proceeding or investigation was in progress or was about to be or likely to be instituted, alter, destroy, conceal, or remove any record, document, or thing with the purpose
alien.
to
Why the fuck
impair
are
its
titties look
value
like
or
that?
availability as evidence in such proceeding or investigation.
Fucking the biggest titties in the world.
Good morning, sir. Could you start with your name?
My name is Jared Wood, father of the deceased, husband of Margot. Your Honor, that day, 1 week ago, she took everything from us. There's nothing that could ever replace my son, or anything that my wife and I, or even our other kids, are going through. It's horrendous. And I really wish no bail, period, or extend it to the max limit possible that you can, at the very least. Just do whatever you can to keep this monster behind bars.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything else you would like to say?
That'll be it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Kitty, can you go lay down or something? You were just looking like you were gonna nap, man.
Where's Franklin? Up or down? Well, you're gonna walk either way. Is Franklin north or south?
Look, there's no popcorn, there's no figs.
It's also north or south. Yeah.
You're at your fighting weight. You don't need any food. Jane's Addiction cancels its tour after onstage concert fight. I saw that fight, but now they've canceled their tour. Like they're already pretty irrelevant. Maybe they're trying to gain relevance through some drama. Hey. Come on. Trial's gonna be in Flint, Michigan today.
Okay. I don't think I'm gonna wait. Could be another half hour. Should be north. Basically, you go this way and then to the car. And then a little bit north. Okay. Are you waiting?
It's like first,
Yeah. Okay. Are you waiting?
I'm waiting for like another half an hour.
Oh, half hour? Oh, I'm late.
Yeah.
I can't see that. I can't say that one.
Next to each other.
Denied bail. His bail was denied. Everybody's saying in chat right now. Others are saying that he died in the courtroom. Which is it? Oh, which is it? And the suspense. Bail package. Polish flood. It was a Polish flood today. The Polish flood today. The Polish sausages are being flooded. Dude. Not the sausages. Not the Polish one. Yeah. You want some sausages? You want some sausages, boy? Let's see what this happens.
Let's be clear what's happening in this country. It's Nazism. Republicans are Nazis. You cannot separate yourselves from the bad white people.
Growing up in the 90s, I never thought much about race. Sure, you noticed, but never really seemed to matter that much, at least not to me.
Being a white, straight, cisgender man, it's the top of the pile.
I'm on the top of the pile. That's me. Am I racist?
I would really appreciate it if you left.
I'm trying to learn. I'm on this journey.
Can you please leave?
If I'm going to sort this out, I need to go deeper undercover. If I want to be an ally, I need to look like one.
What is racism?
Martin Luther King said not to judge people by the...
Martin Luther King said a lot of stuff.
Is America inherently racist? What the hell is that?
The word inherent is challenging there. America is racist to its bones. All of the...
So inherently.
Yeah.
The entire system has to burn. And I'm not going to even use save this country. This country is not worth saving. The entire system has to burn. And I'm not going to even use save this country. This country is not worth saving. This country is a piece of shit.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you're welcome to Modi Speaks. Today we're going to be talking about a film made by this iconic man. His name is Mouthwash and the film is called Am I Racist? Actually, most of you might know this man. He's a conservative commentator and he works for the Daily Wire. The first time I came across his content was when he made his first documentary called What is a Woman? Back then, I wasn't a YouTuber yet, but I remember thinking that he was exactly the kind of people that could help sanitize some individuals from the LGBTQ craze that seems to have overtaken the American society and help make Americans sane again. This time he came again with another powerful film called Am I Racist? With this film, he was able to expose the insanity behind the anti-racist and DEI industry, exposing the fact that the DEI movement has in fact weaponized racism for their own benefit and profit. Even though this film is an incredibly funny documentary, it is an eye-opener that will transform the way you view anti-racists and racism in America, irrespective of your political affiliations. I'm going to be focusing on two parts of the video that I think are extremely important. And without wasting your time, let's jump right into the first part. So we're going to be looking at this part of the film where Mouthwash was having an interview with a white liberal woman who thinks that her 4-year-old daughter is racist.
My daughter's 4 years old. I am an anti-racist educator, quote unquote. She's still watching Disney movies and she is choosing a white princess over princesses of color.
Have you talked to her about that?
All the time. Sorry for posting the video, but this woman says she's an anti-racist educator. Isn't this the whole purpose of her job? I mean, isn't she part of the same people who spend every waking moment screaming on the need for us to see characters who look like these children, who have the same skin color as these children being represented in movies, so that these children can feel included and have a sense of belonging? These people have constantly told us that the purpose of having people of color play movie characters is so that non-white children can see people who look like them on TV screens, and then they will feel represented and included. But God forbid a white kid sees herself being represented in movies. God forbid a white kid draws inspiration from movie characters who look like her. Her very own daughter is benefiting from her anti-racist education, but she is outraged about it. How can this be fair?
My 3-year-old daughter is her favorite princess is Moana.
Love it.
It's a good sign.
Yeah.
But then I also thought, you know, there's a little bit of cultural appropriation here. She wants to be Moana for Halloween. Mm-hmm. So how do we navigate that?
Now, there's nothing wrong with a little white female kid having fictional Princess Moana as her favorite princess, but there shouldn't be anything wrong when another white girl sees Snow White as her favorite Disney princess. This woman is okay that Mouthwash's little daughter sees Moana as her favorite princess, but she thinks her own daughter is racist for choosing a white princess as her favorite princess. I hope you guys are seeing the bigotry and the nonsense unfolding in the form of DEI and anti-racism. But let's continue.
So how do we navigate that? Do I go and buy the Pacific Islander native attire for my white 3-year-old?
I wouldn't.
But I guess what we might call the Moana problem here is what, on one hand, there's cultural appropriation. On the other hand, there's gravitating towards white characters.
Right.
So it's almost like no matter which way you go, you end up back in racism.
Now, Mouthwash is being sarcastic, but it is very clear that this woman isn't aware of that. Remember, Matt is essentially trying to expose the craziness and the stupidity that these people are fostering on the society. With this documentary, he's trying to remove the blinds from people's eyes, from our eyes, and make us realize that the so-called DEI industry and anti-racist cult is just a bunch of retarded individuals who are in fact keeping racism alive by inserting it in every facet of people's lives. This woman congratulated Mouthwash because his daughter has chosen Moana, a fictional princess of color, as her favorite princess. She's happy that Mouthwash's daughter is inspired by Princess Moana and wants to be like Princess Moana, but she is totally against that little girl dressing up as her favorite Disney princess during Halloween. People like this woman would rather see this gesture as cultural appropriation instead of what it is, which is cultural appreciation. She feels this way because making us see situations like this as cultural appropriation will profit her more and make her more money and keep her career going, as opposed to seeing this as cultural appreciation, because seeing it as cultural appreciation will foster love and peace and most of all, destroy the narrative that sponsors her livelihood. This film exposes the fact that these so-called anti-racist educators don't really care about ending racism. In fact, they would rather see racism thrive, okay? Because if you think a white child choosing a non-white princess as her favorite princess is okay, why then would you demonize the same white kid for wanting to dress up as her favorite character? It's a classic case of damned if you do and damned if you don't. This is all business for these people and a little bit of brainwashing.
We think every space belongs to us because we live in a white supremacist society.
Is America an inherently racist country?
I think the word inherent is challenging there. if we say
Fundamentally,
yes, America is racist to its bones. All of the
so inherently.
Yeah.
They gonna say you racist. Am I racist? In theaters September 13th. Rated PG-13. Buy tickets now.
Now, I have to admit that if you asked me 300 years ago or thereabout if America was an inherently racist country, I would answer yes in a heartbeat, okay? There were systems in place to racially suppress non-whites, especially Black Americans back then, okay? You had the segregation laws and all of that. So I would say yes to the question. But currently, in this day and age that we live in, I would soundly say that America is not an inherently racist country. Not even close. Now hear me out, okay? I am not saying that individuals in America cannot be racist. I mean, that is impossible. The truth is, for as long as man exists on this earth, okay, people will continue to be racist and tribal towards one another. Anybody can be racist toward another person. It just boils down to your personality and your integrity. Horrible people would always be horrible people, and they come in all races and ethnicity. There is no part of the American system that is currently holding down or pulling down Black people and other people of color in America today. Nothing. In fact, it is safe to say that America is currently inherently wired to favor Black people and persons of color. They are receiving special treatments today. We see these special treatments made manifest in the form of affirmative action, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Aside from the fact that America is inherently wired to promote and propel Black people and other persons of color, there is no part of American system that is currently racist towards people of color. As a Black person, we have the biggest support to become doctors, lawyers, senators, congresspeople, congressmen and women, vice presidents, presidents even, you name it. There's nothing holding us back. These DEI experts and these anti-racist educators insisting that America is inherently racist are just doing everything they can to keep racism alive because they are simply race grifters. Now we're going to react to the second part of this documentary where we see Matt Walsh disguised as a character named Steven, and he attended a support group for white people who are struggling with their white grief. What the hell is that? Well, let's share it from Matt Walsh himself.
On Friday, I shared a sneak peek of my new film, Am I Racist? Tickets are on sale right now at miracist.com. In the scene, which you can find on my YouTube channel, you see the moment when I was kicked out of a support group for white people struggling with their white grief. What is white grief? Well, as someone who attended the workshop for more than an hour, I still don't know exactly. As best I could tell, it's the kind of grief that white people feel because of their privilege. We have white privilege, according to the doctrines of DEI anyway, and our recognition of our privilege might cause us grief. That's the basic idea. And the film's all about my journey into anti-racism, a deeply personal journey, one where I must face myself and my whiteness and ask the titular question. So it made sense to begin a journey like that at a group like this. And as I shared on Friday, the session began quite well, in my opinion. I opened up, I shared my feelings. You'll see all that in the film. Eventually, I become quite emotional. I have to leave the room to go weep in the pre-designated cry rooms. White people are not allowed to cry openly, thereby burdening people of color with their white tears. That's one of the rules. And I obeyed the rules, went to the cry room to cry. But when I came back, the group had figured out who I was. And at that point, I was kicked out.
White participants in the group feel that there's something in themselves that they have to overcome, when all that's being requested of you is that you be. Hello.
Hi.
How are you? How are
Sorry
you?
about that.
Oh, no problem. You good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remind me of your name again.
Steven.
Steven? Yeah? Okay. Did you want to come up?
Come up?
Yeah. Do you want to come up and share anything?
Sure. What do you want me to share?
Whatever's on your mind.
I just want to know that, like, my physical safety and yours and everybody else's here is okay.
Why would your physical safety not be okay?
Physical safety? What? What do you think an unarmed white guy suffering from white grief is gonna do to you? What exactly? The theatrics.
Did I miss something?
I don't feel comfortable.
What? Can you guys catch me up to speed on what's going on here?
You don't need to be caught up. We're going to be silent.
Is it because I said I had 17 black friends? It might have been 15. It depends on how you count them.
Now, that is a very strong punchline right there. But what I want to know is, how can this man be able to release these extremely hilarious punchlines with a straight face? He doesn't even break out in laughter. His level of composure needs to be studied.
I would really appreciate it if you left so that the people who actually want to be here and deserve to be here can get what they need.
I do want to be
Can
here.
you please leave?
I would like it if you left. I'm trying to learn. I'm on this journey. Come with me. Well,
thank you.
I didn't consent to be touched.
I'm not offering to touch you. I'm offering to walk you out. Will you walk with me and I'll answer your questions?
Okay, I'll admit it. I'll admit it. My name's not Steven. Maybe you already knew that. My name is Matt Walsh.
We know.
I just was here on this journey that I'm just starting, but I see that I'm not wanted.
If you were on your journey, then you would have told us who you were, your real name, but you didn't.
Are you saying I
Please
needed a
leave.
better disguise? Is that what you?
I don't know, maybe, but you can figure that out as you walk out the door.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Thank you so much. I really had the transformative experience myself. And my pronouns are he, him.
I did everything I could to fit in. I opened up. I was raw and emotional. I told them about my black friends. It was no use. They rejected me, and they called the police.
These people are a joke. They are hypocrites. These are the same people who hate the police. They are the same people clamoring for the police department to be defunded, okay? Because according to them, the American police officers are racist. These are totally the same people. They hate the police, but they will be the quickest people to call the police, even when the police is not needed. These people say one thing and they do another. They spit out their words and then they end up swallowing it back. Oh, the police is racist. Oh, we have to defund the police. Let's destroy the police department. Then boom, they are the first people to run to the police officers, even in extremely harmless situations. They are always ready to cry the victim as long as there is a sensible white person around them who challenges their brainwashed reasoning, okay? I feel threatened for my life. How? The guy is not even armed. He didn't even approach you, didn't even advance towards you, yet you feel your life was in danger. Delusion. Back to earth, my dear, okay? Stop wallowing in this your alternate universe. Come back here. Be in this reality with us.
And they called the police. My mere presence in the room caused them pain. I'll never be accepted if I look like this. If they know that I'm Matt Walsh, I'll always be an outsider. I need to go deeper undercover, a whole new identity. If I want to be an ally, I need to look like one. Like someone who is progressive, tolerant, enlightened. Let me think. Have I ever met anyone like that? Ah, yes. Yes, I have.
What is a woman?
Why do you ask the question?
Am I Racist? Rated PG-13. Buy tickets now.
Believe me, this film is definitely worth the time and the money you will spend watching it. But most importantly, it will make you understand that this didn't earn its campaign and the anti-racist industries are just business people, okay? They don't really care about ending racism. They are in fact fostering racial divide. The only people benefiting with this anti-racist venture are the so-called DI experts and the infamous anti-racist educators and the racial justice advocates and every Fortune 100 company that keep receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars, in fact, millions of dollars to keep this business going. They are the ones benefiting, not the regular black guy, Asian woman, or Latino person. I almost skipped reacting to this video, but thank God I finally did, okay? I loved it. Believe me, you will love it too. Anyway, guys, this is my opinion, but feel free to share yours in the comment section below, but do so respectfully, okay? Also, consider subscribing to my channel, because if you haven't, I don't know what you're waiting for. Like and share this video to keep people informed, and think about joining my membership as a way of supporting the channel, because most of my videos are extremely demonetized. All in all, thank you for watching this video, and I hope to catch you on my next upload. For
Front.
Who's going to be watching the kids?
First step, we have a bail scheduled for tomorrow at 3:30 in front of Judge Carter, the district judge assigned to this case. I think that we made the points that we've been wanting to make. I think he came out. Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's going to fight this to the end. He's innocent. He came to New York to establish his innocence. He's not afraid. He's not afraid of the charges. There's nothing that the government said in their presentation today that changes anyone's mind about anything. He's been looking forward to this day. He's been looking forward to clearing his name, and he's going to clear his name. And we're going to stand by his side as he does. We believe in him wholeheartedly. He didn't do these things. This was a 10-year relationship. There's no coercion. There's no crime. There's basically just, someone who brought a civil case and now is finding themselves as a witness in a criminal case. And we're going to fight this case with everything we have, as is he. And eventually he's going to be shown to be innocent. And so tomorrow we fight again, and we'll fight every day until we don't have to fight anymore.
Why did the arrest happen last night instead of today as planned?
I don't know. The question is, why did it happen last night instead of today? I don't know the answer to that question. I just want to make one point very clear. We have no power. All we can do is show good faith. He got on a plane and he came here. And if he stayed here for 1 day before the case started, for 1 year before the case started, he was going to stay as long as he needed to stay. It ends up being only 12 days. That's fine. That's what the government wanted to do. The government didn't want him to turn himself in. He came here to turn himself in. Why doesn't the government want him to turn himself in? Because then they can't ask for detention. So they go and they arrest him. They arrest a guy who came to New York to turn himself in. But we're going to make all these points again tomorrow, and we'll make it as much as we can until we get him out. So that's all I have. Huh?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow. Wait, what was the question? We're appealing. We're no bail. No bail. He's detained.
We're appealing it.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're appealing the decision to hold him without bail.
When is the next court appearance?
Tomorrow at 3:30.
Tomorrow at
3:30. Same place.
Will you be here for the bail?
Bail appeal. Bail appeal. Bail appeal tomorrow at 3:30. Same courtroom. Different judge. He's doing fine. He's a fighter. He's a fighter, and he's going to fight this. All right, I'm going to go. I don't get into that stuff.
How were the tweets?
You gotta clear the exit. Clear the exit.
All right, thank you, everybody.
King, you're back at it again with another video, and I'm here with my lovely girlfriend.
Hello.
And today,
I exist.
Yes, you do exist, babes.
What the dude? Ted, are you here?
I'm reviewing.
Oh, he's missing this one. What in the world?
So let's crack these open and have one. It's Coke Oreos with popping candy.
Dude, why does that roast do his like this?
Alright, now I'm gonna smell them. And they do have a bit of a Coke smell to them. We're gonna have one. First up we got, oh, it's falling apart. You know what, this will be, okay, so you know what, we're gonna dissect this one Oreo right here. We got the cream with the popping candy. You got the Coca-Cola bottles on the back. You got original Oreo right here. Well, hello there, little man. Do you want to join the video? Come on. Get up here. You can join the video. Little man, he loves
chocolate.
Oreos.
What are you doing, dummy? Are you retarded?
Yeah, he took the chocolatey part of the cookie. We're gonna take another Oreo. We're gonna split it open.
They're always retarded.
We've now made one full red Oreo.
It's a brain implant he's had on the side of his head.
And one double stuffed chocolate Oreo. But we're not gonna eat those yet. We're still gonna try one as is. Alright, here we go.
The whole fucking thing at once. They're bite size. Well, he definitely chews his food. Holy shit, we'll be here all day watching this guy eat something.
Shush, little man, you already had an Oreo.
Fucking chewing it like he doesn't even have teeth.
He's such a hungry boy.
Whenever he gets it.
Yeah, he's just like you for real.
He's just like you for real. He's so sad.
You know what? That was pretty good. It did kind of taste like Coke mixed with chocolate.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah, I think so.
Dude, the other person sounds special
I've had
too.
chocolate flavored soda before, and it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Damn.
All right, next up we're gonna try one red piece in the red part. You know,
It is a
Coke that'd be cool, and I'd totally review it.
Look, Pim.
Hey there, everybody.
I know it's our job to help this guy and everything, but I think this guy's a lost cause. He's obviously made up his mind. Why don't we just cut our losses and get out of here?
Oh, for years of this plan.
Dude.
So, then what?
Fuck.
What was it like? Like, how often would he say, no, bang, you're going to sit here and watch Lord of the Rings Part 2, basically? Why don't you tell me the houses
y'all can't
that
see
you're
what I'm
living in
looking
through middle
at.
school and who you're living in through middle school? Obviously, we've heard all this, but from 6th through 8th grade, what houses are you living in?
Well, hey there, everybody. It's Casket King here, and today I start a new internet trend. Today I start breaded. That's when you run up to somebody and smack them with a piece of bread. Here's a few examples. Yo, Ma. What? You just got breaded.
Man, you've been
It says 266,000 views.
You inbred. So all you gotta do is grab a piece of bread, smack someone with it, and tell them they've been breaded, and you're doing it right. So get a
All he's
camera
doing
and
is hitting
post it as
people
a
with
video
bread.
response. And
What am I
let's see if we
doing
can get
back?
this thing captured on. Move over planking.
Oh man, I
It's
should
time
have
for
picked that up.
bread. And as always,
Why is she not coming out? She was right there. Right at the opening. Weird.
I'm Casket King. Like, favorite, and subscribe.
Weird.
Look, Pim.
Hey there, everybody.
I know it's our job.
Have a bummer. This has 10,000 views. Batman Eats Twinkie is the title. Wow. 10,000 views, 103 likes, 26 comments. Look at my shorts, please. Okay, you gotta go. You're too snippy. Apparently I rubbed up against something out there.
The Navy's struggling to complete maintenance work on ships, according to the Government Accountability Office.
I knew it.
A new audit finding that
Fucking knew it. I've been saying that. I've been saying our ships didn't used to look nearly as rusty as they do nowadays. They're coming into port with all these brown stains on them and shit. I said they're understaffed on the ships because they used to have deck seamen doing all that work, and those were pretty much people that didn't have permanent jobs yet. They agreed to sign up as a deck seaman while they figured out what they wanted to do and then go to school. And they're not getting nearly as many idiots signing up for deck seamen as they used to.
there aren't enough sailors to get the job done. Mike Gooding has the details.
Called it.
Earlier studies have shown Navy crew sizes are insufficient, with ships deploying with just 84% of the desired number of sailors.
That's why our ships are so fucking
a
ugly
new study
now.
shows what impact that shortage is creating. The Government Accountability Office reports there aren't always enough sailors available. Further, the report says newer sailors might not be fully prepared for maintenance work and may have inadequate training or preparation for their positions.
The findings of this report are concerning.
GAO Defense Capabilities and Management Team Director Diana Maurer says actions are needed to improve sailor maintenance of warships.
Sailors aboard ship, they have that very critical frontline role of making sure that they're doing the necessary maintenance and repair so that small problems don't become big problems down the road. And we find a lot of concerns and a lot of challenges.
The GAO visited 25 ships and interviewed 232 executive officers. 75% of XOs completing the GAO survey said it is moderately to extremely difficult for sailors to complete repairs.
The amount of work doesn't change, right? You still have to maintain that ship, but you have a lot fewer people to do it. So that creates a significant challenge.
Mike Gooding, 13 News Now.
This $6 made-in-China bike bell could cost $9.60 if additional tariffs proposed by Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump becomes reality.
We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases.
Meaning Chinese-made products will be hit with as much as a 60% tariff under Trump's plan. He also says he will implement blanket tariffs of up to 20% on all other countries. Both Trump and the Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris say they want to bring jobs back to the U.S.
A policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century.
The Biden administration kept most of the import taxes put in place during Trump's presidency. In May, Biden announced further tariff increases on $18 billion worth of Chinese imports, including a 100% import tax on Chinese electric vehicles. The Biden administration says its tariffs are more strategic, aimed at specific industries, and that Trump's import tax takes on a broader approach that will cost a middle-class American household $4,000 more a year. Other estimates are in the range of around $2,000. Trump says consumers won't be impacted.
Who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years.
But Chinese businesses are not the ones paying the import taxes, explains supply chain expert Christopher Tang.
During the election years, everyone is promising the moon. But the truth of the matter is that the import tariffs are paid by the U.S. firms.
So for an imported Chinese-made TV purchased at Costco, it's Costco that pays the import tax.
When companies is facing high import tariffs, they have two buttons to push. One is pass the high import costs to the consumers. The other one is squeeze the Chinese factories to lower the price.
Tang says the risk of pushing Chinese companies to lower the price is poor product quality. Import taxes may mean fewer made-in-China labels printed, but that doesn't mean that there are fewer imports coming from China. They'll just have a label from a different country, says Tang.
China actually shipped a lot of components and parts to Vietnam, to India for final assembly. And those end products actually is still importing into the US as well. So therefore, the total effect on China, they still actually export more, but they're not exporting to US directly.
The World Trade Organization finds tariffs disproportionately affect low-income households, which means a $9.60 bike bell may be out of reach for some consumers if a 60% import tax is slapped on to Chinese-made products. Elizabeth Lee, VOA News, Washington.
Walking kind of weird, wasn't she? Where's she going? I wonder where the heck she goes. It's the second time she walked that way when she left instead of going under. Probably set for a few hours now. Just gonna go lounge somewhere. Kind of wobbly. What's wrong with her? She's just old.
bigger symptom could there be of the rot that has hollowed out the Republican Party than its leaders' pattern of treating the very real threat of political violence not as a fire that needs to be put out and urgently, but as something to be fed and fueled. Apparently not satisfied with having disrupted life for thousands of his own constituents living and working in Springfield, Ohio, with his lies about Haitian immigrants eating family pets, lies that have now spurred dozens of bomb threats against elementary schools, middle schools, hospitals, municipal buildings. J.D. Vance chose to fan those flames, laying blame for what is still an apparent assassination attempt on Donald Trump at the feet of Democrats. Listen.
You know, the big difference between conservatives and liberals is that no one has tried to kill Kamala Harris in the last couple of months, and 2 people now have tried to kill Donald Trump in the last couple of months. I'd say that's pretty strong evidence that the left needs to tone down the rhetoric and needs to cut this crap out. Somebody's going to get hurt by it, and it's going to destroy this country.
We should point out that the motives of both of those shooters are under investigation by law enforcement, and it is truly remarkable to hear comments like that from a man who's only on the Republican ticket because the last person to serve as vice president to Donald Trump wouldn't. He was threatened by a violent mob to be hang Mike Pence, because he refused to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power in America. But while J.D. Vance so eagerly dispenses without any shred of evidence, blame, and assigns motives without anyone in law enforcement saying that that's the case for a universally condemned incident, the Democrats on the receiving end of J.D. Vance's attacks are today telling the truth. Moments ago, Vice President Kamala Harris participated in a panel with the National Association of Black Journalists where she was asked about this very topic, life in Springfield, Ohio, and the lies that have brought people living there so much fear and grief. Watch.
It's a crying shame. I mean, my heart breaks for this community. You know, there were children, elementary school children, who it was school photo day. You remember what that's like? Going to school on picture day?
What about it?
Who dressed up in their best, got all ready, knew what they were going to wear the night before.
I stand picture day.
And had to be evacuated. Children.
She was all like, look at me. Fuck you, bitch.
A whole community put in fear. And I'll say a couple
Picture
things
day,
about
she was
it.
like, I look so pretty.
One, you know, I learned a long time ago in my career, having a background as a prosecutor, when you have these positions, when you have that kind of microphone in front of you, you really ought to understand at a very deep level how much your words have meaning. The American people deserve, and I do believe, want better than this. I do believe that. I know. The vast majority of us as Americans know we have so much more in common than what separates us. I know that. I know that regardless of someone's background, their race, their gender, their geographic location, I know that people are deeply troubled by what is happening to that community in Springfield, Ohio. And it's got to stop. And we've got to say that you cannot be entrusted with standing behind the seal of the President of the United States of America, engaging in that hateful rhetoric that, as usual, is designed to divide us as a country, is designed to have people pointing fingers at each other. It's designed to do that. And I think most people in our country, regardless of their race, are starting to see through this nonsense and to say, you know what, let's turn the page on this. This is exhausting and it's harmful and it's hateful. and grounded in some age-old stuff that we should not have the tolerance for. So let's turn the page and chart a new way forward and say, you can't have that microphone again.
Let me show you a little bit more news that Vice President Kamala Harris made. She talked about her call with Donald Trump.
What is this they got on the grill?
We have the report from Chris Rufo. He says that we have discovered that migrants are, in fact, eating cats in Ohio. He says, we have verified with multiple witnesses and visual cross-references that African migrants in Dayton, the next city over from Springfield, barbecued these cats last summer. Now, in this image, it's a TikTok from a year ago. You can see animals roasting on the grill. The response from the left, from the corporate press, is they look like chickens. They look like some kind of animal, I guess. However, the legs are pulled up. And so we'll go through this. As many people are saying they look like chickens, I don't believe, I'm leaning slightly towards cats on this one.
What is this they got on the grill?
We have the report from Chris Rufo. He says that we have discovered.
What do y'all think?
I checked on him to see if he was okay. Yeah. And I told him what I have said publicly. There's no place for political violence in our country. I am in this election and this race for many reasons, including to fight for our democracy. And in a democracy, there is no place for political violence. We can and should have healthy debates and discussion and disagreements, but not resort to violence to resolve those issues.
On January 6th, your vehicle was allowed to kind of pass a viable pipe bomb. We've seen...
No, I was in the building.
You were in the building. And we've seen what's happening with former President Trump. Do you have full confidence in the Secret Service to protect all of you?
I do.
You feel safe for you and your family?
I do. But, I mean, you can go back to Ohio. Not everybody has Secret Service. And there are far too many people in our country right now who are not feeling safe.
Go back to Ohio.
I mean, I look at Project
You talk about the
2025
Haitians?
and
Don't feel safe?
You know, like the Don't Say Gay laws coming out of Florida. Members of the LGBTQ community don't feel safe right now. Immigrants or people with an immigrant background don't feel safe right now. Women don't feel safe right now.
You just told the fuck up, dude. Because them Haitians feel plenty safe where they're at. They're surrounded by each other. Like, I would maybe understand what she's saying if they were actually being dispersed and not being just puddled into one area the way they are. But dude, from what I understand, they're running the city. Because while the people that live there are at work, these people are just walking around doing their thing, getting paid.
And so, yes, I feel safe. I have Secret Service protection. But that doesn't change my perspective on the importance of fighting for the safety of everybody in our country. And
right,
and
but defunding the police,
to lift people up and not beat people down so they feel alone and are made to feel small and made to feel like they're somehow not a part of it or us.
So we start today with some of our
But before she was a defund the
Democratic
policer,
strategy.
she was a hardcore marijuana prosecutor and DA. Put people in prison for weed and bragged about it at some point, apparently, right? Like, I don't know, dude. She flip-flops. Then she wants to defund them. Now she's going to want to refund them again.
And president of Brilliant Corners Research, Cornell Belcher's back with us, plus former RNC spokesman, host of the Bulwark podcast, Tim Miller's back, former FBI counterintelligence.
You only refund them against us, not against the immigrants.
I want to
immigrants because you get a jail-free card that they can use anytime they want.
Extraordinary paradigm shift in our politics.
It reloads monthly.
You and I
with their money.
You're not old, but we are both old enough to know when the Republicans ran on security. And this is really important what she said here. Do you feel safe? Sure, I do. Quote, but I mean, you can go back to Ohio. Not everybody has Secret Service. There are far too many people in our country who are not feeling
wearing
safe.
blush or what?
Look at Project 2025. Look at the Don't Say Gay laws coming out of Florida. Members of the LGBTQ community don't feel safe.
So don't ask, don't tell works.
With an immigrant background, they don't feel safe right now. Women, they don't feel safe right now. So yes,
immigrants
look at Project 2025. Look at the Don't Say Gay laws coming out of Florida. Members of the LGBTQ community don't feel safe. Immigrants, people with an immigrant background, they don't feel safe right now. Women, they don't feel safe.
Where is this poll at? I would like to talk to women. Do you not feel safe now in the world? Immigrants, LGBTQ are probably the safest that they've ever been in their history in our country. But they don't feel safe now. What do we need to do to make LGBTQ people feel safe again? Again, like they used to feel in the 60s. You know? What could we do to make them feel safe again? Maybe we should take some of their fucking rights away. That might be it. You know, they seem to have felt safer when they had less rights, because I don't know how many more rights they can get. What do they want? More rights than us? What else could they get? You can now marry your children. Okay, are you happy now, gay people? I'm sure that was probably on the books for them. They're like, come on, man. Come on, man. She's hot.
Safe right now. So yes, I feel safe. I have Secret Service protection, but that doesn't change my perspective on the importance of fighting for the safety of everybody in our country. The Harris campaign and Vice President Harris herself is the only candidate running on security in this election 50 days from now. And I think you look at what Trump and Vance are doing to the people living in Ohio. You look what they do by targeting all those people she listed there.
What did they do to those people?
In the final 50 days, this issue of safety and security couldn't be in
before that even happened was the debate. People were going to Springfield and talking to the residents about what they thought. They already didn't like the shit. Trump, Vance didn't cause the city to get pissed off about what's going on out there. They already are. They're just talking about it. And then people are going to actually believe this stupid shit. Yeah, look what they caused. It's their fault that the people are racist out there now. It's Trump's fault. He's so racist. When all he's doing is talk about, hey man, they're doing some crazy shit out there. The people aren't happy about it. Check it out for yourself. You check it out for yourself. Like, hey, oh shit, they aren't happy about it. Trump did that. Trump did that. Oh my God. Like, what kind of craziness is that?
Sharper relief in front of the voters.
Yeah, that contrast was so strong. I was glad you played that clip. I watched the whole interview there with the
the threats might have been partially because he put so much of a light on it. Maybe
it goes right back to what
the people are already fed up with it out there.
Campaign, which is that she cares about people's lives, regular people, Americans' lives, and the other ticket only cares about themselves. And you can just see that contrast in these answers, right? She's asked by Eugene Daniels there directly if she feels safe. And it's like, yeah, I feel safe. I got Secret Service. It's the people in Springfield who had to evacuate their school because of bomb threats who don't feel safe. They don't have the money for Secret Service, right? Like, that's who I'm worried about. And that strong and true answer contrasts with that first clip you played of J.D. Vance at the beginning. And these other guys, they just whine. Like, the whole thing is about
bomb threats
to them.
I know from experience.
How poorly they've
now,
been
active
treated.
Shooter situation, that's something else. Bomb threats aren't a big deal, dude. They happen all the time. Bomb threats have been happening since forever. Since bombs have been around, bomb threats in schools have been a thing. I remember one day they had one in our school, and we were like, "Oh, we can't go to school today. There was a bomb threat." Hey, cool, whatever. I wasn't like, "Oh my god, did you hear, guys? There was a bomb threat." And then when we go to school, I was just probably like, "Hey, somebody fucking prank called some shit or whatever." You know, I never really thought it was real. If there was a bomb threat, I still don't think they're real ever. How often are they fucking real? Like one in 1,000 of them, less than that probably. When people have fucking bombs, they don't tell you about it.
If they are worried or care about the people in Springfield who've had to be evacuated because of their rhetoric, and they both ducked those questions and basically said no, you know, and then for JD Vance to go out there, and it's almost sociopathic, like what he was saying in that first clip, right? This whole notion that it's like only people on the left are coming after Trump, they're coming after them, and you know, that there's this big they out there, and that there's this huge problem on the left of people that are coming after them, like without taking any responsibility, without taking any leadership obligation. You can't imagine. There's just no precedent for this. Like the behavior of the Trump and Vance ticket. Obviously, nobody wants political violence. We're deeply concerned. It was a horrible situation yesterday on that golf course, but to respond to that by pointing fingers, by instigating more. You know, and Gerald Ford had 2 assassination attempts against him in September in 1 month. I don't remember him going on national news and trying to, fan the flames and blame the other side. Reagan didn't after he was shot. Kennedy didn't.
Well, they have had different circumstances to theirs.
Politician would ever do this because it's so irresponsible, and that's immediately what JD Vance has gone to after both of these horrific incidents, is trying to point the fingers, fan the flames more, and and be aggrieved.
I'm calling the kettle black over here, motherfucker.
That contrast with that versus what you saw from the vice president. As you said, it's in very, very stark relief.
Stupid. They both do the same shit and talk about how they're both doing it. Like, oh my god, they're doing that. You're doing it. What do you mean, man? And some of the stuff that they've said, Democrats have said, have been blatantly like, he's a threat to democracy. He has to end. One of them even said he should get shot. And supposedly like corrected herself and it stopped or something.
The state of Texas, where we continue watching live and in real time that massive pipeline explosion we brought to you as breaking news right here on CBS News 24/7 yesterday. By today, we know that explosion forced a lot of evacuations and injured at least 4 people. Among the injured, we can tell you now, a firefighter. This all happening in the community of Deer Park, which is a suburb of Houston. Authorities say that fire started yesterday morning when someone drove an SUV right through a fence, then hit a valve on a liquid natural gas pipeline. So once again, that's a live image right there. We can tell you it's decreased by about 3/4 from what we showed you on live TV yesterday. CBS News correspondent Janet Shamlian is live where officials wait for the fire to burn out. Janet, it looks like it is burning itself out slowly. What are you seeing right here from the scene?
Reed, yesterday at this time, flames were shooting up in the air behind us at this exact location. Now, at least from this vantage point, we can't see them. We know that it's still burning, but as you said, about 75% diminished. And authorities are telling us right now that it could be out within a matter of a couple of hours. This is the street which has the most impact. There's no power here right now. We've seen people coming and going throughout the day. They're picking up their things that they need. Most of them are staying with friends or at hotels. And several of them said said they've had really very little communication
Wonder
from
why
the
I had
company. There's a
black
number
on
that
it
they
yesterday,
can call,
though, and it doesn't
but
now.
they've heard nothing back, and they're
It was
hoping
a
to
different
receive
mixture
some compensation
before.
for the expenses that they've had over the past 24
Or it
hours
wouldn't
or
have
so. For the most
smoked
impacted
black
homes
before.
at the end of the street, those that have either caught
Someone
fire
in the
or
chat
had
even
water
mentioned
damage
that
from
natural gas
firefighters
doesn't
trying to
burn
save
black.
those homes.
It
Those
doesn't
people
have
won't be
black
back in
smoke.
for a while, at least until that fire is out and that the area around it has cooled. As you can imagine, even though the fire has diminished, Reed, still very close to it, it is incredibly hot.
Well, we can see the singe marks here on some of this video that we're showing, this live video right now. This is a neighborhood story, really. We saw yesterday on CBS News 24/7 an active firefight at a home right across the street. What can you tell us about the people that we showed there when it looked like they were losing their home?
They have not been able to get back in and assess damage. Only authorities and first responders are down there right now. A lot of the people I talked to told me that, they knew they were living close to these pipelines. It's in a public easement, which allows public utilities to put these there. And they've never had problems before, but this is a very heavily petrochemical area. In fact, 40% of the nation's petrochemical capacity is right here in Southeast Texas.
Janet, we know when news breaks in Texas, you are the go-to gal. We appreciate always your excellent live reporting. Thank you very much.
Wonder where that one goes. Pipelines, baby, pipelines. Where do they go? We're constantly speaking somewhere.
Bless you. Now, I'm going to take some questions from reporters, but before I do, let me just leave you with a couple of thoughts. The first is, of course, it's one of my first public appearances since the second assassination attempt on Donald J. Trump. And I'll tell you what was going on Sunday afternoon. I was sitting with my 7-year-old, and we were playing video games, because we always play video games whenever Mom leaves the house. And by the way, we've got my lovely wife, Usha, here in the front row. Usha, I love you, honey. One of these days, I'm going to make Usha come up here and speak for about 35 minutes, but I'm going to be in the doghouse when that happens. But we're sitting at home. I don't know exactly what time it was, probably 1:30, 1:45, and my phone rings, and it's President Trump, and I pick up the phone. I'm like, hey, man, how you doing? He's like, JD, they tried to do it again. I said, what are you talking about? He said, they just tried to shoot me again. And, of course, my heart skips a beat, and I think immediately, well, sir, are you okay? Right? I mean, you sound okay on the phone.
You really think he
Hopefully,
called
physically,
him?
You're not calling me from the hospital, but are you doing okay?
I think Trump called
and
him.
of course, President Trump, in classic style, said, yeah, I'm doing fine. And I could tell it didn't bother him nearly as much as it bothered me. And I wasn't even there. And then he says, the real problem is that I was on the 6th hole and I was about to make a birdie and they wouldn't let me finish. And yeah, that's funny, but it hit me that what we need in these troubled times, what we need when we have a war in Europe, a war threatening in Asia, a war threatening in virtually every continent all over the world, what we need is the kind of leader who can take an assassination attempt, get back up, and go back to work for the American people. That is courage under fire, and it's sorely missing at the White House. Because, you never, look, there are disagreements that we're going to have, even in this room, on public policy. There are things that I'm going to say, or things even that President Trump says you may not agree with every single thing. But what you do know with Donald Trump is, first of all, you get exactly what you see. This is not a person who filters himself and hides behind slogans like Kamala Harris. He is exactly who he is, and he's damn proud of it. But the other thing with President Trump is you get somebody who is competent and shows courage under fire. Because every president eventually gets that famous 2 a.m., 3 a.m. phone call. And who do you want answering the phone? Do you want a person who hides from the friendly American media, or do you want a person who takes a bullet to the head and stands up and says, fight, fight, fight? I think I know my answer. So I hope we can all agree that what President Trump showed was not just courage under fire, but the qualities of leadership that are necessary to actually lead this country. And we have an opportunity to put him back in the White House, but only if he makes it 7 weeks to Election Day, because we know that in this environment, unfortunately, it's not out of the question that somebody else might try to take another shot. And I hate to say it, but it's time for us to be honest about it, that the American media, the Democrats, the Kamala Harris campaign, they've got to cut this crap out or they're going to get somebody killed. Now, you hear a lot of talk about overheated political rhetoric. And I'm not saying I'm perfect. I promise you that I will do my part to lower the temperature, because we don't want anybody to get hurt in our politics, whether they're Democrats or Republicans. But to hear the Democrats today talk about both sides, to hear the Democrats talk about both sides need to tamp down the political rhetoric, ignores one big problem. And that problem is that in the past 2 months, 2 separate people have tried to take Donald Trump's life. Yes, we need to tone down the political rhetoric, but that especially applies to the Democrats. Stop the craziness, stop the violent talk, and let Donald Trump go out there and make his case to the American people. Because I realized something, and, Bobby Kennedy endorsed the president, of course, a few weeks ago. I've gotten to know Bobby very well. He's a great guy. We're thrilled to have him on the team. Make America healthy again, right? But I was talking about this with Bobby Kennedy. Look, what happened to his dad, whatever your political affiliation, whatever you believed at the time, whether you planned to vote for him or not, it opened up a wound in this country that I believe has still never healed. And what the Democrats have done, not Democratic voters, but Democratic politicians, what these guys have done in the last few years is embrace something that is very dangerous, and that is censorship. Now, I disagree with Kamala Harris. I disagree with about everything that comes out of her mouth, even when I don't understand it. But I will vigorously defend every person's right to speak their mind in this country, because we believe in free speech in the Republican Party and in this movement. But think about all the ways that they've tried to censor Donald Trump. Think about the fact that Kamala Harris herself called for him to be booted off social media. Think about the fact that her political allies said recently that he should be eliminated. Think about all of the sham prosecutions. Think about every single thing that they've done to try to silence him and shut him up. And then consider, just yesterday, one of the chief surrogates of Kamala Harris's campaign is Hillary Clinton. And you know what Hillary Clinton said yesterday? She said that misinformation should be met with criminal penalties. That we ought to throw people in jail and silence them if they say something that Hillary Clinton disagrees with. And here's the thing. If you're willing, my friends, if you are willing to throw a person in jail because you disagree with what they say, then you're going to be willing to put a bullet in their head too. So the Democrats, I call on every leader in this country, not just tone down the rhetoric, but tone down the censorship. Let's have a debate with one another. That's what Americans do. Stop trying to silence people you disagree with. And I think if we have that debate, if we have that conversation, I really believe that the American people are going to make Donald J. Trump the next president of the United States. But it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen easily. It's not going to happen without us working for it and without us fighting for it. So as I understand it, there are over 500 people just in this room. That's a great crowd, by the way, and I'm thrilled to see every single person. But every single person here should try to be a force multiplier for this campaign. Because we all know that if you take 100 people who plan to vote for Donald Trump, by Election Day, 95 of them will have done it. And 5 of them, what are they thinking? Maybe a kid gets sick at school. They're going to go pick somebody up. Maybe mom gets sick and they got to go take her to the doctor. Maybe something comes up at work where they're working late and they don't get a chance to go to the voting booth. We have got to get every single one of our friends and family, because unless we elect Donald J. Trump, the open border is going to continue, the high prices are going to continue, the economic stagnation is going to continue, and our country is not going to be safe. So let's do our job. Let's fight for this country. From Wisconsin, we're going to send a message. And that message is, we're going red, the country's going red, Donald J. Trump is our president, and we're going to win in November. God bless you all. Thank you. So now we're going to take a few questions from the media, and then unfortunately I have to hit the road. But what I'd ask is that we start with the local reporters first. We'll take some questions from the local folks, and then we'll go to the national folks if we got time. First question. Love you, JD. Love you, ma'am. Thank you. God bless you.
Can you talk to us about why you are prioritizing coming to Western Wisconsin? This is your second time here. Why is this area so important to your campaign?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question. Could you just repeat it and maybe hold the microphone a little bit closer?
Can you talk to us about why this area is so important to your campaign? As you said, this is your second time here in Eau Claire.
Well, first of all, I just think it's a beautiful area, and I love spending time here. So I'm going to come back as much as these fine people will have me. Thank you, sir. But look, there's no need to beat around the bush here. Wisconsin is one of the most important states in the country, and this is one of the most important parts of the state of Wisconsin, because we know that we're going to win a lot of voters here, but only if people actually turn out and show up to vote. I mean, politics, I've learned this. I've been in politics all of 2 years, but this is not rocket science. You do two things in a political campaign. You try to persuade swing voters, and then you try to get out the people that are going to vote for you. You try to make sure they get to the polls. And we're doing both things here today. We're trying to take a message to swing voters that it could be so much better. Our country could be doing so much better so long as we get leadership that's fit to serve this great nation. That's number one. That's the message of swing voters. We could have lower grocery prices. We could have a housing market where young people can afford to buy the American dream of homeownership. We can have a country with a secure southern border. We can have neighborhoods that are safe for our children to walk down. These things are all possible. We just need better leadership. That's our message to everybody, but particularly to people who haven't made up their mind yet. And then our message to everybody else is get out there, make sure you vote, and get your friends and family to vote too. And those two messages, I think, are why we're here in Eau Claire, and it's why we're going to win the state of Wisconsin. Next question.
Hi, Senator. My name is Allison Fergit. I'm a reporter at WKBT News 8 in La Crosse, Wisconsin. So access to childcare is an ongoing issue in Western Wisconsin, and you've previously said grandparents and other family members should help out more. Unfortunately, that is not a reality for every Wisconsin family. So what policies do you and former President Trump support that would make childcare more accessible for our hardworking Wisconsin families?
Yeah. So, one, I didn't say that grandparents should help out more. I said that our government should make it easier for grandparents to help out more. And that's a very important distinction, because if you look at the public policies we have in this country, we spend a lot of money on child care, and rightfully so. There are a lot of families out there who are struggling with child care, and we want to make it easier for them. Look, the way I think about it is we want options, right? If you're a young mom or you're a young dad, you want to spend more time at home with the kids, we should make that easier. If you want to go back to the work after a couple years, we should make that easier. If you want to go to work right away, we just want people to be able to fulfill their dreams as they see them. That's what's great about this wonderful country of ours, is everybody's got something a little bit different. But here's the issue right now. Right now, government policy prioritizes one model of business-provided daycare. And there's nothing wrong, by the way, with that one model. But we ought to be promoting other access options for a lot of families. Like, for example, maybe you want to send your kid to a daycare, but maybe you want to send your kid to a church daycare. Or maybe you'd like to be able to get together with other families in your neighborhood to try to do something where each of you is taking care of the kids in your own way. Maybe one person takes one day off, one person takes Tuesday off, one person takes Wednesday off. Maybe that means that grandparents would actually like to be able to help out a little bit bit more, but they can't financially because they can't afford to take off from their own jobs to help out with mom and dad and the kids. There are so many different options out there, but what does the government subsidize? Just one. We only subsidize, we only support one model in this country. And what President Trump and I believe is that we ought to support every model. We ought to let people make their own choices in family care, not try to force one government-size-fits-all approach on everybody.
Oh, yeah.
But look, we have got to get this right. And, you know, we talk a lot about inflation. We talk a lot about groceries being more expensive. We talk a lot about housing being more expensive. But I meet families every single day out on the campaign trail. And some of the stories they're telling me, I mean, you get 2 kids in daycare paying $25,000 a year in childcare. I actually heard from somebody just yesterday who has 2 children in daycare and actually is losing money by going to work because of how expensive daycare is. And again, we got to just give people options. We got to give people choice. And, you know, there are 2 programs here, the Child Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant where the federal government sends a lot of money to the states. We ought to be using that money in a way that benefits all families, not just the one-size-government-fits-all method. And that'll promote options in child care. That'll make our kids happier. That'll make our moms and dads happier, too. Thank you.
James Kelly with Civic Media. Right now in the Chippewa Valley, we're facing a healthcare crisis with the abrupt closure of 2 hospitals earlier this year, as well as a number of clinics. I'm glad you mentioned providing actual concrete answers to questions. What concrete plans would your administration have to protect rural healthcare access?
So there are a couple things here. So first of all, this goes back to the immigration issue. And why does it go back to the immigration issue? Because a lot of our rural hospitals are bearing the burden of providing health care to millions of people who shouldn't be in this country to begin with. And so those hospitals go bankrupt, and then a lot of American citizens can't afford health care. Now, you might not think that rural health care access is an immigration issue. I guarantee it is an immigration issue because we're bankrupting a lot of hospitals by forcing these hospitals to provide care for people who don't have the legal right to be in our country. We've got to stop that. Kick these illegal aliens out, focus on American citizens, and we will do a lot to make the business of rural health care much more affordable. Now, there are a couple of other things that we can do, too. So one option, and this is something that President Trump is very proud of, and rightfully so, he provided a lot of choice to veterans in health care because, look, a lot of folks in rural areas, they live maybe 15 minutes away from a viable clinic, but 2 hours away, an hour-and-a-half drive from a VA medical center. So why does it make sense to make a Vietnam veteran drive 3 hours or 4 hours round trip to get health care when it would actually be cheaper for the government and also better access for that veteran to get it 15 minutes away from his home? So give more choice to people, and then that veteran's going to a local service provider, which again makes that business model a little bit more viable. And here's the problem: the reason why all these rural health systems are going out of business is we're sending everybody to get health care services 2 hours away, and if there aren't enough patients for those rural health systems, then they are going to go out of business. So we've got to promote access. We've got to make it easier for folks to get to those hospital systems in the first place. I just gave you a couple answers: cut down on illegal immigration, promote veteran choice, but there's a lot more that we could do beyond that. And I think when Donald Trump and I are president, we will.
Hi again, I'm Kim with WEAU. I didn't say that before, my bad. The Senate today blocked an IVF bill. Do you have any comments you want to share about that, especially considering last time Trump was in Western Wisconsin, he shared his support for that?
So I think we have to be careful here because the Senate did not block an IVF bill. The Senate blocked a ridiculous show vote bill that had no chance of passing. And I think it highlights one of the problems that I really have with Kamala Harris's entire approach to government. We have to remember, Kamala Harris is the Vice President of the United States. Chuck Schumer, her ally in Congress, is the Senate Majority Leader. You have in the U.S. Senate right now probably 100 votes or maybe 99 votes that support fertility treatment and want to make it easier for young women to get access to fertility treatment. Now, did Kamala Harris and Chuck Schumer come together and produce a bipartisan bill? No. They shoved through a vote today knowing it would have no chance of passing because they wanted to be able to say, we support IVF and the other guys don't. But that's not a real support of IVF. That's political showmanship, and I think Wisconsinites are sick of it. Let's do real legislation and real policy in this country, not these ridiculous show votes. And by the way, I take this a little personally because the most significant bipartisan legislation to get out of any committee the last 2 years in the United States Senate was a railway safety bill that I authored with some of my Democratic colleagues, okay? And the basic idea of this bill, by the way, is trains shouldn't be able to crash into rural communities or urban communities without any consequences. So we want to make those train companies operate a little bit more safely. That bill right now could pass the United States Senate. Chuck Schumer's not bringing it up because he's not interested in making policy. And Kamala Harris, she's not interested in making policy. They're interested in ridiculous show votes so that they can win elections. The American people deserve more. They deserve competent government. They deserve people who do things, who don't just talk about doing stuff.
Yeah, the derailment, dude.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator. This is Veronica from CNN. If I could ask a follow-up question on the IVF bill. How can voters trust lawmakers' sincerity to protect IVF if both parties keep blocking every proposal from moving forward? Thank you.
Because IVF.
Well, look, I just answered that question. And what I said is it is not an IVF bill. It's a Democrat show bill to say that they support IVF when if they really supported access to fertility treatments, they would pass legislation that did exactly that, and they would get every single person in the United States Senate to vote for it. It's really not that complicated here. The problem that Republicans have, just substantively, the problem Republicans have with the bill that they're pushing in the Senate right now is that it would be a huge infringement on religious liberty. I want to protect people's access to fertility treatments. I'd also like to protect Christian hospitals' right to conduct their hospitals as they see fit. And you can do both of those things. We're a big enough country. And again, I think it highlights something where Kamala Harris's record is so different from her actual, what she says on the campaign trail. Her record's totally different from what she talks about. Because look, this is a person who says that she wants to turn the page on the culture wars. Well, we have a piece of legislation that could get 99 or 100 senators right now that would protect fertility treatments and promote access to fertility treatments. She's not working on that. She's not working on that legislation. She would rather use fertility treatments as a weapon politically instead of get something done for the American people. Donald Trump and I think totally differently about government. Let's get things done for the American people, even if you have to take political costs to do it. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Senator Vance. Katrina Kaufman, CBS News. So a woman who was behind an early Facebook post about the Haitian migrants in Springfield has now apologized for spreading false rumors. You say that you have a responsibility to share what your constituents tell you, but don't you also have a responsibility to fact-check them first?
Well, I think the media has a responsibility to fact-check the residents of Springfield, not lie about them. I mean, And look, I think this is really interesting. I actually think this is really interesting, and I've learned a lot about the American media over the last week, and none of it's good, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. But look, what I've learned here is, first of all, I've got residents of Springfield who are coming to me with a dozen different problems. They've been talking about it for months or in some cases years. The American media totally ignored it until they showed up to fact check what some people were saying about pets. Well, why weren't you in Springfield, Ohio 6 months ago talking about the housing crisis? Why wasn't the American media in Springfield, Ohio 6 months ago talking about skyrocketing rates of accidents, of car insurance? Why weren't they talking about the rural health care problem? Why weren't they talking about the rural health care problem because the hospitals have been overwhelmed? Why aren't they talking about the fact that in a small town, you've got a school district that now has 1,000, that's not an exaggeration, 1,000 children who don't even speak English? How are the American children supposed to get a good education when everybody's focused on the other kids, who, by the way, are innocent children, but that doesn't mean they should be at 1,000 in every single American school? So here's the issue. So there's one story out there from multiple people, by the way, multiple people have come to my office, have said on video, they talk about the pet story. And that's all the American media wants to talk about. And of course, the American media goes into Springfield, dives in, harasses everybody who dares to complain about the condition of the town. That is not journalism, and that's not seeking the truth. That is bullying on an industrial scale. And I think the media ought to be ashamed of itself. And let me just highlight this in a very real way. Yesterday, we got a call from a constituent in my office, a person who's very worried about a lot of the problems in Springfield and has direct eyewitness evidence bearing on a lot of them. You know what this person said? Please do not share my name with anybody, because the minute somebody in Springfield speaks out, a dozen camera crews show up on their front door trying to destroy their lives. That is disgraceful. That is a disgraceful way to think about journalism and seeking of truth in this country. You ought to go in and listen to everybody. By all means, listen to local officials. By all means, listen to the people who say everything's fine, but listen to the people who say this town has been overwhelmed by 20,000 migrants and they can't take it anymore. And by the way, that story of a small town overwhelmed by Kamala Harris's open border, it is coming to every state in this union under Kamala Harris's policies. We've got to stop it.
Hi, Senator. Taylor Poplars with Spectrum News. Thank you for the time. Last night, you spoke at the Faith and Freedom Coalition dinner in Georgia. The coalition says on its website that it, quote, supports public policies that strengthen traditional marriage. As voters are learning about you as a vice presidential nominee, they'll learn that you were baptized as Catholic in 2019 and that you speak at events like this. Can you clarify where you stand on same-sex marriage?
Look, Taylor, I think this issue has long sailed in this country. The Supreme Court ruled that same-sex marriage is the law of the land, and nobody is trying to change that. That is not an issue that we're focused on at all in this country. And I mean, not at all, whether you're pro or anti, most people recognize that ship has sailed. And certainly President Trump, you know what we're focused on? We're focused on making groceries more affordable for American citizens. We're focused on making housing more affordable. We're focused on bringing peace back to the world. We're focused on solving the problems that a national government ought to solve. Whether you're gay or straight, you are welcome in Donald Trump's Republican Party, so long as you believe in common sense. So long as you believe in common sense, you're welcome in Donald Trump's Republican Party. And I got to say, we should ask ourselves, how is it that Donald Trump managed a coalition, to assemble a coalition that is Brian Kemp, Nikki Haley, Donald Trump, Robert F. Kennedy, and Tulsi Gabbard? What could that possibly mean other than the Democrats have gone loony and we're the party of common sense?
Hi, Senator. Thank you for taking our questions. My questions for you is, do you plan to visit Springfield anytime soon? And Governor DeWine said at a press conference today that you guys haven't spoken since the events in Springfield have played out. Do you plan to reach out to him?
Well, first of all, our office has been in constant contact with the governor's office. In Springfield, Ohio, I mean, I've probably been to Springfield 100 times in my life. It's a town about 45 minutes away from where I grew up. It's got like a very famous ice cream place, and if you know anything about me, I love my ice cream. And so I've taken my kids there any number of times. We probably have some pretty good ice cream in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, I imagine, right? But look, I do want to go to Springfield, and I do want to talk with folks on the ground. We also have to be honest that they've got a local law enforcement agencies that are stressed out by what's going on, including the influx of 20,000 migrants. Is it the best interest of Springfield for me to show up with a 40-person strong Secret Service detail right now? Maybe not. So we're going to do what's in the best interest of the citizens of Springfield, but we're going to keep in contact. I mean, every single day we are hearing from multiple people on the ground in Springfield trying to understand what's going on and trying to help where we can, and that's what we're going to keep on doing. And certainly we're going to visit, but we're going to visit in a way that's consistent with the best interest of the residents of the town. And finally, let me just remind, just while we're on the topic of Springfield, we have to remember here, Springfield is a microcosm of what Kamala Harris's open border is going to do in every town and every city in this country. Now, the promise, these guys actually say the promise is that if we bring in millions and millions of illegal low-wage migrants, we are going to make America more prosperous. That's what they say. Well, check the tape on what's going on in Springfield. You get people getting evicted, thrown out of their houses to make way for migrants who are on housing benefits, paid for by your tax dollars, evicting American citizens. We've got an overwhelmed hospital system, an overwhelmed school system. We've got residents, black and white, by the way, who talk about not even driving on certain sides of town because the car accident rates are so bad. And of course, that's jacked up car insurance rates for all the people in this town. It is an unbelievable tragedy, totally unforced, invited by Kamala Harris's open border, and it must stop.
Hi, Senator. Caitlin Corelli with the
and we'll do two more questions, and then I'll leave you with some final thoughts, and we'll hit the road. Ma'am.
Okay, Senator, thank you. Caitlin Corelli with the Daily Mail. Vice President Harris said again today that the, quote, hateful rhetoric over migrants eating pets is what has caused the bomb threats in Springfield. Can you just respond to her latest, please, on this?
I think... That's basically my response. Just put that in the paper, loud boos and 2 thumbs down. That's my response to what Kamala Harris said. Look, here's, you guys are going to get me all fired up again. I was ready to leave. Here's the thing about this. It's what happened in Springfield is not just disgraceful because it's made people's lives worse. What's happened is disgraceful because the way that Kamala Harris and her media allies have tried to silence the people from daring to complain that life has gotten worse in their own community, in their own country. Think about this. Think about this. The argument was that because Donald Trump and I and the many, many hundreds of residents of Springfield that we've talked to in the last few weeks, because we dared to point out that life has gotten worse for those citizens, we are somehow to blame because a psychopath called in a bomb threat. Now, that story actually got a little bit more complicated in the last 24 hours because you know who was calling in the bomb threats? People who were living in foreign countries. Mike DeWine, the governor of Ohio, came out and said the bomb threats are coming from foreign countries. And he actually said primarily one country. I'd like to know what country that is. But look, the media is laundering literal foreign disinformation in an effort to silence the citizens of their own country from participating in an American election. It is despicable, and it has to stop. We cannot... Think about it. Let's just say, God forbid, these bomb threats were being called in from America and not from a foreign country. It actually doesn't change it that much because, look, bomb threats are despicable. We condemn violence, and of course we condemn threats of violence. But we do not believe in a heckler's veto in this country. The fact that some psychopath is calling in bomb threats, does that mean the residents of Springfield are not allowed to be annoyed about housing crisis? Does that mean that they're not allowed to complain about 20,000 migrants being dropped on their doorstep? Does that mean a mom is not allowed to be frustrated that hospital wait times have gotten so long that her kids can't get treatment for basic medical conditions? That is a ridiculous principle. And the principle, actually, if you think about it, it's all about censorship. It's moral blackmail in the favor of censorship, and I reject it, whoever's doing it.
Hi, Senator. Jake Traylor, NBC News. Given your remarks on Sunday that you don't speak on behalf of former President Trump before you've spoken to him about an issue, I know you said the likelihood of a federal abortion ban coming to a president's desk is very unlikely, but given the topicality of the issue of abortion, don't you think that's something running mates should have discussed before?
Well, we have discussed the topic of abortion many, many times. What we hadn't discussed is a ridiculous hypothetical of a federal abortion ban coming to his desk. Because look, President Trump, and to be fair, I think he's right about this, we shouldn't take the media bait. We shouldn't discuss things that aren't actually going to become law in this country. So when he says, I think that abortion should be a state's issue, and he says that I'm not backing a national abortion ban, then that should be enough to end the discussion. You take him for his word or you don't, but the idea... It's you know, you could ask a million different pieces of legislation, would you veto that piece of legislation? And I wouldn't have talked to Donald Trump about it unless he actually supports the substance of those legislation. So let's not engage in stupid hypotheticals. Let's not engage in something that's never actually going to happen. The president thinks abortion should be decided by the states. He's been as consistent as he could about that issue. Thank you. You know, Mike, I'll give you a question just to be nice. This will be our last question. And this is the New York Times, so don't hold it against them.
The paper of record, New York Times. I appreciate you inviting the tough questions and your crowd welcoming the tough questions here. The question is related. I'm
sure you're going to ask me an easy one, though, Mike, just to make up for it.
The question is about Springfield, not about the situation, but the style, which I think is something new that we're seeing on the campaign trail. You've said, regardless of what the exact precise facts are here, it's worth it to make the larger point of a town overrun by immigration.
Well, I'd say, Mike, I'll ask your question, yes, but no, I didn't say regardless of the precise facts. I said you have to listen to what people are saying. Right? The media has tried to say now for days that I've made up this story. I haven't made up anything. I've just listened to people who are telling me these things. And when I said, and the media always does this, they're very dishonest, when I say that I created a story, I'm talking about the media story. By focusing the press's attention on what's going on in Springfield, I'm not making anything up. I'm just telling you what my own constituents are telling me. But ask your question.
That's the point. Your willingness to shine a light on issues you see as important.
Sure.
And I'm wondering if you can describe, if you know where your line is on that. Something, you know, at what point what's something you're willing not to say in order to make a point that is important to you?
Well, I mean, come on.
If you know.
Mike. Well, Mike,
question for him, Mike, not the crowd.
What I wouldn't say is that the New York Times is a respectable paper. That's one thing I wouldn't be willing to say. But all kidding aside, if one person had called me and said, I'm seeing this in Springfield, we maybe let that pass. When 4, 5, 6, 7 people are telling me they see something in Springfield, and on top of it, that there are certain people who refuse to listen to them, who refuse to take their concerns seriously, that's when it's my job as a United States Senator to listen to my constituents. That's really, it's very simple. Now, I mean, look, there's a lot of crazy stuff you read about. I mean, one of these things, I don't know if you saw this story from a couple of years ago that, like, the Defense Department had declassified the UFO stuff. Did you see that? That was a crazy story. I don't talk about that because I have no idea what's going on. So my standard for whether I talk about something, Mike, is whether enough people that I trust bring it to me, at least to the point where I feel like I've got to investigate it myself, not just trust the media to do their job, because a lot of times they don't. So. By the way, to all the journalists there, if you do know anything about the UFO story, please tell us, because we're very, very fascinated by it. But look, let me leave you with just one final thought here. So, one thing that people ask me, and it's very sweet, it's very kind of them to ask me, but they always ask me how we're doing. They ask me, Anusha, how we're doing. And I'll say that in a lot of ways, running for the vice presidency, I know why they ask, right? Because they assume that running for the vice presidency is hard. But honestly, it's been the great professional honor of my life to get up here and ask you to be your next vice president of the United States. I wouldn't trade it for the world. I would never complain about it. And thank you. But the thought I wanted to leave you with is a fellow Waterboy fan over here. But look, I know why people ask, but let me just say this. First of all, it's a lot easier to run for vice president than it is to run for Senate. You know, Ohio's not that different from Wisconsin in a lot of ways. And running for Senate in the state of Ohio, I rode around in the back of one of my guys' used Subarus, and now I ride around in a 737, right? That's a pretty nice upgrade. Not bad. But what I wish that I could do is give every single one of you the perspective that I've gotten over this beautiful country over the last seven weeks. Because you fly into places like Eau Claire, and we were in Grand Rapids earlier today, and trust me, as a Buckeye, it's hard to compliment the state of Michigan, but it is a beautiful state. It really is one of the most beautiful states in the union. But you go to Arizona and you see these beautiful, beautiful deserts and natural landmarks. You go into Nevada, you go into Pennsylvania, the mountains of central Pennsylvania, and every single day, I cannot help but think, my God, this is a beautiful, beautiful country. It really is. And I think that one thing that we ought to do, and one thing we have to do over the next 7 weeks, is remind the American people that, yes, this is a beautiful country. We've got the best workers. We've got the best cultural and historical traditions. We have got every single bounty that God could possibly give a nation, including natural resources that the Chinese and the Russians, they would love to have. The only thing that's broken about this country is the failed leadership of Kamala Harris. Let's send her back to San Francisco and give the country a president it deserves. God bless you all. Thank you for having me.
They sound like they're high on something. They have a guest over there. They sound a little too happy. And a little kind of like out of it. They could be rolling ecstasy or something. Could be mushrooms. Something's going on over there. The TV's blaring. Yeah, they haven't quite much. Because they're high all the time on something now. Maybe. Maybe they found a new drug that they like together. He does gigs. He does like DJ gigs or something. So whatever he does, I think he even does it at strip clubs. They're drugs and DJ gigs. I've never seen any DJ equipment though. The House Committee on Rules is holding a meeting on no bailout for sanctuary cities. Been on for 2 hours though.
Georgian lawmakers approved the final reading of a law on Tuesday that would impose sweeping curbs on LGBT rights. 84 and 0 against, said the parliamentary chair. The bill, described as a law on family values and protection of minors, provides a legal basis for authorities to outlaw pride events and public displays of the LGBT flag, and to impose censorship of films and books. It also restates an existing ban on same-sex marriage and bans gender-affirming surgery. The governing Georgian Dream Party says the law is needed to safeguard traditional moral standards.
This law is the most terrible thing to happen to LGBT community in Georgia.
Wow, that's pretty
Tamarjit
big.
Kelly, the director of Tbilisi Pride, says the group will likely have to shut down.
And our main aim was always to be very outspoken and loud on LGBTQ issues.
I know some Georgian people.
Every year we used to hold a Pride Week. We tried to hold Pride marches. We held successfully Pride festivals, conferences and film screenings. This law will make it legally impossible, not just physically and politically impossible, but also legally.
LGBT rights are a fraught topic in the country. The deeply conservative Orthodox Church holds a lot of sway. Polls show broad disapproval of same-sex relationships, and participants in Tbilisi's annual Pride marches have been attacked by anti-LGBT protesters in recent years. Activists say the measure is aimed at boosting conservative support for the government ahead of a parliamentary election at the end of October. Georgia has ambitions to join the EU, but Western governments fear it is tilting back towards Russia. The country's president has indicated she'll veto the bill, but the ruling party and its allies have enough seats in parliament to override that.
Yeah, we just see that basically the only way we can survive in this country and have any progress on LGBT rights is for us to go in great numbers in the elections and vote for change.
Reports of shots fired near the Alamo. Hey. Grass is getting better. Damn it.
taking a closer look for you at the pink cocaine DUI case in Miami. We've got Instagram model Macy Lathers arrested after police say she caused a 3-car crash, killing 2 people. She was allegedly high on pink cocaine, or 2C, at the time. There was a pretrial detention hearing held for her on Monday, and Bridget Matter from our affiliate WPLG in Miami has more.
Macy Lathers will stay in jail as she awaits trial after a judge called her extremely dangerous. She appeared in court this morning visibly distraught with her head in her hands. The social media model is accused of killing 2 people after police say she crashed her car at almost 80 miles per hour in the city of Miami last month. Investigators say she was high on pink cocaine at the time of the crash and should not have been behind the wheel because she had a suspended license. Lathers, according to investigators, blew a red light speeding south on North Miami Avenue when she slammed into an SUV. Both cars collided with a sedan with 3 people inside, killing 2. A Miami police officer who responded to the scene took to the stand and said several witnesses believe Lathers was under the influence of something. Investigators say Lathers told them she was under the influence of 2C and she was from the future with a crystal ball. Lathers is facing DUI manslaughter charges among other felony charges. A trial for this case will likely take place in November. Lathers is being held behind bars on no bond.
Now this hour, we pulled out for you the very...
and for the TE, which you may also hear called out as the transporter erector or the strong back, to begin pulling away from the rocket in preparation for liftoff. Gorgeous views of Pad 40 there on your screen too.
Strong back erector.
Falcon 9 tanks are pressing for strong back retract.
There's that call out that we were preparing for strong back retraction away from the vehicle. Right now, we are standing by to watch those clamp arms begin opening up around the base of stage 2 at roughly T-minus 4 minutes and 17 seconds.
Strong back retract is starting.
Confirmation from Mission Control that strong back retract has begun. And great view of those clamp arms opening up. As always, the white clouds you see forming around the vehicle are totally normal.
Yes, rocket. It's tall. Oh.
At this point in the countdown, both the first and second stages are nearly fully loaded with 1 million pounds of liquid kerosene fuel and liquid oxygen.
Kerosene.
Both the first and second stages should finish loading propellant about 1 minute apart from each other, and we'll hear those called out by Mission Control. We're expecting final confirmation for the first stage at T-minus 3 minutes and the second stage shortly thereafter at T-minus 2. Then at T-minus 60 seconds, Falcon 9 will be in startup mode. This means that the rocket's autonomous internal flight computers have taken over the launch countdown. Then just inside of T-minus 2 seconds, the Merlin 1D engines on the first stage will light in preparation for liftoff. With just over 3 minutes to go, the vehicle continues to be healthy and the Falcon 9 team is tracking no issues. There's confirmation of LOX load complete on board the first stage. Now, on board Falcon 9 tonight, there are 2 Galileo satellites, which we should have a view of here in just a second. Galileo is a flagship program for the European Union and one of several global navigation satellite systems, together with the United States GPS, Russia's GLONASS, and China's Beidou systems. There is that photo of those two Galileo spacecraft. This photo was taken earlier this week during encapsulation. The Galileo program currently consists of more than 30 spacecraft that serve approximately 4 billion users. Galileo's open service began in 2017 and provides meter-level accuracy for end users, while the system's high-accuracy service provides sub-meter level accuracy. Each Galileo satellite weighs approximately 700 kilograms and contains 2 payloads, one for navigation and another for search and rescue.
This fucking guy.
Each spacecraft also has 4 atomic
God
clocks
damn.
that are accurate to within a nanosecond.
These fucking people, these
Tonight's
bikes are annoying
Galileo
out here.
L13 mission is Falcon 9's second launch supporting the Galileo program.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
There's confirmation of Stage 2 LOX load complete. These 2 Galileo satellites are destined for a medium Earth orbit, sometimes called MEO, of approximately 23,200 kilometers.
Ground gas closeout.
Confirmation of ground gas closeout completion. And with that, we are standing by for that call out that Falcon 9 has entered startup mode.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Confirmation that the onboard flight computers have taken over the countdown. So with that and this beautiful view on our screen, we are standing by for our launch director's final go for launch.
Go for launch.
Right on schedule. So with that, all systems are go for launch of Falcon 9 and Galileo L13.
30 seconds. Seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition, engines full power, and liftoff of Galileo L13. Go SpaceX, go Falcon. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Beautiful tracking views, of course, mean that Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Pad 40 at Cape Canaveral, and the vehicle is throttling down its first stage engines as it prepares for max Q, about 1 minute and 10 seconds into flight.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Confirmation that everything's looking good on board Falcon 9. Now, max Q is a critical ascent.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
And confirmation that Falcon 9 is moving faster than the speed of sound. Max Q is a critical ascent milestone that we track for every mission because this is the moment in flight with the highest amount of aerodynamic pressure.
Max Q.
And with that confirmation, we have 3 events coming up in quick succession, starting with main engine cutoff, stage separation, and then second engine start 1. Main engine cutoff, or MECO for short, is where all 9 M1D engines on the first stage will shut down in preparation for stage separation, when the first stage separates from the second stage. Stage 2 will then perform second engine start 1, or SES1, igniting our single MVAC engine for the first time. MVAC is what Falcon 9 uses to propel the second stage to orbit. After that, we'll also keep an eye open for fairing separation, as we are expecting to see the fairing halves separate a little less than a minute after SES1.
Main engine cutoff. Stage separation confirmed.
Where does that go?
And back ignition.
So there we have confirmation of main engine cutoff, stage separation, and SES-1. Next up, we're expecting to see and hear confirmation of payload fairing separation. We are attempting to retrieve these fairing halves once they fall back down to Earth using our recovery ship, Doug.
You're
And fun
attempting
fact,
to.
this is our
We don't always get them,
242nd mission
apparently.
to use a previously flown fairing.
Oh. Well, maybe they do
While
get
we
them.
stand by for fairing separation, we do have great views on your screen right here.
Nominal trajectories.
And confirmation of nominal trajectories for both vehicles.
Well, that's the fairing right there. That's right. This one, that's the thing they're always landing.
Fairing separation confirmed.
Right.
Great view and audio there from mission control of fairing separation. Now from here on out, our two stages are following different trajectories. As the first stage prepares for its landing attempt on our drone ship, just read the instructions. And the second stage continues taking the Galileo payloads to orbit. Great view of our first stage as it starts making its way back to Earth here. Those grid fins that you can see on the side of the booster are about 4 by 5 feet. Just for reference, that's about the size of an average coffee table. Now, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, Falcon 9's second stage is making its way to orbit, roughly at an altitude of 140 kilometers, traveling more than 11,000 kilometers per hour. Telemetry is a crucial aspect of any space mission, providing mission control with real-time data about the health and status of the rocket and its systems. For those of you watching along at home, you'll notice some important telemetry data is always displayed on your screen throughout a launch. On the bottom left, you can see the speed and altitude of the first stage. This data shows the first stage elevation and how fast the stage is traveling as it makes its way back to Earth. We are coming up also on 2 engine burns that will be used to help slow the booster down as it attempts to land on our drone ship, which tonight is just read the instructions, currently stationed downrange from the launch site in the Atlantic Ocean. And then on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can see the speed and altitude of the second stage as it continues to take our Galileo spacecraft to orbit. We are just over 5.5 minutes into today's mission, and in case you're just joining us, we did have an on-time liftoff tonight at 6:40 p.m. Eastern from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida, followed by successful main engine cutoff, stage separation, and second engine start 1. Quick correction there, sorry, 6:50 Eastern liftoff. And now we are standing by for our first stage reentry and landing.
Nominal trajectories.
And confirmation that both vehicles are still on nominal trajectories. To start the upcoming entry burn, we'll relight 3 of the M1D engines on board the first stage.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
Right on schedule.
Stage 1 FTSS safed.
We need to do this entry burn to help slow the vehicle down as it passes back into the Earth's atmosphere to reduce re-entry forces. That will help us in turn recover and reuse this booster on future flights. During this re-entry burn, Falcon 9 is
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
There's confirmation of entry burn shutdown. So while we've decelerated some by firing those Merlin engines, we're still moving really fast. That causes the rocket to fly through Merlin's exhaust gases, also known as the rocket's plume, which deposits a layer of soot on the vehicle's surface. That soot comes from the carbon-based fuel that Falcon 9 uses, and with each flight, the soot builds up a little bit more on the outside of the rocket. As I mentioned earlier, you can continue to track the first stage telemetry in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. As the booster continues to make its way to our drone ship, just read the instructions. Reusability is key to lowering the cost of spaceflight, which enables more investment in critical space infrastructure. The Falcon 9 first stage supporting today's mission has now performed its entry burn for the 22nd time.
Stage 1 transonic.
Confirmation that
Stage
our
2 FTS is safe.
booster is transonic. And right now we are standing by for landing burn start on board the first stage in just about 10 seconds.
10 seconds, let's go. I'm ready.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Confirmation of landing burn start.
I don't like to see it.
Landing leg deploy. Stage 1 landing confirmed.
And confirmation of first stage landing. This was the 22nd launch and landing for this first stage. This landing marks SpaceX's 349th recovery of an orbital class rocket, including first stage landings for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. And confirmation of nominal orbital insertion by our second stage. Now, with those confirmations, we are going to bring today's webcast to a close. The second stage still has another burn coming up, just over 3 hours and 26 minutes into today's mission to finalize the orbit for deployment of the Galileo spacecraft. Be sure to keep an eye on our X account for confirmation of payload deploy and our customer's website to learn more about today's mission.
My daughter Scarlett, who's 12 a couple years ago, was getting ready for her first ever father-daughter dance. Big deal at our house.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class.
Flint, Michigan. A special Flint, Michigan thing tonight.
America from these villains once and for all.
The town hall. Donald Trump is the host of the town hall in Flint, Michigan.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former White House press secretary and governor of Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Thank you. How much do we love President Donald J. Trump?
What just happened, man?
What an incredible night. It is such an honor to be here with you, and such an honor to share the stage with my friend and our country's favorite president, President Trump. You know, the left has tried everything they can think of. They've tried to impeach this president. They've tried to throw him in jail. And not once, but twice, 2 would-be assassins have tried to take this president down.
All President Ari, we haven't seen him in a while. Sorry, baby, I need to hear you.
But we're here to let them in on a little secret. God is not done with President Trump. He's the toughest guy I know, and he's the fighter that our country so desperately needs right now. And because of each one of you, he's going to be back in the White House and win big in November. You know, I stand here tonight as the former White House press secretary, a job that I absolutely loved, and now as the 47th governor and the first woman to ever lead my state. And while I'm incredibly proud of those things, the most important job I have, the greatest title I have, is that of being a mom. I have 3 kids that are 12, 10, and 9. And my kids serve as a permanent reminder of everything that is at stake in this country. And it's why I'm here tonight. Because I want somebody who's going to stand up and fight for my kids. And I know that there is nobody in the country more suited, more qualified, and more prepared to step in and lead and make our country strong, free, and great again as Donald Trump will. Not only do my kids serve as a permanent reminder of what's important, they also keep me humble. You can walk into a room like this where people cheer when you step onto the stage and you might think for a second that you're kind of special. Then you go home and your kids remind you very quickly you're actually not that big of a deal. And ours are pretty good at it. My daughter Scarlett, who's 12 a couple years ago, was getting ready for her first ever father-daughter dance. Big deal at our house. Scarlett didn't just want to go to the dance, she wanted a big reveal. She wanted to come down the stairs and her Prince Charming, my husband, to be there and everything to be this magical, special thing. So I'm sitting at the top of the stairs, putting the finishing touches on Scarlett, making sure she's ready for the night of her life. And as I'm talking to her, I'm telling her how proud I am of her, how thankful I am that God chose us to be her parents, how beautiful she is on the inside and out. And as I'm having this moment, I start to get a little bit emotional, teared up. As my eyes fill with tears, my sweet daughter reaches up, pats my shoulder and says, "It's okay, Mommy. One day you can be pretty too." So my kids keep me humble. Unfortunately, Kamala Harris doesn't have anything keeping her humble. You would think after 4 years of straight failure, she would know a little humility. Unfortunately, she doesn't. You would think after 4 years of wide open borders, skyrocketed inflation, and an embarrassment on the national stage, she would be held accountable for the failures of this administration, but she thinks she can walk away and get out of it. But we're not going to let her. Because the future of my kids and the future of our country depends so much on who our next president is. It's why I know you're here tonight. It's why it is so important that we show up in the biggest way possible and send a very clear message. We are finished with the failures of the Biden-Harris administration, and we're ready to bring our fighter back. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the greatest president our country has ever seen, our friend, our fighter, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's live now.
Oh, thank you very much. That's a lot of people for a town hall. Nobody's ever seen a town hall like this. You know, a town hall is supposed to have about 300 people. You have about 8,000 people here. And equally as important, you have about 8,000 people that are not here. They're walking away. But I think we have television outside, right? So they're watching from outside. Would anybody like to change places with them? I thought you were going to say that. Thank you, everybody. Hello, Sarah.
Tim Waltz is speaking right now.
President.
Same channel, different stream. Only 13 people are watching.
Like it.
This one has 143.
Experience. It's a dangerous business, however, being president. It's a little bit dangerous. It's, you know, they think race car driving is dangerous. No. They think bull riding, that's pretty scary, right? No. This is a dangerous business, and we have to keep it safe.
Mr. President, I don't think there's a person, certainly in this room tonight, and probably anywhere in the country, that doesn't remember exactly where they were on July 13th, that Saturday, when a horrific thing happened, an attack not just on you, but what I see as an attack on our entire country. They have I joined with everyone in.
Dude, why aren't they letting her talk? It's kind of disrespectful. Isn't that the governor? Fuck. Shut the fuck up, you idiots.
We saw it every day.
Making their state look like dumbasses.
We saw it when you were president. But I don't think anybody was prepared for what we saw that day. And now it's happened not once, but twice. You've literally taken a bullet for our country, and yet you keep fighting. You never give up. The reason that you're going to win in November is because America needs a fighter. And We've never needed a fighter more, and we've never had somebody more qualified to step in and lead our country than you. I'd love for you to tell us, why do you want to be president, and why do you continue fighting even after they keep attacking you every single day?
So we ran, thank you, everybody. A lot of love in this room. I love you, you love me, and you love Sarah. A lot of... So we ran in 2016, and it was amazing. It was amazing, and we won. We then ran in 2020, and we did much better than 2016. People don't like to hear it, you know, oh, he's a conspiracy theorist, you know. We got millions and millions more votes. We did much better. It wasn't even a contest. I was telling one of the papers, they said, what was the difference? I said, well, the difference is we did much, much better the second time. But we had a lot of things happen. We know what those things are. So what difference? Because now in like 48 days or whatever it might be, we're going to do something that will be, I don't think it's going to shock the world, actually. I think the world is going to be maybe prepared already. In Europe, they want it to happen. Even though they would not prefer dealing with me in terms of the economics, they still want it to happen because the whole world is blowing up, and they know it's not going to blow up if I'm president here. But, so we did great. And honestly, if I didn't do great, if we know what happened, and if that didn't happen, if I didn't do well in 2020, I wouldn't even think about doing this. But we did phenomenally well, and bad things happened. We're not going to let it happen again. And now I'll tell you, so 2016, a lot of spirit. 2020, we had unbelievable spirit. And then we got let down because what happened should never be allowed to happen in this country again. But I have never seen the spirit like I've seen right now for this race. Never. Ever. Never seen anything like it. It blows it away from 2016, from 2020. And basically, it's very simple. You're saying what? We're going to seal the border immediately. We're going to drill, baby, drill. You know, we're going to drill at a level. We're going to bring your energy prices down. We're going to try and get rid of a lot of that big lump of inflation that this administration has given us. And I have to say that President Biden called me yesterday. It was very nice. We had a very nice conversation. I appreciated that he called about, you know, what happened the other day. And he says, he's committed. He's committed. No, but, and today, a little while ago, I got a very nice call from Kamala. No, it was very nice. It was very nice. It was very, very nice, and we appreciate that. But we have to take back our country. We have to win. We're going to win, and we're going to make America great again. That's all there is to it. Very simple, right?
I think it's safe to say that this crowd will all be voting for you.
You know, when I think of this state, it's so sad. Years ago, I was given, thank you very much, but years ago I was given an award as like Man of the Year or something from an area that nobody knew, and the press said, oh, it never happened. Well, then it did happen. They found out where it was, but it was like 15 years ago. A beautiful area, but nobody remembered it. Nobody remembered it all. All of a sudden, like through a miracle, they found out it did exist, and it was there. And I had the speech, and the speech was, don't let them take your automobile industry away. They're taking your automobile industry away. And I don't know why you're doing it. Now, I wasn't a politician. I was an entrepreneur. I was a real estate developer, doing great, having a lot of fun, doing a much simpler life than this. Who would think that a developer's life is simple, but it's a lot simpler than this. But I said, don't let them do that, because here I am in Michigan, and I was getting an award, and I'm making a speech. I'm saying, what am I going to say? But I just watched Common Sense. I saw them leaving for Mexico, leaving for China. Do you know that right now, and they weren't building them with me, they weren't building anything in Mexico having to do with cars with me, because I said, if you build it, we're going to put 200%. You're not going to sell one car into this country. right now, they're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world ever built. I have a friend that does that for a living, very good at it. He's the best, I think. And he's actually a contributor, a supporter, but he builds the plants. And I say, you know, I'd like to go see a plant, a really great auto plant. You know, it's amazing technology, amazing what they do, really incredible the amount of automobiles they can produce and the size of these things. I'd like to see a real modern plant. And he's the one that does them. And I said, so where would we go? I was hoping he'd say Detroit or someplace up here. But anywhere in this country, I'll take anywhere in this country, right? So will you, my greatest guy right over here. Stand up, will you, please? He's such a great guy. Oh, hi, everybody. We're going to bring him back. We're going to bring him back. We're not just going to keep, you know, you're losing your jobs, the whole thing, but just, so they're building. So I said, where would I go? And let's go take a look at a beauty. He said, well, we'll have to go to Mexico. I said, wait a minute, I'm not interested.
Oh shit, tuxedo to say it.
No, I want to know here.
That's cool.
He said, here we don't build top of the line. We
Man,
build
you were holding it down.
We build, we just, you know, there's just not that kind of a thing. And I said, isn't it sad? He feels that too. You know, he's a United States guy. But he said, if you want to see the big ones, you're going to have to go to Mexico. They're owned and built by China in Mexico. And there are a number of them going up right now. And they think they're going to make their cars there, and they're going to sell them across our line, and we're going to take them, and we're not going to charge them tax. We're going to charge them, I'm telling you right now, I'm putting a 200% tariff on, which means they're unsellable. Unsellable in the United States. And then you wonder why it gets shot at, right? You know, only consequential presidents get shot at. When I say something like that, you have countries saying this.
Yeah, put some nut butter in it. Just pig.
What can you do? You have to
do.
You have to do what
Tacos
you have
or
to do,
burrito.
right? You have to. We have to be brave. Otherwise, we're not going to have a
Thai
country left. So
burrito.
what's happening is they're
Spicy
building
nuts.
these massive auto plants, and they think they're going to make tens of thousands of automobiles and sell them in here. No tax, no nothing. It's not going to happen. When you put on tariffs are the greatest thing ever invented. You know, I took in $467 billion from China. Nobody else took in anything, and China's economy is not even doing that well. And Biden, you know, they have not been able, and Kamala, they have not been able to take those tariffs off because there's so much money. And frankly, if they did take them off, this country would be flooded with Chinese cars. You don't have the Chinese cars. We put a pretty good tariff on. It was going to be lifted at some point. Then we had COVID. We did a tremendous job in COVID. We gave you a stock market that was higher than just prior to COVID coming in. And we did a great job. We never got credit. We got credit for the best economy maybe ever. We got credit for having defeated ISIS and having rebuilt our military. We shouldn't have given Sarah. We shouldn't have given $85 billion worth of equipment to the Taliban, to Afghanistan. In I think the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. That whole thing was the most, when we were leaving with me. I was the one that got it down to the right number. We were going to keep the
Is he supposed to be asking you a question?
1 hour away from where China makes its
What the fuck happened? He just started talking.
1 hour away, and we gave it up. We just gave it up. One of the biggest, one of the most, we spent billions and billions of dollars many years ago. The runways can hold more weight than any runway ever built. Think of that. They're, I think, 19,000 feet long, which is, you know, 3 times what a normal runway would be. It's called Bagram. And we were going to keep that because of China, not because of Afghanistan, 1 hour away from where they make their nuclear weapons. So that was a good one. We left, and the way we got out was so embarrassing. And because of that, first of all, 13 dead soldiers. I've gotten to know their families. They're incredible families, but they'll never be the same. Many badly injured, you know. Sarah, nobody ever talks about the soldiers that are badly injured. They talk about 13 dead, and we always have to say that, number one, and great families. But nobody ever mentions the fact that some of the soldiers were hurt so badly, the arms, the legs, the face, like obliteration. We left American citizens behind, and they're not too happy, I can imagine. But if they're living, and we also gave them $85 billion worth of the best military equipment, all beautiful, brand new, between the goggles and the planes and the armor-plated cars. We gave them armor-plated trucks and cars and vehicles. And so much, and they're one of the largest sellers now today of military equipment in the world. They're selling this stuff. 777,000 rifles and guns. Think of that. How do you have that anyway? Who would put that? We have 71,000 trucks and cars, and again, many of them armor-plated. So what happened is when Russia looked at that, they said, we're going to invade. We're going to go into Ukraine. If that didn't happen, I don't think, and I guarantee you, if the election were a straight election, and we won that election, we should have won that election, everybody knew we won the election, they would have never attacked. Putin never would have attacked, but the oil prices got driven up at $100 a barrel. He made money. He's the only guy who fought a war, and you make money fighting a war, but it got driven up because of their bad energy policies. But when he saw that, and you wouldn't have had, think of this, you wouldn't have had, how different would the world be? You wouldn't have had Ukraine being attacked by Russia. You wouldn't have had October 7th in Israel, where that horrible situation took place because Iran was essentially broke. They had very little money, and we would have made a great deal with them. All we want is we don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. That's all we want. We don't want you to have a nuclear weapon. We would have made a good deal with Iran. They would have been happy. And I think they're going to end up being very unhappy, but it's very dangerous. They're very close to a nuclear weapon. And the other thing, you wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had inflation because inflation was driven up by their bad energy policy. And you remember your gasoline started going up to $5 and $6 a gallon. And then what happened is they said, oh, we're going to get killed. We have an election. We're going to get killed. And they went back to my policy. So they went back to the same. What they don't, and they say, we produce the same amount as Trump. Well, they went right back to my policy, or you would have had $25 a gallon gasoline. So they went back. What they don't say is, though, I would have been producing 4 times as much. And I took us from third into first place by a lot. But we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country in the world, including Saudi Arabia, including Russia. And we would have been so dominant in energy. We would have, we didn't need any energy from anybody. We didn't have to protect any other countries in order to get their oil, which we've done for many years in the Middle East. We were energy independent. Sounds so beautiful to say it. We were energy independent. We were soon going to be energy dominant, and we would have been now having so much money coming out of the energy. We just have the best. We have Bagram in Alaska. They say it might be as big, might be bigger than all of Saudi Arabia. I got it approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. I got it done. In their first week, they terminated it. Check that one out. Bagram. Check that one out. Think about this.
Bagram.
Between you go to Anwar, you take a look at the kind of things that we've given up. We should have that air base. We should have that oil. We would have had a whole different country. But to give up Anwar, to give up the biggest air base, military air base in the world, and they left it in the dark of night with the lights on, and they did leave the dogs behind. There are a lot of people, they say, what about the dogs? They left the dogs behind. But we would have been a much different country right now. But we're going to get it back, and I promise you we're going to get it back with guys like this and people like that. And, Sarah, just one thing, because this is the world's longest answer to an otherwise simple question, but the difference is I give an answer that's productive as opposed to an answer that is not very productive, right? Like in the debate. But just to end this, we are going for Michigan, because we want to be a little bit Michigan-centric. You used to be the capital of the world in cars. Today, you're an afterthought in cars. And I don't know the head of your union. I've never met the gentleman, Sean. I've never met him. But what he's done to your union and what he's done by agreeing to allow this country to say we're going all electric, which at some point they're going to end up taking back that mandate because that mandate is insane. They want to go all electric basically by 2030. And for him, think of this, for him to do that, just real fast, you're right now at 25% of where you used to be and heading south because the electric cars are all going to be made in China and Mexico, but they're all going to be made basically in China. We are going to bring so many auto plants into our country. You're going to be as big or bigger than you were 50 years ago because they won't be able, if they're not willing to build a plant, we don't want their product. And that's enough. That's all I wanted. And it'll happen fast. It'll happen very fast.
I think it's safe to say that Michigan is happy that you're going to be president again. And Mr. President, we don't mind that you give long answers because you actually have something to say, because you actually got something done when you were president.
You know, it's a very interesting because she said, I don't think I've ever said this before. So we do these rallies, they're massive rallies. Everybody loves, everybody stays till the end, by the way. You know, when she said that, well, your rallies, people leave. Honestly, nobody does. And if I saw them leaving, I'd say, and ladies and gentlemen, make America great again, and I'd get the hell out, okay? Because I don't want people leaving. But I do have to say, so I give these long, sometimes very complex sentences and paragraphs, but they all come together. I do it a lot. I do it with Raising Cane, that story. I do it with the story on the catapults on the aircraft carriers. I do it with a lot of different stories. When I mention Dr. Hannibal Lecter, I'm using that as an example of people that are coming in from Silence of the Lambs. I use it. They say, it's terrible. So they say, so I'll give this long, complex area. For instance, that I talked about a lot of different territory. The bottom line is, I said the most important thing. We're going to bring more plants into your state and this country to make automobiles. We're going to be bigger than before. But the fake news, there's a lot of them back there. You know, for a town hall, there's a lot of people. But the fake news likes to say, oh, he was rambling. No, that's not rambling. That's genius when you can connect the dots. You got to. Now, Sarah, if you couldn't connect
weird
the
when he
dots,
calls himself a
you got
genius.
a problem. But every dot was connected, and many stories were told in that little paragraph. But there is something. But they say that. The other thing I say is this. We had 107,000 people show up in New Jersey. We had 68,000 people show up in Alabama. We had 79 or 81,000 in South Carolina. And they've never said I'm a great speaker. And I said, am I a great speaker? They say, oh, no, he rambles. What the hell are all you people showing up for if I ramble? You don't want to show up for a rambler. So anyway, thank you very much.
Mr. President, no one has done more to fight for the American worker than you, to bring back jobs and manufacturing to this country. Tonight, there's obviously a lot of people that really care about the auto industry here. And tonight we have a question from one of the auto workers, Isaiah, here in the audience that would like to ask a question.
Good, sure. Where's Isaiah?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We'll build a brand new beast. We're going to build a beast right here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President, for having us here tonight. I just want to let you know that I've attended one of your rallies. I did not leave early, and I did not fall asleep. Just want to let you know that, sir. I did not do it. I did not do it. I didn't see anybody else doing it either, sir. My name is Isaiah. I'm a third-generation UAW worker, working hard to build trucks here in America. Yes, yes.
Get ready. You're going to be doing plenty of it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I work for Ford, and you actually came and visited the plant that I work at.
That's right.
You did. And my question to you, sir, is what do you see as the major threats to the future of Michigan manufacturing auto working jobs? And what will you do to eliminate those threats, sir?
Okay, so I'll get into another little bit of a long answer, because when you say major threat, to me we have one really major threat. That's called nuclear weapons. We have other countries that are hostile to us. They don't have to be hostile to us. I always say if you have a smart president, you'll never have a problem with China, Russia, or any of them, okay? I got along great with Putin. I got along great with President Xi. I got along great with Kim Jong-un of North Korea. Everybody said, oh, you can't get along with him. He liked me. I got along great with him, and he has a lot of nuclear force. But you essentially have 5 countries, and you're going to have more. Whether you like it or not, you're going to have more. It's the single biggest threat to the world, not only Michigan, to the world. And you're not going to care so much about making cars if that stuff starts happening. And we have people that are not good at negotiation. The war should have never happened. President Biden, I want to be nice. He was so nice to me yesterday, but, you know, in one way, I sort of wish the call wasn't made, because I do feel he's so nice. I'm so sorry about what happened and all that, but I have to lay it out. We have very important, and the same with Kamala today. She could not have been nicer. But the fact is, we have to have people that are respected by the opponent, by the other side, by other countries. That are respected by the opponent, by the other side, by other countries. That are respected by the opponent, by the other side, by other countries. About it. They talk about Pakistan has to buy. You have to have people that are respected by the opponent, by the other side, by other countries that have this. Even Pakistan has nuclear weapons. We have countries. India has a lot of nuclear force. We have countries that have tremendous nuclear power. And when I hear these people talking about global warming, that's the global warming you have to worry about. Not that the ocean's going to rise in 400 years, 1/8 of an inch, and you'll have more seafront property, right, if that happens. I said, is that good or bad? I said, isn't that a good thing? If I have a little property on the ocean, I have a little bit more property. I have a little bit more ocean. But the fact is that it's a tremendous problem. And we are closer to World War III today than we've ever been. And the difference is, and I say this a lot, this isn't Army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is obliteration. The power of these weapons, and I'm the one that revived it, and I hated to do it. But, you know, we had stuff that was 48 years old. They didn't even know if it worked. We have incredible stuff. So does Russia. China has much less, but they're going to catch up over 4 or 5 years. It's the single biggest threat by far to civilization, and nobody talks about it. They talk about global warming. It used to be, remember? It used to be global warming. You know, they changed the name. You know why? Because the planet's getting cooler now. So now what they call it is climate change, because that covers everything. See, climate change, if it gets hot, cooled, you know, these people, I don't know if they're for real, but if they're not, they're covered by the words climate change. If it gets cooler, that's good. If it gets hotter, that's good. Global warming wasn't working so well. But the single biggest threat, okay, now let's assume we have a really smart president, and that's not going to be a threat because we have a lot of power. Doing business with China is a good thing, but you have to have a fair deal. Doing business with Russia, they have so much in terms of minerals and things. The size of their land mass is like 4 times bigger than the United States. The minerals and things they have, we can do great business, and you keep everybody happy. You can solve that problem. But let's talk about the local problem. The local problem is that you have countries stealing your business. Mexico is a very big one. Mexico, this year, we have a deficit with Mexico of $250 billion. Think of this, with Mexico. Mexico. Little Mexico, you think of it as a little innocent place. We're losing our ass to Mexico. China, you don't even have to talk about. We have over $1 trillion this year. I was charging them numbers that were unbelievable, and now he's just totally given up the ghost. And we're going to lose $1 trillion in deficits to China. $1 trillion. That's not sustainable. We're going to turn it all around, and we're going to do it through taxation and tariffs. It will be done in 24 hours, and it'll change the whole planet. Just so you know, Sarah, China became powerful because they charge. They don't call them tariffs. They call it a tax. They don't call it tariffs. The word tariff is a beautiful word to me, but to a lot of people that don't understand, it's not a beautiful word, because you have a lot of people that are paid off by these countries. They're taking care of these countries, and they don't care about destroying the United States. They want millions of dollars in fees and consultation, but we will, literally in a period of 24 hours, we can change the whole trading of the whole world. They've taken advantage of our country for years. I stopped it. I stopped so much of it. And then we had a focus on COVID, which a lot of people said was put in there for a reason. You know, it came out of the Wuhan lab, which I said right from the beginning, all of you know. It didn't come out of a cave. They said a cave. It didn't come from France. They blamed France. They blamed, I call it the China virus because I like to be accurate, you know. They call it the Spanish flu. They call it all different names when something comes from a country, except for China. We have to call it COVID. What the hell does COVID mean?
The Spanish flu didn't actually come from Spain, though.
And a lot of people think
it's just they were able to report on it because the war was going on or something.
I actually had a great relationship with President Xi, and in his own way, he probably liked me the most, but maybe or maybe not. I saw that Putin the other day endorsed Kamala, and you have to understand, these are major chess players. So when he endorses Kamala, he may say, well, I did that because I love you and it's better to be doing it. So who knows? But he endorsed Kamala, which is a little unusual. I was watching, I said, that's interesting. I think that's a good thing, isn't it? It really is. But look, we have to turn it around, and we can. We're going to have a reciprocal trade tax. We're going to have so if China charges 152%, which they do in a car, if we sell a car made here into China, which you don't do because the tax is too high, they say to all your companies and to others, and to Elon Musk, who gave us, he is a great guy. He gave me the strongest endorsement, and he's a really wonderful guy. But they say to him, we don't want your car unless you build your plant in China. And there's nothing wrong with saying that. That's smart people say that. We haven't said it for many years. I said it. We have a lot of plants going up with Apple and other things. I said, you got to build plants. You don't build plants here, we're going to put the tariffs on your products coming in from China. So we can do it quickly, but we're going to have what's called the Reciprocal Trade Act. Now, I dealt with a senator, a very good senator, actually, but he knows nothing about trade. I said, here's what I want to do, Senator. I want to take the reciprocal trade. If they charge us 100%, we charge them 100%. He said, you mean they charge us, we charge them? You got me. How simple could it be? It was sort of cool because he doesn't care. He's a senator, doesn't care about trade, but, you know. So we're going to call it the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, or I'll leave the name Trump off as long as we do it. So when India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game, and they use it against us. But India is very tough. Brazil's very tough. There are certain countries, I can tell you every one. I can give you from top to bottom. China's the toughest of all, but we were taking care of China with the tariffs. So we're going to do a reciprocal trade. If anybody charges us 10 cents, if they charge us $2, if they charge us 100%, 250, we charge them the same thing. And you know what's going to happen? Everything's going to disappear, and we're going to end up having free trade again. And if it doesn't disappear, we're going to take in a lot of money. Okay? But, you know, the biggest beneficiary, I believe, is going to be your state. And I won't say that to other states, I promise. About your state, you are going to have plants built at a level that you haven't seen in 50 years. Okay? Great question. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, one of the other things I think that you did that helped protect the American worker as much as anything else and also make our country and our communities safer was you actually did something about the border. Just this month, there was a woman in my home state of Arkansas who was killed by an illegal immigrant who was drunk driving that was deported during your administration and came back under this administration because they have failed to protect our country. It's one of the great threats that we face that you actually did something about.
A lot.
Tell us what you will do on day one to help protect our country.
So we're going to be, day one, we're doing two things, closing the border and drill, baby drill. Two things. We're going to get down the prices. Thank you. Nice people. I like this crowd. I like this crowd. No, this, you know what? You're smart people. So, Sarah, thank you. So, over the last couple of years, I've been talking about the border. I got elected in 2016 because of the border, but that border was peanuts compared to what this border is. That border was like a safe border compared. And I did it. I did a great job. And it also includes drugs. It came to, much lower. Look, unless you have the death penalty for drug dealers, you'll never get rid of the drug problem. Put that through your head, okay? Put that through your head. And I don't know if our country's ready for it. When I was with President Xi, and again, until COVID, I had a great relationship. Once that happened, I really didn't want a relationship because $60 trillion, millions of dead people all over the world. I was not exactly thrilled with him. But before that, I had a great relationship. And I said, do you have a drug problem? No, we have no drug problem. Oh, how come? Death penalty, immediate. I said, what does that mean, immediate? Immediate. We have what's called a quick trial. You know what a quick trial is? Like in one day, the trial is over. Over here, it'll be 25 years. They'll get some nice liberal lawyer and they'll have it tied up for 25 years. The guy dies of old age. So, but they have a death penalty. In Singapore, they have a death penalty. In a lot of countries, they have a death penalty. You sell drugs because the average drug dealer kills during his or her life 500 people. The average one. The big ones, much more. But when you hear that, when people start to hear that, and I set up blue ribbon committees, I put, nice people, dilettantes from New York and from Los Angeles, people that know nothing about drugs, and they're dealing with very smart people. These dealers are smart as hell, they're tough as hell, and they make a fortune. They make a fortune. And if you don't have the death penalty for drug dealers, you're just wasting your time. Now, we can keep it down, and we can do better than we're doing now, and a lot better than we're doing now, because what's happening now is out of control. But we had the lowest human trafficking, mostly in women, I hate to say, mostly in women, but we had the lowest human trafficking in 32 years. You know my favorite chart, the chart I put down. When I look to the right, that'll be my all-time favorite chart in history. That was basically a chart showing what a good job I did on immigration. But even if it showed I did a bad job on immigration, it will be my all-time favorite chart because I wouldn't be here right now if I didn't look over. Let me see that chart. That was not good. My all-time favorite chart. Blue, yellow, red. It was beautiful. Oh, there it is. There it is. There, that was good. These guys are very good back. I didn't expect. That's a good. The interesting thing, it's always on my left. It's at rallies. It's always on my list. I only do it about 15, maybe 20% of the time, so I don't do it much. And it's always at the end of a speech. But it's always here. For some reason, they dropped it here. It was at the beginning of the speech, the very beginning couple of sentences. And I turned like a deer bolting, I guess, right? They say good hunters say this. Every once in a while, a deer will bolt prior to the shot. And I don't know, I guess mine was a form of, but I turned around to look at it. It was right here, behind me, actually. and my head was at a perfect angle. It got me, but if you got to be hit, that's the best place. Although it's blood. The doctor, I said, how come so much blood? He said, the ear bleeds more than it. I said, I'll take it. I'll take it. But it was an amazing thing. And I have to say, because I have to, while we're on the subject, because people do like to talk about it. A few days ago, we had an incident. I have to say, Secret Service did a hell of a job. They really did. They caught. One of the gentlemen, one of the agents was walking a couple of holes in front, and he saw a rifle. AK-47, that's serious stuff, right? You know more about that. My sons know more about this stuff. But AK-47, that's a bad one. The other one was an AR-15. This was an AK-47. And he saw the barrel of the gun coming out from a bush. Can you believe it? This guy was all set. He was all set to do his number. And there was no talk. He didn't say, hello, what are you doing here, please? And he ends up getting shot himself. He took his gun, started shooting him. And this guy ran. No, great job. I don't know if he's, where is he? Not here, right? This guy, these guys do a great job. Now, they do need more people, and they've been complaining about that for a long time, but he did a great job. But you want to know another sort of a miracle? So the guy is now running for his life, and he's got a car a block away or whatever. And a woman, this is a woman, not a man, a woman, see? Women are smarter than men. I hate to say. How does that sound? Our great First Lady is very happy now. Let me just tell you, think of this. Who would do this? I actually asked, I was with the sheriff this morning, I was with a couple of people from Secret Service. Who would do this? So you now have a man running, not with the gun. He dropped the gun. We found the gun, but he was gone. And a woman driving in a car saw a man on the street, pretty busy street, running. And she followed him. And he got into the car, and she stopped because she thought he was trouble. He looked different. He, like trouble. She followed him, it wasn't very far, and parked the car behind his car and started taking pictures of his license plate. Now think of it. And Sarah, think of it. No, seriously, who would do that? It's
the women.
Not from good or bad, not from, strength or heroism. No, just you see somebody running. I see people running all the time, and you don't follow. She saw something in this guy that was bad. She may have heard maybe gunshots, because there were four gunshots. Actually, the shots, he never got off a shot. The shots were from Secret Service. But think of it. Who would do this? If you took 1,000 of these incidents, would even one person have done it? This woman was, I haven't met her, but I'd like to meet her. I'm going to meet her, I hope. But think of this. She goes in, she takes pictures of the plate, and then she sends the pictures into the sheriff's office, and the sheriffs are saying, wow, this is pretty amazing. And they were able to get this guy within 10 minutes. They had a high-speed chase on the highway. They got him. Otherwise, we'd probably have an AK-47. They had the camera. They had he had the whole thing. He was a sophisticated guy. He even had the serial number taken off the rifle, the gun. But think of this. So we'd have all the stuff. But I'd be walking around saying, I wonder where this guy is. Is he in this audience? We would have a maniac out there. This woman was unbelievable. Because I actually asked the sheriff, if it happened 1,000 times, would anybody have done that? He said, maybe, but not much, not much. So she did she was really amazing job.
Well, we're glad she did. I think there are a couple takeaways there. One, the women of this country love Donald Trump and are going to make sure we do our part. And I think one of the other things that we all know in this room certainly is that God is not finished with you, and He has big plans.
Sarah, I just want to say one thing. So when I heard about this tonight, I said, so where am I speaking? Michigan, good. I like Michigan. I want to talk about cars. I love talking about the cars because it's so simple. It's so ridiculous that this is happening. You don't want the electric. You do want electric cars, 7%, 8%. Elon makes a great product. But you know what? And I've driven. His car is incredible. Other cars are incredible. But you have a little thing. But you want to have gasoline-propelled cars. You want to have hybrids. You want to have all sorts. They say a new one is going to be hydrogen. Who the hell knows? They said it has a slight problem. It blows up. And if you're in the car, that could be a little problem. But you want to be able to have whatever it is, whatever the market is and all that stuff. But they said, sir, you're having a town hall tonight. And I said, a town hall? What the hell? They want a rally. They don't want a town hall. Town hall. And I said, so who is the host? Because host or hostess. And they said, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And I said, oh, that's good. I like that. But I figured, Sarah, you know, I love these rallies. You go and you say, we will make America great. Everyone's going crazy. We had one the other night. But you know what? Can I be honest? This was more fun than a rally today. This was fun. This was good, right? This was very good.
We're going to take another question from the audience. Maybe the only job in the country harder than being president of the United States is being a mom, especially under this administration, because they're making everything harder. And tonight we have a mom here in the audience, Barbara, that's behind us, that has a question for you.
Hi, Barbara. Hello back there.
Good evening. Good evening, President Trump. Thank you for taking our question.
Thank you.
My name is Barbara. I'm a mom of 3, a grandmother of 7, and 3 great-grands, a registered nurse, retired nurse. So I know the cost that goes into raising children and running a household.
Yeah.
People just can't survive now. How are you going to bring down the cost of food and groceries?
Good. Very good. Thank you. So we have to start always with energy. Always. I don't want to be boring about it, but there's no bigger subject. It covers everything. If you make donuts, if you make cars, whatever you make, energy is a big deal, and we're going to get that. It's my ambition to get your energy bill within 12 months down 50%. If I can do that, you've done a hell of a job. 5-0, not 15, 50. Interest rates are going to follow, and actually they're going to follow for another reason. The economy is now not good, and interest rates, you'll see they'll do the rate cut and all the political stuff tomorrow, I think. And, you know, will he do a half a point? Will he do a quarter of a point? But the reason is because the economy is not good. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do it. But we're going to get interest rates down, and we got to work with our farmers. Our farmers are being decimated right now. They're being absolutely decimated. And, you know, one of the reasons is we allow a lot of farm product into our country, and we're going to have to be a little bit like other countries. We're not going to allow so much we're going to let our farmers go to work. And I don't know if you remember, I love the farmers because, you know, I had many meetings as president. I had this gorgeous room with this beautiful table that seats about 35 people, and I was with the farmers. Usually everybody wants something. They all want subsidy. But I was with the farmers, and I think you might have been there, actually, Sarah. I said, look, fellas, we're going to get you such a beautiful subsidy, meaning I'm going to do things. And one of the people raises and, sir, honestly, we don't want a subsidy. This is the first time this ever happened to me. Everyone wants, they want money, they want to build windmills. We want money with these windmills. Anyway. But But you know what? It was amazing. He said, almost tears in his eyes, they were getting decimated. We don't want a subsidy. We just want to play, a fair, level playing field. And I said, nobody's ever said that. And I have many industries and many groups of people from different things. They do all different things. It's probably the most dramatic I've ever seen. He didn't want anything. All he wanted was to be able to compete fairly. And the problem we have is other countries, they treat us very badly in that way also. They really are. And sometimes the worst countries are our so-called allies. I say so-called because in many ways they're not allies at all. They take advantage of us. They really take advantage. But we're going to do with the farmers. We're going to do what we have to do with the farmers. We're going to put our farmers. And do you remember the expression? When I was negotiating with China, China said, well, we're not going to deal with this because they never had anybody negotiate. They did whatever they want. They just took us for a bunch of suckers. But I told the farmers it's going to be very good negotiators. You're going to suffer for 6 months and then they're going to fold. And that's exactly what happened. They folded and they agreed to buy $50 billion. You might have heard the story. I said, how much? I went to the Secretary of Agriculture. How much did they buy? He said 15. I thought he said 50. So when they're ready to make a deal at 15 billion, I said, no, I want 50. That's what they've been buying. He said, no, it's 15. I said, you said 50. And he said, no, we said 15. I said, that's okay. Ask for 50 anyway. And we got it. We got it. And they buy a lot of our product. But so it's just a great interest rates, energy, and common sense. A lot of it's common sense, everything. I like to say we're the party of common sense. We want to have a strong border. How about we want a strong, all of a sudden they've changed. They didn't want any border. They said walls don't work. Two things work. What are the two things? Wheels and walls. If there's a gorgeous computer down here. In about 2 weeks, it's going to be obsolete. A friend of mine is in that business. He hates it. He said, we come up with a new model, and it's the greatest. About 3.5 weeks later, the damn thing is totally obsolete. The only thing that never gets obsolete is a wall and a wheel. And the wall is what we're talking about now. And we built hundreds of miles of wall. We then added more than I ever said I was going to do. And then we had that bad election result, that disgusting result. And they never put it up. You know what they did with it? They sold it for 5 cents. And it was expensive wall. It was exactly what the Border Patrol wanted, with the anti-climb plate on top, which I always hated because I didn't like the look of it. But, they demonstrated it. We had mountain climbers and a couple of drug climbers, too. These guys are amazing. They put 100 pounds of drugs on the back and they go up the wall like it's nothing. But they couldn't get over the plate. So all of a sudden I said, okay, I'll put the plate on. I didn't like it. I liked it better without the plate, but it didn't work quite as well. So this is what we did. We had it. We had the best. We had a thing called Remain in Mexico. You don't have to be a genius to know Remain in Mexico is a very good thing. And you think that was easy to get. I think Tijuana, Mexico was probably the fastest growing city in the history of the world. Okay, they had hundreds of thousands. They couldn't come in. When they got in, they let everybody pour into our country. The border, just to finish with the border, when I talk about energy, to me it's exciting, but to a lot of people it's not. But it gets exciting because we'll bring down your costs, all that. But what people want to hear, and I believe when I got elected, I believe it was the border that was the biggest thing, and I fixed it, and I did a great job, and I wanted to mention it in 2020, and my people would say, sir, nobody cares about the border. They don't care because I had it fixed. Now I got to fix it again. I believe the border is of the greatest interest. When you look at what's happening in Aurora, okay? Take a look at Aurora. When you look at what's happening in Ohio, the great state of Ohio, I love it. I'm way the hell up. I wish I was up 18 points in your state, but we are up. We are up. I think when people hear what I have to say, I don't know how you can possibly lose it. I'll tell you this, and I'll say this for Michigan. If I don't win, you will have no auto industry within 2 to 3 years. It'll all be gone. And I know you got a little bit bit of an increase, it doesn't mean that's the small stuff, because it's just a temporary thing, because you will not have any manufacturing plants. China is going to take over all of your business because of the electric car, and because they have the material we don't. What we have is a thing called gasoline. We have gasoline. We have so much gasoline we don't know what to do. They don't have gasoline. So why are we making a product that they dominate? They're going to dominate. You will not have a car industry left, not even a little bit of a car industry. So, and you're going to have electric cars, but you're going to have 7%, you're going to have 9%, whatever it may be, and maybe someday the technology becomes so good that you can do more. I mean, you know, it's fine. But right now, the battery technology isn't there for long term. I always say, I love the electric car, but they don't go far enough, and they don't do well. You know, in Iowa, it was 20 degrees below zero when we had our great success in Iowa. We had a great, and there were cars all over the place. I said, what's wrong with those cars? They don't work well in cold, and they don't work very well in heat. But Elon's going to figure it out because he's great. He gave me the greatest endorsement. He figures everything out. Right now, he's got other things to think. He's got to get a rocket up to get those two people out of there. I said, Elon, let's get going. No, they're relying on Elon to get the two people. Who would like to be up there right now saying we're coming back home maybe in February? So
they're back already.
Not so good, but Elon will solve the problem. He's great guy, and he loves this state, and he loves your whole everything you're doing here, and he's done a fantastic job. He really has. And if he didn't endorse me, I would not be saying that. Okay, I wouldn't be saying that.
Thank you. We've got time, I think, for just one more question. When you were president, you built one of the strongest economies our country's ever seen. One of the ways you did that was by passing the largest tax cut in American history.
They are.
We have a question from Willie who wants to ask you something about taxes
people came
and what
back.
you're going to do.
Oh, just the thing came back, huh? Oh, really?
I'm a local contractor in this town.
He's a cool-looking guy, too. He's better looking than you.
I'm a local contractor in this town, and I live here my whole life. And I'm going to tell you, I'm kind of concerned about crucial Kamala's tax increase. Can you outline for the people what you plan on doing about
I need to pick up Simon's medicine.
Look, she's going to double up your taxes. She wants to terminate the Trump tax cut. Just that is going to lift up your taxes by 44%. Just that one move. And remember, I have it so that, like, if you're a farmer or a small businessman, you have no inheritance tax. They're going to give that up. They're going to give everything. You know, a lot of people don't realize.
Those people did the spacewalk, though, on
A lot
it.
of people didn't talk about it, but if you have a small business, if you have a farm someplace, a lot of farmers, they have beautiful land, but they don't have the cash, and they leave it to their children, and they're so proud of their children, and the children end up going bankrupt because they have to borrow money to pay off the estate tax. There is no estate tax. And that's something that nobody even talks about, but that's helped. That's saved a lot of families from having to sell their farm or losing their farm. But she's got one thing that's incredible, an unrealized capital gain tax. That will drive every business out of the United States. So what that is, I don't know how they can possibly administer. The only ones that are going to make money are appraisers and accountants. So they're taking a business, might have not a lot of money, but it might have great land, and they're valuing it. And what was it this year compared to next year? You got to put down a value, and then you got to go out and you have to pay tax, even though you haven't sold anything. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. And I don't know how any rich person or any person that's in business can even think of supporting her. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. So, and they're going to raise the capital gains tax, Willie, a lot. Now, as far as regular, people are going to have to pay a lot more tax. Your taxes, she said, 70 to 80%. Some people will pay 70, 80%. You have to understand, a lot of these people are international business people. A lot of these companies are international. They don't care if they're here or someplace else. They go for the best deal. They go for their shareholders. If they raise the taxes like that, they go to other countries. You know who got a lot of our companies is Ireland. Years ago, they took our pharmaceutical industry because they gave them a better deal. They will leave our country. They will leave all those jobs that we created. And I want people to pay fair taxes and all of that. But she's going to be raising your taxes to 50, 60, 70%. And it's not sustainable. unreasonable. And even for the companies, if they have to pay too much, they're going to leave the country and you're not going to have any jobs. So we have to be very, very careful about it. We have to be very, very careful. And I have to tell you that this has really been an honor. This will be the most fun of any state because we're going to bring back an industry that you can do it. You know, we're going to bring back an industry. And mark my words, if for some reason some tragedy happens, because it would be a tragedy beyond the auto business for the whole country, I really believe that. If a tragedy happens and we don't win, there will be 0 car jobs, manufacturing jobs. It will all be out of here. And that includes South Carolina. That includes other places that are competitors of yours. You won't be making cars here anymore. You won't be making anything in our country anymore. We're going to bring it all back. But the one, and I say this, and I said it to another state the other night, and I said, this is not a good thing to say to another state, but I said, Michigan's going to be the most fun because you're so set up for greatness. All you need is somebody smart at the top to say, you can't flood our market with cars. You just can't do it. And if I say you have to pay 100%, you know China pays a big, but I didn't do the big number yet. But if I say you have to pay 100 or 200%, it doesn't matter because I'm going to say second sense. I hope you don't mind this. However, if you build your plant in Detroit, or if you build it in Michigan, or if you build it anywhere in the United States for that matter, it seems to be the right location. But we're going to have more fun. So I'm telling them about Michigan, and I'm saying, you know, the story's getting a little bit long because I'm talking about Michigan. I happen to be in another state, but everybody loved it because they know you. You're recognized for this. We're going to get, now, they go from paying 100% tariff to paying nothing. All they have to do is build their factory and spend their hundreds of millions of dollars in your state. This will be like taking candy from a baby. It'll happen first, and you get the credit. I'm going to give you the credit.
Well, I don't think there's any question that America was better off under Donald Trump. And we know that it's going to be even better the second time around. Before tonight, I knew you were going to win the presidency. I had no doubt. Arkansas is going to come in huge. But now I know you're going to win Michigan by epic margin.
Laying on the sidewalk right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need you to show up. We need you to vote because the future of my kids, your kids, our grandkids depends on whether or not Donald Trump goes back into the White House. And I know you're not going to let us down. More importantly, I know President Trump is not going to let us down because he's shown us time and time again that no matter what comes at him, no matter what the left throws at him, he's going to get back up and keep fighting for this country that he loves so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, man. I'll see you. Thank you, everybody.
I think he's gone.
Of George W. Bush, it goes on. They mention,
I'm
a critic of bailouts, financial interests, corporate power. I'm a civil libertarian. But let me go on to get to the meat and potatoes here. The filing says in a post to the social media platform X, which has now been viewed more than 12 million times, the Harris campaign
He
said
doesn't
Mr.
give a
Poole
shit
is
what people
promoting a, quote,
restream.
plan to give former President Trump
I gotta go get Simon's medication.
legal power so they can jail
I'm not doing
and
a full
execute
Costco
those who
shopping.
don't support
I might look at the
Trump if he
liquor
wins.
section though.
The Harris
What's
campaign
wrong with
did not
me?
hedge this statement
I don't know
or
what's
couch
wrong
it
with
as
me.
opinion. To the contrary,
I'm
to any
sorry.
reasonable reader, the Harris campaign was saying that Mr. Poole wants to
Damn,
suspend
looking
the
extra
Constitution,
fat, too.
make Trump a dictator, and use
I'm
state
getting
power to
skinny
imprison
fat.
and kill Mr. Poole and President Trump's political opponents. According to the Harris campaign, then Mr. Poole's plan is to imitate one of the hallmarks of the most abhorrent, murderous regimes of past and present. What the Harris campaign published was and is a lie. Mr. Poole has never advocated for the lawless extrajudicial killing of his or anyone else's political opponents. To include in the video clip, the Harris campaign incorporated to its X post. Both the clip and its context demonstrate Mr. Poole's commitment to civil liberties, which is consistent with his past criticism of drone strikes involving American citizens in the war on terrorism. Shocked by the Harris campaign's malicious disregard for the truth, Mr. Poole almost immediately threatened legal action, but the post and the deception it creates remains to this day. Mr. Poole welcomes debate and discussion from all sides of the political spectrum, including from Vice President Harris, Governor Walz, the Harris campaign. As part of his commitment to open discussion, Mr. Poole has even taken out advertisements above the very New York City streets he once walked to engage people who disagree with him, putting millions of dollars where his mouth is on the issue. But with the Harris campaign's lie still hovering over our democracy, Mr. Poole finds it more difficult to book guests with contrary views, including Democratic politicians and members of Congress. The reputational harm the Harris campaign inflicted on Mr. Poole will take millions of dollars to undo. At the same time, Mr. Poole is ramping up his security efforts as a shield against those who bought the Harris campaign's lie and might seek to do him and those he cares about harm. A recent incident suggests one man might have already been set off by the Harris campaign's false statement. As I mentioned, some a crazy guy showed up to one of our properties. I was not there. The report I was given is that police were called. An employee was attacked physically and left injured. I mean, this stuff is absolutely insane.
Well, and they'll attack people adjacent. What if it's Tim Pool's family? What if it's Tim Pool's? They'll attack people adjacent to you.
There are neighbors next to this property. And I've gotten reports that these individuals are going on their properties, trying to sneak around. I mean, this stuff is nuts. I can't stress. I think people need to realize this. Kamala Harris is the Democratic candidate for the presidency who posted on her official campaign social media platform that I have advocated for this. They are pushing this lie. One, I am not a Trump operative. I am not part of Project 2025. I have never advocated for the death penalty. I strongly oppose it and passionately argue against it, even in our members-only show, Debating with People. Now, they go on to mention parties, jurisdiction, venue, etc. They go on to explain that the Kamala Harris campaign actually posts what they call fact checks. On their X account, they actually state, that they're correcting the record and things of this nature. They go on to mention several posts from me. Writing in thousands of hours in video and audio content, Mr. Poole detailed his views on the issues. I am anti-violence, anti-censorship, anti-corporatist, against mass centralization of power in any form, against illegal spying in the security state, against racism, fascism, war. Consistent with these views, Mr. Poole criticized Obama for his administration's use of drone strikes, such as those that led to the death of Abdulrahman al-Awlaki. And don't get me going, I rant on that one a lot. They go on to mention the Harris campaign operates an X account under the handle Kamala HQ. They mention that it displays fact checks, telling people that they're presenting them with the truth. They go on to mention the post in question, which includes they have since scrubbed this video from YouTube. In the body of the post, which has been viewed more than 12 million times, the Harris campaign asserted that Poole is a Trump operative with a Project 2025 plan, with a plan to give Trump total unchecked legal power so they can jail and execute those who don't support Trump if he wins. Nothing short of lawless extrajudicial killings. The Harris campaign further asserted that Mr. Poole and his guests since scrubbed this video from YouTube, falsely suggesting that Mr. Poole was or is trying to hide the video the Harris campaign incorporated, while also revealing the in-depth research it did into Mr. Poole and his views. I want to go on to mention that in the filing, we present from the actual show where it says, quote, at the 1 hour, 26 minute mark, quote, Tim Pool, I oppose the death penalty. Quote, you're saying that when they are arrested or when they are indicted, arrested, tried, and convicted, should they have been found guilty of treason by a jury of their peers, you say death penalty, which is the legal codification in this country. Media reporting immediately after the May 31st broadcast did not make such salacious false accusations against Mr. Pool. The website Mediaite ran a story on the clip, but focused on Miss Loomer, who reported called for Democrats to be executed. They go on to mention, I believe that there's other timestamps that I want to make sure I can highlight. Maybe I passed them already.
You were just clarifying her take? Like that's all that was going on? Was you were just clarifying her take?
The core of this is that I believe it was Sean Davis of the Federalist who said, I want to see a list of the Democrats that are going to be arrested when Trump wins.
Yeah.
My point was, I'm going to say it in the most correct and easy to understand context possible because, you know, they're trying to spin what I'm saying. If you want to arrest anyone, be it Democrat or otherwise, there has to be real evidence. There has to be an actual indictment. There must be jury trials. There must be an opportunity, years, in fact, for them to go through the evidence and fight this legal case. And should they be found guilty and there should be trials, we will show the whole world what they did. They have clipped this out of context to make it to remove everything I was saying as if I'm advocating for people to be arrested, to which I even say in the show, I do not think anyone's committed treason. Sedition at worst. People have, like, you know, the lawyer who fabricated an email to try and, you know, get a Trump aide arrested or whatever. Seditious conspiracy at worst. In it, I said, are there Democrats who should be arrested? Of course, no question. My point is not we should go around arresting Democrat voters. My point is, are some of the people who align as Democrats in government people who have committed crimes? Yes. Look at Jamal Bowman. He walks up and he pulls the emergency signs off the doors and then pulls the fire alarm. He got charged for that.
It was an accident.
Sure.
It was an accident, Tim. He was in the wrong place.
That over and over again. That was the exit. And then and then there's the video of him taking the sign off.
Take off your tinfoil hat, okay? It was an accident. He didn't mean to.
He's never seen one before. He was only a school principal.
Yeah, he didn't know.
How could he know?
He didn't know what was going on.
So let me see if there's anything more I can add to this. You know, I think the document may be up and visible.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on this altercation which happened? So they showed up at this property.
Yep.
They're going on the neighbor's property. They're doing all these things. It seems like it's safe to assume that, again, if you're experiencing harassment like that, that it will likely continue.
We were swatted. I think this was starting in 2022 into 23 over a dozen times. And, you know, a lot of people think that means that police kick the door down, there's guns everywhere. No. The first time we get shut down, the police say we're coming in, what do they call it, exigent circumstance or something. And I said, I do not want the police coming on my property. This is a false, you know, the swatting, blah, blah, blah. And they refuse to listen. So I'm let's just say perturbed over this. It persisted. At this point, I'm not going to explain our security apparatus, but we get swatted. They don't come and kick the door in. There's a different way it's handled that doesn't disrupt the show. There was an instance where one of the bomb hoaxes was deemed credible, and we had to evacuate the studio for 3 hours with the live stream running. We had 40,000 people watching an empty room for 3 hours as the police kept us off our own property because of these things. So when someone shows up, and the reports that I've gotten, I want to be very clear because I'm not there. We aren't at this property anymore. People don't know where we are. They don't know what's going on. They're crazy. They show up. What I've gotten reports from security and other individuals is that a crazy person was on the neighbor's property, lurking around, spying on our old property, which is now effectively a private residence, unaffiliated with anything we're doing here. We're not there anymore. And then one day came with a camera and there's a big sign saying no trespassing, walking right past it, walking up onto the property, filming things. And then the next day, something happened that resulted in, all I can say is, I don't know, I wasn't there, but I was told a police report was filed after this man assaulted one of our employees, leaving him injured, very lightly, but injured, like black eyes is what I was told. And the police came and removed the man and told him he can't come back. And this is the kind of stuff that we deal with, and I don't think people understand.
But that's already too much.
Absolutely.
That's already too much.
I mean, the stuff that we see because the Harris campaign. I mean, look, I don't understand how they could just publish this statement. It's insane.
Well, you know what's
because
interesting
because they get away with it, right?
And we have to stand up for ourselves. We have to say enough of the insane lies. I have friends and family who are Democrats who live in other parts of the country, and I immediately after this happened had people calling me being like, my brother's asking me like, what is going on? What did you say? And I'm like, holy crap. Anyway, sorry.
So, yeah, Daniel Dale with CNN finally did some fact-checking of Kamala HQ and only found 8 errors.
Did he include this one?
And he did not even include this one. No, it was actually sort of ridiculous.
So
I think you're right, though. I think they don't expect anyone to do anything.
No.
And also they...
Well, who has the resources?
And with the pace at which social media moves, they think they'll do the damage they need, but kind of be able to escape into the wilderness before anyone catches them.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? It's like how many of the 12 million people who saw that are going to follow up on it, right? Once it's in your mind, Tim Pool bad guy, or whoever bad guy, the damage is done, and then you can just move on to the next thing, right? Meanwhile, you have to go in and sometimes maybe take years to salvage whatever the reputational damage was based on the slander. So yeah, sue the shit out of them.
Well, we have filed. It's there. I don't know if it is filed. I think should any outlets begin to pick this up, the filings.
Well, what are you asking for exactly in the filing?
Well, let me just read, because I think it's better that I read from the official statement. So count 1, defamation, libel per se under West Virginia law. Mr. Poole realleges the foregoing paragraphs. The Harris campaign published a false statement that Mr. Poole is a Trump operative, that he has a Project 2025 plan, that he wants to give Trump total unchecked legal power to jail and execute those who don't support Trump if he wins. Those statements were and are false because Mr. Poole never said such a thing in the incorporated video and has never said such a thing previously. The content the Harris campaign clipped cannot be reasonably construed to support the claims made in the post at issue or from Mr. Poole's prior statements and conduct. The Harris campaign cast its statement as fact, not opinion. Accusations that Mr. Poole endorses lawlessness, executions, and extrajudicial killings harm his reputation and standing in his chosen career and profession. The Harris campaign published its statement on X to tens of thousands of third parties. The Harris campaign statement damaged Mr. Poole. The Harris campaign exhibited actual malice by claiming that Mr. Poole supported lawlessness and extrajudicial killings when he made no such claim, and despite the campaign's apparent research into Mr. Poole and his views. Count 2 is bad faith misconduct. Realleging the Harris campaign misconduct described previously herein was at all times carried out in bad faith, vexatiously, wantonly, and for oppressive reasons. Mr. Poole was damaged by the Harris campaign's bad faith misconduct, as previously described herein, in addition to his expenditures for the prosecution of this cause of action, which is necessary to clear Mr. Poole's name and restore his reputation. The Harris campaign's bad faith misconduct triggers the state's exception to the American rule for payment of attorney's fees, as described in, I'm not going to read the case law. The Harris campaign's pre-litigation misconduct likewise triggers the exception to the American rule for payment of attorney's fees described in, and once again, case law. Wherefore, Mr. Poole respectively prays this court awards Mr. Poole all cognizable damages, awards Mr. Poole his attorney's fees and costs, orders the Harris campaign to retract the original defamatory publication in the same forums and broadcast media and in the same prominence originally published, and any other relief against the Harris campaign the court deems proper. Mr. Poole requests a jury trial on all issues so triable, respectfully submitted this 17th day, September 2024. And shout out to James Lawrence, who is representing me in this matter.
Well, what does that mean, though, the damages? Like, how much do you think you're going to ask for here?
I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. All that's in the filing is, what I can say is it mentions in the filing, I want to make sure I get this right, so I'm going to search it because I don't want it to be from me. It says, let's see, millions of dollars were spent in ads. It will take millions of dollars to undo.
Gotcha.
I want to clarify, too, as much as I can, that, for anybody who's listening, There are a lot of people who file lawsuits where they're like, I want $100 million or whatever. No. We went over this and I said, here's what we're currently doing because of what they did. And that is the case. And we are going to be completely reasonable and approach this in every legitimate and reasonable way possible as to what our costs are for a business with 40 employees and, with what happened at external locations, security costs, etc., as well as I forgot what it's called, but there's a specific term for marketing you have to undertake to try and counter certain messages. So that's the gist of it. There's obviously a lot more if you were to go through the whole thing. I didn't read everything, but I assume those who cover the story later on, assuming they do, I don't know, will probably be able to pull up.
What's the principle behind the jury trial? Is that just what your lawyers recommended that you do, or?
It's in the filing.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything pertaining to my lawyers and all this stuff is just, I can't talk about.
I understand.
Yeah. So,
but I mean, everyone's going to be curious, right? So.
Yep, and we're going to have to wait to see what ends up with this and all that stuff. But I want to make sure that, for the sake of respect for the courts and the process, obviously I will talk about this as I have an absolute need to defend my reputation. Many prominent leftist personalities are using these clips the Harris campaign posted out of context to defame me and lie about my views. We every day are reaching out to personalities across the board, and it becomes increasingly difficult to bring people on when they receive when you look. We try to book a liberal to come on the show, and they're getting threats and intimidation from other liberals. I'll give you an example. There was a YouTuber who reviewed "Am I Racist" by Matt Walsh. What's his name? Something Johns? I don't know. And he's getting attacks on the internet from the left for daring to talk about a movie. They want to make sure he cannot do that.
That's what happened to Winston Marshall. He was canceled from Mumford & Sons for reading and liking Andy Ngo's book. He read the book.
That's right.
He said it was good, and he lost his band.
They can't risk his thoughts straying into uncharted,
that's totally
terrible
insane.
territory.
Do you know how long does the Kamala campaign have a certain amount of time in which to respond? Do we have an expected response time?
No idea.
It's interesting. I like going after the Kamala campaign because the Democrats have been going after RFK mercilessly in every state. They launched lawsuits against states for erecting border walls because the Kamala campaign refuses to do it. They claim they're opposed to sex changes for minors while they sue the state of Tennessee for banning sex changes for minors. I mean, this is the most litigious administration.
Well, I got to ask you.
In this regard, I will just say this filing is about an egregious lie that has damaged me, my business, has put us at security risk, as we've already experienced. It was only a couple days after this post came out that this guy shows up and is lurking around, one of my properties, putting my staff at risk. I will say, I have long told people you have to stand up and fight back, and it's very, very difficult. I have long been a huge fan of James O'Keefe, who says, be brave. And so when I am personally faced with something so shockingly damning, insane, and damaging, I absolutely will do whatever it takes to defend my name, my honor, my reputation, and seek every legal remedy to resolve this.
Well, strategically,
lie.
Are you worried about backlash from the Kamala and Democrat campaign? So, for instance, there is a chance, and it's a very good chance, in fact, that Kamala Harris is the next president. And, the Democrats have not been known throughout the Trump years and then the Biden years of not taking revenge on basically anybody who's around, Tim. I just wanted to point this out, right? Anybody who has been a thorn in their side in any degree, they kind of, throw them in prison and lock away the key in many cases, crawl up their ass with a microscope. I'm just asking, like,
Tim Cass,
you're a little worried about
live from behind bars.
I'm just saying.
Worried about any kind of backlash from this?
I don't think about that. In this regard, I was defamed. We are seeking legal remedy with respect to the courts. We have made our arguments, and in this matter, we, I can comment on other extraneous political matters as we wrap up this segment, which we will wrap up now and move on to the next story. And perhaps there will be some other issue that is perhaps involving similar questions, but I don't want to comment in any way that construes the purpose of this lawsuit is simply to seek remedy for the defamation. And that's very important to me. I think it's important to the people of this country to know that our courts are willing to look, we've got Times v. Sullivan. We've got, these anti-SLAPP laws and things like this. There are remedies. There are rules. We abide by them because we respect the courts, and we try to navigate a system to the best of our abilities. And when someone acts in such a way that is bad faith and defamatory, then we seek the appropriate legal remedies. So I'm going to wrap this segment up there.
I'm glad you're doing it, but just my opinion, right? It is going to put a target on your back the size of the Death Star, right? It really is.
Do you think that that's one of the ways Democratic lawmakers and Democratic activists try to keep conservative voices compliant, though?
Well,
this fear that there's retaliation?
Well, it's not just that. They'll mobilize tech industry against you. They'll mobilize law enforcement against you. They'll mobilize the Department of Justice against you. They don't give a shit anymore. They don't care anymore. The idea that people will use restraint against their political opponents that's a thing of the past.
Well, if there is any concern, or if you'd like to support our work, and you think we should be standing up for ourselves and pushing back against lies and manipulations, become a member at timcast.com. This one's going to be difficult. It is very obvious to everybody. Many people don't have the resources to defend themselves, and even those who do, it is draining and puts great risk in terms of the great cost to stand up for yourself when something as powerful as $1 billion political machine says something so shockingly egregious. So I hope that there is a quick and speedy resolution, and I'll leave it there. Let's jump to the next story, ladies and gentlemen. From the Post-Millennial, David Muir's World News Tonight viewership drops 12% following ABC presidential debate bias scandal. The show averaged 6.7 million viewers Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, which were the 3 episodes immediately following the debate. Before the debate, his show was averaging 7.6 million viewers. He dropped over 900,000 average viewers following the scandal. According to Fox News, those are the numbers that was the decline we saw. Muir and co-moderator Lindsay Davis were criticized for fact-checking Trump on stage numerous times while not issuing any for Harris. Namely, I think the most offensive is that she said there's no U.S. troops in any active combat zone, and they didn't fact check her.
Yeah, did you see Jim Banks today fact checked that, and he put out a video that he got from U.S. servicemen in active combat. And I thought that was pretty wild, because that was an insane lie. And she should know that. And if she wants to be the commander-in-chief of the military, she should know where our guys are.
Right. And if she doesn't know it, then she shouldn't be in charge of the military, because she's definitely clueless.
Yes.
Well, that whole thing was biased. But I mean, I just read, I think this was on the Drudge Report earlier, that there was a document which came out that said that ABC behind the scenes was talking about this. They were discussing ways that they were going to be fact-checking.
Yeah, that was in an LA Times interview with Lindsay Davis.
Yep.
And she said specifically that after the June 27th debate with Biden, they decided specifically to fact-check Trump as much as they could, because they didn't appreciate what he'd said, pushing Biden out of the race, apparently.
I'd like to welcome this 12% of viewers to come watch Timcast IRL, where we break down the news
or the Crucible
and the Crucible. Both. You can watch them both. What time's your show on?
Usually I run about 9 o'clock at night.
Oh, well, there you go. So overlap. They can watch us for the first hour, and then afterwards they can move over to the Crucible. But I'm really optimistic with this story. For one, doesn't it feel good?
Little payback.
It just, I mean, I wouldn't call it payback. It's just,
but that's what it is.
You reap what you sow.
But that's what it is, right? It's viewers saying, no.
I think it's an undeniable litmus test for mainstream media, right? They put up this guy thinking, he's going to represent our network well, and he's going to do whatever he needs to do. And the reaction to him was dislike. And it doesn't bode well for ABC, which I think is kind of an untrustworthy source, especially with the current administration.
Well, let me ask you something.
It's very untrustworthy, in that they're like the only people that Kamala Harris will talk to, ABC and CNN.
And Biden gives them a ton of exclusive.
Do you think, like, from the practical perspective, though, that we shouldn't jump to the conclusion that this is something which is going to stay steady, that this could just be some immediate backlash, and these numbers could rebound fairly easily? This is pretty close after this debacle, so there's a good chance people have very limited memories, this type of thing.
I would argue if it does rebound, then what we're seeing is just political fatigue. People are like, I am so tired of this, put on something else. However, if this is because that debate was very poorly run.
Yes, it was.
These 12% are probably turning on some other channel. And there's the habit's not going to just change back. They're not going to go, I don't know, I kind of watch Muir again.
Yeah.
I think once you're in the downward spiral, it's much harder to climb out.
Totally agree. But first of all, 12%.
I agree. It's very close together. It's such a sudden drop. Maybe it's just like, I hate that guy, and they'll forget in 2 months. But on the other hand, it's actually on Muir to rebuild the reputation. Otherwise, you will be in the habit of not going to him. And that's, again, it's a much more difficult problem for him than it is for the viewer.
I agree. And the other thing is 12% is huge. That's a massive viewership drop, career ending. That would be, I have a network. I just lost 12% of the viewers because of something something you did. Get out, right? I mean, that's the kind of drop that is. So,
However, the people who run ABC were like, David, we're sorry you lost these viewers because of what we told you to do. They're not going to fire
they don't do that.
They're probably not going to fire him.
I don't see a scenario where the executives at ABC told him to fact check Trump, saw negative repercussion, and said it's your fault. They're going to say, this is what we have to deal with because we did the right thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I don't see these guys taking much personal responsibility. They usually look for scapegoats. And oftentimes, personalities will become the scapegoat. I mean, we saw this with Tucker Carlson, for instance, at Fox News. I think that he became a scapegoat for
Dominion.
For Dominion and for all of that. I think he was totally a scapegoat.
Didn't Dominion request his termination? Was that a part of it?
I think that's what was understood, was that was part of the lawsuit.
But it wasn't official
part
or
of
something.
the settlement. Yeah,
So
but that wasn't exactly exposed.
So I'm not, but they will. If there's a scapegoat, they'll get rid of him.
If they're going to scapegoat him, they're going to say that his viewership decline was due to something else.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure that's true.
Like you guys were already saying, they had this meeting where they were talking about how they were going to fact check Trump. So this is official capacity ABC deciding to take an action, which was heavy bias.
Yeah.
And when you know what they might say? You know what it was? It was when you told Trump that you didn't take his statement that way. When he said we lost by a whisker and you argued with him and then gave your opinion, you beclowned yourself.
Well, you moved out of the position you were supposed to be in for the debate, right?
Yep.
And so once you do that, once you move out of kind of that moderator hat, it's over, right? The bias is out. There's not much you can do about it. By the way, in the original debates with Clinton and Trump, there was a lot of bias that came out of the moderators there as well.
Well, didn't Donna Brazile feed Clinton the questions?
Yes. Yep.
In debate?
I think Sanders was the one.
Yeah, they were trying to get rid of Sanders.
Yeah,
trying to push him out.
Trying to get him.
Yeah,
rid of him.
I've seen. Some of the bias has been absolutely insane. I don't know if you caught this interview over the weekend with CNN's Dana Bash and JD Vance on Sunday morning. It absolutely is completely worth watching. It's 16 minutes, and the difference between the way Bash treats Vance and the way Bash kowtowed to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz is actually pretty shocking, to the point where JD Vance points it out and says, when you were interviewing Kamala Harris,
look at what
you gave her multiple choice policy questions, and I'd appreciate it if you let me answer a question. And it was a terrific interview. I watched it twice.
That was just like Don. Well, if you have guys like Don Lemon saying, hey, the media needs to stop Trump. I mean, that's what he's saying, right? The media has to stop him. The media is going out of their way to, spread his fascist messaging. That's what Lemon was just saying recently.
It's our professional obligation.
Yeah.
You remember Don Lemon from 2012?
Yeah.
When he was like, we need to talk about fatherlessness in the black community, something that I think is deeply personal to me. And I think people have, it's just like, there's this famous video where he talks about how he wants to help the black community, but it's these very practical things that, like, talking about, helping homes, helping education. And now he's this guy who's like, it's all about racism and white supremacy. Like, his worldview inverted overnight. It's sad to see, but I also have a question in this. How does an individual's worldview change on a dime like that?
Fear. Well, it's really, the answer is fear. So the thousands of Democrats that I've talked to and progressives, they are legitimately terrified of Donald Trump. I mean, they're actually terrified of him and his supporters. They honestly do believe that you're a fascist. They honestly do believe that you're a criminal if you support Trump, that you support a criminal, that Trump tried to coup against the United States. They honestly believe this. Now, take yourself and put yourself in their shoes, right? As insane as that is, you try to put yourself in their position. If you thought the president of the United States had tried to coup and was trying to bring in a government which was against every value that you had, and if he was elected again, that was it for you. You were going to, off to the gulags with you.
You're talking about Harris?
Yeah. Well, yeah, sure, right.
But here's
what I'm saying, from their perspective, right?
No,
them changing their worldview from that kind of fear actually makes sense to me. It's like, okay, what else would you do?
I agree, and it's fascinating because I would just describe it as them living in the upside down.
Totally.
They look in the mirror and they see a funhouse image of reality. Take, for instance, I'm absolutely loving the cat in Ohio story because Chris Rufo found a video from 1 year ago, before there was a controversy or scandal, of cats on a grill. And a man saying, Holy crap, they barbecuing cats. And you hear a woman go, they got a cat on the grill. And then it's an amazing video because there's a cat walking around and he gets like, man, look at that cat. You better get missing. Your home is on the grill. He went and interviewed these people. He interviewed the neighbors. They all corroborated the story. They found the grill. Now, I will say this. I have not seen any extra pictures of the grill. I'm just saying I trust Chris Rufo. He reported on this saying he did these things. But I tell you, maybe it's not correct, but I did see a video that showed cats on a grill. They come out and they say, nope, still not true. Those are chickens. Chickens' feet don't go down like that. These look like cats on a grill. Either way, we've got multiple videos from people from the town saying this is happening. One guy's like, I seen a guy with a whole truck full of cats. And they're like, nope, he's lying. That's a lie. That's a lie. They're all lying. The city manager said there's no credible reports, so they're all lying. Every single one. Everyone is lying. The government is right.
Yeah, but they
the
also...
institution above all else. I mean, that's really what they're saying. Chris Rufo is not from our institution, and therefore there's no way he's credible. We say what the facts
Well, they're also trying to gaslight, right? Trying to actually gaslight.
I think Chris Rufo's credible. I just think mainstream media doesn't believe him at all.
Well, and that was interesting, too, because you had Dana Bash bringing up Chris Rufo to J.D. Vance, saying that he's a conservative political activist, basically with an axe to grind. And Vance is like, you know what? You guys weren't even talking about any of this before we brought it up. And now, actually, these problems are getting some attention. And one thing that he said that I thought was particularly compelling, you know, which is probably sort of obvious, but was actually compelling, is he said, I'm listening to my constituents. People are calling me. They're telling me what's going on. I represent Ohio. These are my people. I wanted to bring their concerns to light. It's important to them, so it's important to me. And she's all, have you been to Springfield? And he's like, not in the past 4 days, but about at least 100 times in my life. And he starts listing off places he takes his kids in Springfield.
There's also, I believe, the Oversight Committee or someone shared police reports of alleged cats being taken and things like this. And so I don't know.
Those aren't the only animals, though.
For sure.
And so this is why this is what cracks me up with this type of gaslighting. So I've heard this before. Oh, maybe they're killing the local geese in the pond, right? Maybe they're killing the local geese. But you know what? Rednecks out in the country do that all the time, right? They go out and they hunt geese, which is true, they do.
When you're allowed to.
But this is not common inside of major metropolitan areas or inside of towns and inside of cities for people to go to the local pond, kill the geese, and grill them up. And the fact that you would try to kind of convince me that that's normal because guys out in the country, sometimes they'll poach, is insane.
And
that's
Andrew,
insane.
Andrew, not eating cats is white supremacy.
That's totally, for sure.
The other thing, too, about it is that everyone who's tried to discredit it, from Dana Bash to, what's his name, David Muir, right. He's mindful. That's right.
He's very
mindful. One thing that they keep doing is they keep talking to city officials, right? And so one thing that the city officials did was they said, we tracked back through 911 calls, and then we tried to contact some of the people who made these calls, and we couldn't get in touch with them again. And so we couldn't verify it. And it's like, if you're some broke person in your town
transient.
And you're like seeing, I mean, if you're in a position where you're seeing people like eat cats and geese, like, you don't want to talk to the cops anyway. So making a 911 call already is kind of a big deal. You're not going to answer I don't answer the phone I don't want to. Not going to say anything about myself, but you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to answer the phone when
couldn't they have just left
authorities are calling. They might not be there anymore. And so that is not a good enough debunking of the claim.
No. There are a lot of domestic political stories that I want to get into, too, especially as this Ohio cat story is crazy. But we got to jump to this one from the New York Times. Israel planted explosives in pagers sold to Hezbollah, officials say. I am so far beyond, this is so far beyond belief. The first thing I want to say is when I was live this morning when the first reports came in, someone super chatted my morning show saying Israel just hacked and detonated pagers of thousands of Hezbollah soldiers. And I was like, no way, dude. That's a movie plot. I immediately Googled it. Jerusalem Post, Reuters, Wall Street Journal. And I went, holy crap. Now, at the time, we did not know if it was Israel. They'd remained silent, but the speculation was. The New York Times has a headline now that officials say Israel did in fact do this. They say small amounts of explosive were implanted in beepers that Hezbollah had ordered from a Taiwanese company, according to American and other officials briefed on the operation. I can only just say, holy crap, the videos are insane. Let me just stress, Thousands. What are they saying? Like it's around 2,000 now, or what's the number?
I think it was like 2,700, and at least 8 people were killed.
They went off, and there's photos.
And many wounded, right?
Many wounded. There's a photo of a guy who was riding his motorcycle with the pager on his hip. It blew up, knocking him to the side, and he's got this smoldering gash on his side, and he's just slumped over. There's one of the most prominent videos of a guy wearing a bag in a market with oranges or whatever. His bag explodes and he falls down. Think about what this means. How did Israel intercept this order before it was shipped to Hezbollah? Why was Hezbollah ordering pagers from Taiwan, a U.S. ally? I mean, this whole story is absolutely crazy.
I mean, what I think is crazy, and we were talking about this a little bit before the show, it's almost like Israel is trolling them because they specifically use pagers. Now, I can't say why they chose Taiwan, but they use pagers because it's lo-fi, because they know that Israel will hack their cell phones, and it's a way of trying to avoid detection. But obviously, Israel is clearly saying, you can't escape us. We are in control here. And I just don't, I don't think it's going to de-escalate from this.
Not sure. I mean, trolling, I guess, to a degree, to me, it just looks like good psychological warfare, right? So the idea is to create panic in the enemy. You're never safe. Anywhere, under any circumstances, even your own pager we can make kill you. Now, I have to tell you, from a strategic viewpoint, if I was, taking a bird's eye view to this, that's a really good play. Making a person's pager blow up their friend is a really, really good way to instill in the enemy, you are never safe from us.
It's an ultimate troll. I mean, Hezbollah attacked Israel the other day. I don't think anyone was killed, but blowing up somebody's pager is a crazy troll.
I want to say a few things because I think let's remove emotion from the matter and talk mathematically as it pertains to war. Mm-hmm. You are correct. This was a tremendously brilliant strategy on Israel's part for how to have effectively a mass, simultaneous, decentralized attack grid on Hezbollah soldiers. I am not a big fan of the tactic, however. The idea, I would say this, I'm not a big fan of collateral damage. And so I can respect the brilliance of the strategy, the operation. I get that. I mean, there's a guy in a marketplace with oranges. They're innocent people who are getting caught in this. Yep. And I'm not a fan of collateral damage, but I want to stress this too. I want to make sure people understand that there's no rules in war.
There's none.
It's a silly argument. We talk about war crimes. I always thought that was silly. I'm like,
weird, yeah.
I understand the idea. It's like, we're going to, if we win and you did these things, you are going to regret it. And that I understand. But understand that our enemies, the enemies of Israel, whatever, I'm not saying they're the same enemies. I'm saying Israel's enemies, we have enemies. They don't care about what we think the rules are. And so the only thing I can say is, I don't want to be involved in Israel's war and conflicts, Lebanon, Iran, or otherwise. I don't know that we have an exit because our establishment leaders have already entangled us in this for generations. Mm-hmm. In which case, man.
And the Israeli lobby is extremely powerful.
I agreed. And so the challenge for me is, I don't know enough about what has been going on, why they did this, how it impacted the strategy. Will it end the war? Will it escalate things? I don't know. So the only thing I can say on the surface is, while I obviously condemn war and violence, the strategy was of such an intelligent and extremely capable caliber. I am shocked and impressed by, I can't believe they pulled this off. I wish war wasn't happening. But I got to stress, like, Israel, man, they are not to be trifled with.
Well, not only that, but I mean, my pushback will be kind of the same. I know we were discussing this earlier, but my pushback here is kind of the same, that I do legitimately think inside of warfare that the civilian population is the population which feeds the soldiers. It is the population which makes the bullets. It is the population which makes the bombs, et cetera, et cetera. I have never been of mind from a strategic standpoint that civilian population centers would be off the table inside of warfare.
Well, that was sort of Castro's idea, is that his revolution could not succeed without the help of the civilian population. That was like a big...
Well, that's just all warfare.
Right, sure, but that was sort of his theory, like that he would never be taken down so long as he had the support
of the people. Right. But the idea here inside of warfare is everything.
Well, that was warfare too, yeah.
Just like everything that is supporting your army and your military force is given to you from the civilian population, all of it. So So when people,
that's the argument for the attack on Dresden.
Yeah, well, I mean,
what was it, Easter Sunday?
Yeah, or the attack for Nagasaki or Hiroshima or any of these things. But the point is like we did it, and we did it because these population meccas, if they're gone, you can't support the army. So I'm not sure that I would take the idea of like collateral damage or things like this. If you're in open warfare, legitimately, civilian targets are going to be on the table. They just legitimately are.
Yeah, I think that is something that the Western community is sort of tiptoeing around here. We hear reports about civilian casualties on both sides pretty repeatedly, and at the same time, no one is willing to say, like, okay, we must now stop this. And I think in some ways it's an acknowledgement.
Well, it's because both sides cry foul, too.
Right, and you also realize that, like, you can't hold either side accountable to stopping being this outside influence, not being directly involved in the conflict.
Well, the first thing the Israelis do, if there's civilian casualties, is they run out in front of the cameras and say, hey, look, okay, Hezbollah came in and look at all these civilians that they killed. Okay, that is the first thing that they're going to look to. That's off the table. So, but this is done the other way too. Oh, look at all the civilians that the Israelis killed. If you're Hezbollah, they both use the same tactic because in the public's mind, that is an off the table target. But in reality, from a strategic bird's eye view, of course, that's not off the table.
You ever see War of the Worlds?
Yeah.
The original and the remake. And I remember reading a very funny opinion piece, movie review. And it's like, how funny. The aliens come and attack Earth, and then they succumb to illness, they end up dying or whatever. And it said, the reality is that if any alien force had the capability to come to Earth, they would immediately target our oil fields, and the entire world would shut down within 2 or 3 days. End of story. Our energy sources are ripped from us, power plants shut down, and then the planet's over.
Right.
So when we're talking about war, what people need to understand is, for the most part, we are trying to be gentlemen. When you hear these stories and it's like, well, we only engage military targets, this is gentlemanly, but it's not real war.
No.
Real war is going to be like what we see in the Middle East with ISIS, when a suicide bomber runs into a daycare or something and just knows they're going to hit them where they're going to hit us, they're going to hit our allies where it hurts. Barack Obama, here we go. You ready for this one? Killed Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki, a 16-year-old American citizen, in a drone strike in Yemen. We are not at war with Yemen. The drone targeted a civilian restaurant. It killed more. My understanding is more than just Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki, who was a 16-year-old from, I believe he was born in Boulder, Colorado, lived in San Diego. The official response was they had been targeting an al-Qaeda leader and they had bad intel. It was an accident. I don't believe that I don't believe that for a second. Anwar al-Awlaki, his dad, was also killed in a drone strike, and this man was an American citizen. The argument that was made by the uniparty establishment was that Anwar was an enemy of this country, was a jihadi rallying people to fight against us, and therefore he was an enemy combatant. Mm-hmm. There's an argument there. I say that's a tough one. That's tough. There's an argument there. The Constitution still protects that someone who's an American citizen will get charged, will get a trial, and not just be blown up in war. If, however, someone is actively in a combat zone and they're attacking you, I don't think such a premise is reasonable. That being said, I don't believe for a second the killing of a son was an accident. I believe, in my opinion, purely my opinion, the Obama administration said, we're going to send a message to Al-Qaeda, we're going to send a message to Iran, kill his kid. I believe that the Obama administration intentionally targeted a civilian restaurant in a country we're not at war with to kill the child of a jihadi, so that all of these people would know the United States is not above killing your children if you fight against us, sending terror to all of them. There's another famous story that we were listening to recently where Donald Trump sent some guy a picture of his house. Was it? Are you familiar with this one? You guys remember this? I don't know what it was, but so he I think it's the Taliban, and Trump's negotiating, and Trump says, send him a picture of his house. And the guy says, why do you send a picture of my house? And he's like, you'll have to figure that one out. But there's a point that we know where you are, we know who you are, and we have the power to get you. There's a lot of questions about the killing of Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki. Why did we bomb a country we're not at war with? Why were we targeting civilians? And how did we accidentally kill this guy? I think it's unreasonable to assume those are all accidents. I think it's actually simple. Barack Obama said, make sure they all know the price you will pay if you raise arms against the United States.
Sure. But let's look at this objectively too. This idea of rights as a United States citizen, these are really just constructions of the mind. There's no such thing as an actual right It doesn't exist outside of some axiomatic kind of philosophical principled belief, right? I have the axiom that I have inalienable rights, and so therefore I have them.
Disagree.
Okay, and we can get into that in a second. But to finish my point, okay, based on this, we kind of suspend them all the time and then kind of pretend like we don't. We let cops be judge, jury, and executioner in many moments and kind of excuse them from it. If there's something which is going on that's in such a state of emergency, we'll suspend the constitutional rights of people in a moment's notice. We'll send the Japanese to internment camps. We will do all of those things because we've done it. We'll suspend your constitutional rights in a second if we think we need to, which, by the way, that would be my argument for how I know rights aren't real anyway. But we will, and we just kind of excuse it.
But there's a correction here. Government-enshrined protections are not real. Rights that as we know them, are just things that we recognize as things of value to us. So, for instance, I usually define it as simply, you have a right to speak freely. If you're in the middle of the woods and you're buck naked, you can say whatever you want. You have a right to keep and bear arms. Pick up a stick, sharpen it, pointy stick, you can defend yourself. Ain't no one going to stop you. The question is, when you get into conflict with someone else, where is that line drawn? So the reality is, rights are recognized as things that we can and must do to survive and maximize potential.
I think rights are force, and I think that...
You think rights are force?
Government
rights are
protections.
What do you mean rights are force?
You're talking about government protections.
I'm talking about period. I'll explain what I mean. A right, to me, is an entitlement absent duty. That's a right. Okay, you're entitled to it, but you have no duty.
What does that mean?
It means that you have it. So, like, okay,
entitlement to speak.
Yeah. So, if you have a right to own a gun,
to speak.
No, hang on. Let me finish. If you have a right to own a gun, do you have a duty to own a gun?
But do you have a duty to speak?
No, you don't have a duty to speak.
If you have a right to vote, do you have a duty to vote?
So right. So it'd be an entitlement.
That's your argument.
It's an entitlement.
But
absent a duty.
But you can speak.
Yeah, you can.
And so
until you can't,
the question
until somebody stops you with force.
So you're talking about government restrictions are made up by us as a people.
Just people can adhere to your rights without any form of government. If you're walking down the street and you speak, and a guy turns around and smacks you in the mouth and breaks your jaw, right? He has now used force against whatever this right you think you have to speak. You have no right to do shit except whatever you can enforce. Right. Your mechanism is force, and the mechanism against you is force.
And so
all rights are force.
You're talking about government protections, not rights.
No, I'm talking about rights. What is a right?
So it is an intrinsic moral function.
Well, okay.
Or
intrinsic meaning what?
It means if again, I'll try to explain. If you're born and you live in the middle of the woods, there are things you can do. You can hunt for food. You can defend yourself. You can speak freely. Now, what we've done in the United States,
unless you're born blind and you can't talk. Right? Then where does your right to speak come from?
You lack the ability to speak, right? But you still have the means by which you are allowed to do it.
Yeah, but what makes it an intrinsic right to be able to do? Like, where does this idea come from, other than you axiomatically kind of just say? You say because I can do something, I have the right to do something.
It's part of a evolutionary biological structure that resulted in the survival of humanity.
So if I like grab a spear and I can stab somebody with it, I have a right to.
No, that's attacking somebody. That's violating.
Yeah, but other than an axiom of you shouldn't do that because I just don't feel like you should, what makes it intrinsic that I don't do that?
That you don't go and kill another person?
Yeah.
So the way I view rights would be things that. And again, there's a debate over what rights are.
Yeah, let's start with that. What are they?
No. So there, it's honestly difficult to define, but it is certain moral structures or.
I would say axioms. Would you agree with that? Just an axiom. So like. You have inalienable rights from God according to the Constitution. This is an axiomatic principle. It means this is our like philosophical starting point, is that we have these.
I would put it as things that were required or greatly beneficial to the survival of an individual that we greatly benefit.
I agree. We benefit. I just don't know what makes them intrinsic, or like you're born with them or something like this, other than we just kind of agree to it.
So I think the restrictions we kind of agree to. And some people might view some things as rights and other things not as rights. Mm-hmm. Like the left thinks healthcare is a human right, which makes literally no sense.
No sense.
But in terms of your ability to speak, you can walk around, you can speak. To defend yourself, you can pick up a stick, you can defend yourself.
But this goes back to the same argument. I can grab a spear and murder somebody. I can do that. Why don't I have a right to do that?
Because you are now causing harm to another person, which is a detriment.
But why is that valuable?
Why are other people valuable?
Yeah, well, why would that be an intrinsic value? So, like, I can
one would result in the end of humanity, and one results in the expansion of humanity.
Well, no, both can result in the expansion of humanity.
Right, but absolutely not. You're completely wrong.
No, I'm completely right.
You are wrong. Self-defense can result in expansion of humanity if you're using destruction for the purpose of ending something that is destructive. But if you are wantonly going around murdering people, you're actively reducing and harming humanity.
Well, okay, but that doesn't mean
So
that you couldn't expand humanity by harming people. There's
So
nations
the argument
that
of
do this all the
self-defense
time.
is there are things that we believe we must be able to do for the betterment and survival of humanity.
Yeah, but when I'm asking you this question, right, I'm asking the foundation from which you say, I have the right to speak or write.
We
or
need to be able to in
things like
order to
this.
survive.
You because you need to do something.
So
I'm not sure how that means you have a right to it, though.
Okay, so speech is not
Like you have
just
to
saying
eat.
words.
You have a right to eat?
Yes, 100%.
Really? You have a right to do that?
Why would you
Yes,
not
you don't have a right to own
So if
food,
I had-
but you have a right to eat, otherwise you'll die.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Do you have a right to breathe? What about breathing?
These are good questions, right?
Again, I don't think you understand. We're talking about intrinsic behaviors that are required for survival versus the government and humans deciding what we shouldn't have.
I don't think we're speaking past each other. I'm asking what makes them intrinsic. When you say I have a right to eat, okay?
If you don't, you'll die.
If you have if that guy has all the food over there, you no longer have a right to eat.
We're not talking about your right to steal from others. If you are
so you
standing
no longer
in
have
the
a right
woods
to eat?
if you're standing in the woods by yourself, eat that mushroom.
Okay, got it. You can eat the mushroom. But what makes it a right to eat that mushroom, and what makes it not a right for guy standing next to the mushroom to say,
Okay,
I have a gun
about laws.
and I don't want you to eat
hold on.
that mushroom?
You're now once again talking about laws and restrictions.
Yeah, okay, but my whole theory is that rights themselves are force, and that's all they ever are. It's just your ability to use force to do thing you want to do.
I think you're just making
you call that a right.
I call rights things that are essential to the survival of humanity.
So you have a right to your heart beating and your blood flowing and to blink and to...
Yes.
Okay, so if you
So
just...
now you misunderstand because once again you're talking about government again.
How is this government? It doesn't need to be government.
If you are standing in the middle of the woods and your heart is beating, your heart has a right to beat. If your heart fails and you die, you died. If you're making an argument that someone should or should not be allowed to do something is an entirely human social construct.
I agree.
Right. I'm saying that the reason we have protections of rights is because we've determined certain things are required for the reasonable survival and expansion of humanity.
Yeah, I agree. We agree to those things, and we act as though they're rights.
And the Bill of Rights.
But I don't think rights themselves exist.
The Bill of Rights is a recognition of certain things that we do for the betterment of survival that must be protected from government. Now, if you want to argue the amendments in the Bill of Rights are nonsensical, fine. If you want to have a moral argument or philosophical argument about what is required or intrinsic to the survival of humanity, by all means have that argument. But rights do exist. It just means some you might not agree with and some you might think aren't. Those are philosophical debates.
Yeah, but when you say exist, right? Do you mean outside of your brain they exist, or do they only exist as a construction of your mind where you say, I have a right to do X?
If we observe creatures in the wild, we will see them required to do things to survive.
Yeah, okay, so...
If you inhibit those things, they will die.
So if just rights
protect
to you,
those things.
So the rights to you just mean things which are a requirement for your existence?
And typically we define them as such because they transcend the basic obvious things like breathing and drinking water.
Owning a gun isn't a requirement to your existence.
No, defending yourself is.
Yeah, but
if a bear comes and you're in the middle of the woods and you don't have the ability to defend yourself, you cease to exist and humans cease to exist. So humans do defend themselves. Then as human society, we've decided this should be protected, otherwise humans will cease to exist.
Yeah, but why? Okay, but this makes no sense, right? So if all right is to you, Tim, is thing X which is necessary for the survival of a man, in this case blinking and breathing and eating and pooping and whatever, the right to poop shall not be under, because you have a right to do that because it's like something you need to do to be alive.
Right, but you can't poop on someone's floor.
Why couldn't you extend that to literally everything? You need healthcare to survive. You need guns to survive. You need a house to survive. You need everything to survive.
I think we should move on, but I think the challenge is, I don't know if you're unwilling to understand or what. You have no right to take other things from other people, to take their labor. You have no right to force a doctor to perform surgery on you, but you certainly have a right to ask him for it.
Those are just assertions. Like, you just assert these things as though they have a grounding epistemic foundation from which you can make the assertion. Based on where do you make the assertion that you're not allowed to do X other than because Tim Pool's preference is that you don't?
And I'm literally saying you're talking about laws and social order right now, not human behaviors for survival.
I think human behaviors are laws and social orders. I think that's this. You're saying the same thing.
No, if a person was in the middle of the woods, they'd be foraging and looking for food.
Yeah, what does that have to do with what I just said?
You're talking about what the government can and can't do. I'm talking about what humans need to do to survive.
Yeah, okay. Well, humans also have to have other humans around to survive.
And so this is communication is essential. The right to defend yourself is essential. The right to secure your possessions is essential. These things, without them, humans cease to function properly. And then you get the Soviet bloc, you get starvation, you get genocides.
It's
and
also
this is a
just
detriment
it's
to...
a function of our belief system in the United States that we have natural rights. I mean,
I agree with that.
That's a huge part of it.
I agree with that. I agree with that, that in the United States, we agree that we have them.
You can say, I think you can
not
say that
sure
everyone,
that we do.
I think that you can say that everyone has these rights, and it's a function of whether or not their government allows the rights to be recognized.
That's the contention. When you say, I think everybody has these rights.
Yeah, that is my belief.
Yeah, it's a belief.
Yeah.
Based on
existence. I mean,
based on just your preferences.
So there's,
I don't think it's a preference. I think everyone has a right to breathe. And
you do. In the big picture of what are the list of fundamental rights that exist to humans, cultures debate these things wildly, but there are a small handful which are true and correct. If inhibited, a person dies.
Agreed. But what I'm saying, I guess my overarching point, and I can just kind of tie it off
society
with this,
fails.
Is that when I say rights are forced, what I'm saying is the thing that you say is necessary, breathing, eating, these types of things. I think that those things, which you call rights, really are just force. You're saying I will use force in order to do this thing that I want to do to necessarily exist. And that another person can use force to stop those things from existing.
And then you can use force to stop them.
Right, and then you can use force, et cetera, et cetera.
Right,
but all we're really doing is just moving the goalpost of force around, right? So if this group says this group does not have the right to breathe, they do not have the right to eat, they do not have the right to do any of this shit, and they go and put a stop to it, what are we appealing to for why it is that you can't do that?
That group doesn't have the right to do that.
Yeah, but that makes no sense. Why wouldn't they have the right to do that?
I feel like
saying might makes right, which is
it's beyond that. I think you're making a postmodernist argument for why you should be allowed to do things that other people don't want you to do.
I think I think the opposite is true. I would use the justification of God, and I would appeal to something which is unchanging and an unchanging standard for moral justifications for oughts. But what you're doing when you say a right and you're appealing to like the Constitution, that's postmodernist subjective standards of nonsense, right? It's just like, no, it's moral. We all decided that we have these rights, so we do. There's no justification for any of them.
So you don't believe any intrinsic moral foundations?
No, I do believe in intrinsic moral foundations and epistemic justifications and ontological justifications, which would come from God.
I think you're doing deconstructivist reasoning to argue why...
It's just basic philosophy. It has nothing to do with deconstruction or postmodernism. Basic philosophy, you have to have a justification for a position.
And when I've given you one, you just reject it every time.
Yeah, well, because they're axiomatic. So you haven't demonstrated why the axiom or the starting point, we start with rights, Andrew. You haven't demonstrated why we do, other than because I observe that if we don't act in this way, you expire. But it's like, okay, but why is that even bad? Like, why is that even a bad thing?
Why is it bad that humans cease to exist?
Yeah, why would that even be a bad thing from the worldview of rights? Like, oh, okay, if you don't have this right, you die. But you haven't justified why that's even a bad thing.
Because humans exist through a pattern of evolution towards, or creation, whichever you decide, to be fruitful, to bear fruit, and etc. These things are components of creation and life. I think this aligns perfectly with like a Christian, Judeo-Christian moral worldview, and I think these things are requirements for the efficient expansion and fruitfulness of humans. So they are natural, either from an evolutionary standpoint. Humans developed to inherit certain requirements to function efficiently, and when these things are curtailed, we see inefficiency and collapse, disease and chaos.
This is circular. So you go, okay, we need to bear fruit and multiply. Why? Well, because then we can exist. Why do we need to exist? Because then we can bear fruit and multiply. Okay, but why? Because then we can exist.
You're just being contrarian for no reason.
No, it's not contrarian. I'm giving you a real principle.
You believe in God?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
So if I say God gives you a mandate, so when God says has a mandate to be fruitful and multiply, do you say yes or no?
Yeah, of course.
Are there certain characteristics and behaviors that result in benefit and more efficient, fruitful multiplying?
Of course.
Aren't the, so are
that's
those
divine? But this is, hang on, this is divine command, justification from divine command. It has nothing to do with libertarian nonsense of constitutional egalitarianism.
I think instead of having a discussion on the merits of what rights might mean, you're instead upset over what libertarians think rights might mean, as opposed to what I'm actually trying to say.
Okay, well, do you justify rights as coming from God?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, then we're fine there. But so I think we actually agree. So then if that is the case, if whatever you think rights are come from God, then whatever else we're appealing to external to God for where a right comes from isn't really a right, right? It's not really a right.
I think that life, goodness, creation, there is deep overlap. I think a simple way to look at it is, yin yang, within good there is some evil, within evil there is some good. Mm-hmm. And a way to explain that is sometimes we have to destroy to create. What does that mean? If there's a mass murderer who's murdering children, we don't want to, but we stop that person to defend ourselves and others' lives. I think that there is divine mandate that we must be fruitful, multiply. We are here to organize, to create. There's a secular way of looking at it. It's evolution that developed us into this point where we have internalized these things that we must do, or that result in a more efficient way of life. Or more simply, there is a God, there is a divine structure and mandate which results in certain things that are beneficial to mankind that I would describe as good and just, and there are things that are evil and unjust.
So as we get to the heart of it then, right here, where we come to this agreement, where I reject this, is that I think all the things you just stated are duties. They're duties, they're the opposite of rights. You have a duty.
I just think we're having a semantic argument.
Well, but semantics are super important so we don't speak past each other. So when I say a duty, it's an obligation to do a thing based on the fact that you're commanded to, in this case by God. A right, I would say, is an entitlement absent duty. So if that's the case, what you're listing out is like God is giving us these duties to do. I'm not sure what rights he's giving you.
I'm saying there are certain behaviors that God, that there are certain behaviors, there are certain functions of life that are a component of God's divine plan mandate. And I could argue it in a secular way for people who don't believe in God or whatever.
Sure.
There's a natural structure of the universe that says to humans, be fruitful and multiply. And these things are important for the efficient structure of such. That being said, we definitely should talk about Diddy, but I do appreciate it. I thought that was fun.
It was fun.
But I love the philosophical discussions, but I think the audience is like, I want to hear about Diddy. Okay, so here we go. From the New York Post, Sean Diddy Combs to be held without bail in sex trafficking case, says the judge. Combs, 54, did not visibly react as a Manhattan federal magistrate Judge Robin Tarnowski remanded him into custody following a nearly 2-hour-long hearing where he sat without handcuffs at the defense table wearing a black shirt and dark gray sweatpants, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so here's what everyone wants to know. They found like 1,000 bottles of lube or something?
It was total craziness, yeah.
99 bottles of lube on the wall.
Did you listen to the press conference on this? I caught a clip of it, and it's one of these things that's just, the more he talked, the more ridiculous it got. Like, one of the accusations is that he's involved with basically sex trafficking, and there are like professionals from males and females who were forced to like perform in hours-long freak-offs where he dosed them with ketamine and all this stuff.
And he flew them across state lines, just like Elliot Spitzer, which makes it, transportation for the purpose of prostitution. And he had them do all of these crazy things. Yeah, I think it's
every
totally
time the guy would just be like, so these freak-offs, these drug-fueled freak-offs.
What I kept thinking, too, was like, all of the songs about like I'm a pimp or whatever, and it's like, oh, like for real.
It wasn't you like posturing. You were like, no, I've made my
really
bone.
your jam.
It's crazy. It's also one of these things where it's like, I don't. You see those pages in like tabloids where they're like, celebrities are just like us. No, they're not.
No, celebrities are not just like us. They're hooked on their own ego and fame, and they'll do anything for just a little bit more.
Some of them are all right? Not all of them are.
I mean, you can't talk in absolutes. On the other hand, like, look, I feel like nobody is safe right now. This was a real weird one.
Yeah. Well, so in this one, if I remember correctly, there was a run up here, right? Like this was expected. Nobody.
Yeah, I mean, it was like going back to 2003 or something. There were videos, but I mean, it all started, I think, when he settled with his ex-girlfriend, and then a whole bunch of other women were like, me too.
Yeah. And his attorneys will argue that the law in New York changed so that it expanded the time frame which these complaints could be brought against him. So his ex-girlfriend Cassidy brought a complaint against him. A couple other women did. Cassidy, the video.
Cassie?
Cassie, sorry.
Yeah.
Leaked
But
on social.
she's been working with the feds for a while on this.
And there's that video that leaked online where it's like him beating her up in a gym or something. It was pretty brutal.
They're chasing each other.
But then afterwards, there was like that raid on his house. His cell phone was seized in Miami at the airport. What he was going to, was it Bermuda?
Yeah, he has like another house or something.
Well, I was in the Fresh and Fit studio when that originally broke, with the kind of idea that, okay, now the girlfriend is working with the feds and they're collecting evidence. And it was kind of expected even then, this was months ago, that this was going to happen, right? The prediction was, okay, this guy's likely going to get arrested and tried for this. And it looks like there is actually some there.
That's why he moved back to New York in order to be on hand. In order to be on hand. And he figured, like, if I'm in New York and they arrest me, they'll let me out on bail and it will be fine. And instead he was remanded
and now
without bail.
They're saying, people are all tweeting that he's going to get Epsteined.
Well, I don't know why they'd want to do that, because then they would lose the guy that they're trying to, yell at and convict.
And I assume they're going to name
because,
other
like with Epstein, he has a big client list that might involve some powerful people, and they don't want that list to be revealed. And so Diddy's music just
could have some powerful friends on it.
He's Black Epstein. That's hilarious.
I didn't say that. That's actually what's been reported in the
No,
press.
I know. I mean, I think what's interesting is that we get this name. It draws attention back to a story that's, to your point, been simmering on the back burner for a little bit. But who else? I mean, none of Epstein's clients ever got named, as far as I can tell. They didn't really face any consequences.
Well,
for their
I
actions.
remember.
And so in this case, he might go down for it. On the other hand, this seems like somebody who doesn't want to and also has a large ego. And so I assume he'll give people up to save himself.
You remember, where was this video? This was like just a week ago. I saw this where Trump was asked if he's going to release more of the names for Epstein and this type of thing.
Oh, yeah, he said he would.
He did, but he also was like, well, we have to be cautious, though, because there's some names which are maybe on the list that, it could be a fraud or it could be this, so we have to be cautious.
He wasn't on it for sure.
He did. He said he wasn't, but, there might be some people here, so we don't want to release everything, maybe.
Well, I remember when we were at the old studio, do you remember this? A huge trove of documents had been released, not like a list, but just documents related, and we're reading through it, and it mentions what we assume is Prince Andrew, and then another unnamed prince, and we were all sort of like, who is this person?
Yeah.
So I totally believe that there are people on that list that the U.S. government is like, bringing this person to light will have serious diplomatic consequences. I could understand that level of caution. On the other hand, at what point are you actually just covering up for people you're not actually being cautious for national security?
Here's a question for you guys. If, let's say you're an investigator, you're a prosecutor, and you're looking at Diddy and he's staring at you, he's got this grim look on his face, and then he pulls up his phone and he slides you a video of 7 powerful world leaders from various countries, and they're all engaging in some extremely, let's just say, human rights violations that could remove them from power, shock the country, and result in destabilization of regions, potentially cause conflicts and wars. Maybe it's like, I don't know, like a religious leader from one country with a religious leader from another country of opposing religions having a homosexual relationship or something.
That would be wild.
And you're like, okay, what they're doing is a crime in the United States. If we bring this evidence to court and it somehow gets released, these countries may they go to war. Do you then say, no, do you take the moral absolutist position of we don't compromise, the criminal must be brought to justice, or it's kind of like the
I would look at it.
Rorschach or Dr. Manhattan.
Sure. Well, I would look at it this way. I absolutely think this happens often, where powerful people, perhaps not in Diddy's case, but people who engage in this type of trafficking, things like this, do end up with powerful people from other nations on video. Now, if I was in charge of the U.S. government, or any government for that matter, and that came across my desk and it was asked, do you want to prosecute? I wouldn't prosecute, I would blackmail. I'm the head of the government,
You would
right?
blackmail? I would
Of course,
just
I would say, okay, well, wait, if I have
expose it.
7 world leaders, like you said in your scenario, there's 7 world leaders over here, and I have sex tapes on all of you. Guess what? We're going to get the oil at this price. We're going to get the food at this price. We're going to get this at this
And that's
price.
Epstein.
Well, that's
Right? Well, I mean, the thing is, though, it's like, what else
short
could you
period
do
of
with
time
it? Right?
until you were then eliminated.
A lot of people did point out that this, international conflict and destabilization started popping up after Epstein died.
It's true.
But I think your point is good. There's a lot of people who say that The purpose of what Epstein's operation was to force world leaders to basically bend the knee.
Of course it was. There's a great book I think we talked about last time I was on, One Nation Under Blackmail, right? So this is it's not only a fantastic book, but the idea is here that politics runs off of blackmail and it runs off of bribes. It runs off of all this. That's true. But blackmail specifically, we found something on you. Nobody else has it but us. Don't worry, though. This all goes away if you do blank. This happens, I think, daily. All over the world in all sorts of politics, and it definitely happens here in the United States as well. And if I was the government and I got a hold of these Epstein files and tapes and things like this, and I could go to the enemies of my nation and say, or even just kind of allies who aren't doing what I want, and say, hey, look, you want this released, or you want to do this? Of course, as the leader of the nation, you're going to blackmail them, right? I mean, what else are you going to do?
I suppose it's a practical reality, as we were talking about with like war and what is justifiable in war or not. The idea of war crimes is silly. If you're the leader of a country, there is no good decision.
No.
And, you know, I've talked about this for quite a bit.
It really isn't, right?
Activists all seem to think that, you know, I love this story, by the way, because y'all who watch the show quite frequently heard me say it, but at Occupy Wall Street, they have the General Assembly. They're all trying to decide what their demands are going to be. What's the big problem? And it was generally big bailouts and revolving door government policies and administration. And one guy just stands up frustrated and goes, what is wrong with you people? It's fracking. Fracking is everything. And I was just like, fracking is so low down the list.
Yeah, it's pretty low.
But the reason I bring this up is that if you're a world leader and you're like, we need to reduce energy costs, so we're going to have to frack, then you get a guy screaming at you, you're destroying the world. If you stop fracking, then you get everyone else screaming, our prices are going up. Sure. What are you doing to us? There's no simple solution to appeasing the people.
Heavy is the crown, right?
Yeah.
So, and the idea here
She knows when I have something in my hand and she rushes it.
Everything's a trade-off. So if everything in politics is a trade-off, and I think it probably is, then we're just trying to make the best trades that we possibly can, the best day trades, right? We're going to take from this and give to this, or we're going to take away from this to give to that, or, you know, in this case, like you said, Mother Earth's going to suffer if we frack, but on the other hand, if we don't frack, grandma might die because she can't get heat. So the question becomes, what is the least bad choice that I can make, which affects the least amount of people? I don't really even know if there's a better way to govern than that.
Than utilitarianism.
No, well, it wouldn't be even utilitarianism. This would be
what that is.
Well, utilitarianism uses utils as a unit of measurement for
you're saying what brings the most good to the most people.
There is absolutely no deontological world leadership. It is impossible. Literally, it's impossible.
Well, I think Christian ethics and duties do take consequences into account. I think what you're talking about, instead of utilitarianism or consequentialism, it would be more like threshold deontology. So the idea would just be, okay, we do the dutiful thing until, you know, there's some threshold, and then we switch over to this thing, right? So we have a duty to uphold your rights. We have a duty to do that. Unless upholding them would cause so much problem for so many people that we can't uphold. Exactly. So
the argument is, you know, deontological morals, you cannot take a single immoral action against an individual regardless of the greater consequences, versus utilitarianism, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. It's dramatically oversimplifying. But the issue then is, at a federal level, if there is a single individual, and there's difficult scenarios too involved in would you harm the rights of an individual to protect the greater of society? Most civilizations will do it,
but that's deontological too. That's not purely utilitarian. So if you're looking at duty, you could say that you have a duty to protect lives. You know, if it's going to save more lives, right? It depends on perspective and how you're crafting it.
It's this question of, you know, there's probably if you gave me time I could craft a very nuanced scenario that would boggle the philosophical minds of how to handle.
You just use the trolley problem, right? That's an easy one.
Yeah, but I think that's actually an easy solution. If you're at a government level and you're talking about killing one person and saving, like the trolley problem of one person versus 5, most people are like, I don't want to touch anything. I'm going to not be involved. Yeah. But if you're looking at one person versus 300 million, most people are going to be like, oh, you can't let 300 million people die.
Yeah, of course.
And so I think, you know, most people are probably going to be like the end of the world or one person. Mm-hmm. But this means that you're willing to sacrifice an innocent person for the needs of the many outweighing the needs of the few. The real question is just how many is too many and how many is too few. I think there are a lot of circumstances in government where there are ethically and morally gray areas that result in harm and good at the same time. And there is no yes or no, right or wrong. It's just what's the best, least damaging thing we can do. But it does result in a mass negative to a person who didn't deserve it. And so that's why I mean, like, at a large scale, at a large enough scale, there's no real way to try and protect the rights of every single person. Here's an example. It's when in Bruce Almighty, when he's getting all the prayers and he's like, yes to everyone. And then everyone wins the lottery and they win $30.
Yep.
So it's like, it's a damn near impossibility. You're always just trying to do the least amount of damage, the least amount of good.
So I agree. I just think I think that could be construed as a duty, not just as like we're just looking at consequences, right? So I think it depends on perspective. So I agree with you 100%. Though, if you're in government and you're the king, you're either the unilateral dictator or you're like a part of a body. The only thing you can do is do trade-offs.
I read that. This academic story on a long time ago, and it said, on average, any society or a country, regardless of its state, sees an average of 17% dissent, no matter what the state is, because it's impossible for everybody to agree on the form and function of government. Granted,
plus there's a lot of people who just really like to be contrary.
Yep, they want to fight the machine or whatever. Let's jump to this next story.
I wonder if you have a big family. I bet you a big family would be 17%. Don't.
Oh yeah,
right. You know what I mean?
You have like
That's how you end up with black sheeps.
Right.
Yeah, mom, dad, 3 kids, and the teenage daughter is angsty and doesn't want to, you know.
Yeah.
And she moves out. She runs away.
On the micro, it's probably just as true as the macro.
New York.
Let's jump to this
Suddenly
story.
he's friends with Diddy.
Yeah.
We got this. Yes.
Freak off.
All right. We got this story from the Post Millennial. CBS only finds one Harris supporter in Nevada restaurant. The rest were for Trump. No. It's restaurants. She says in every single restaurant, the people willing to talk to us, we could only find one Harris supporter in every restaurant. So they went to a bunch, and they could find only a single person in Nevada. I gotta say, I think this sends a good message to Nate Silver. Nate Silver has Trump favored to win the election, winning Nevada. And you look at all these polls and they're like, no, Kamala Harris is going to win in these states or that state or whatever. I think this shows us that I think Nate Silver may be more likely to be correct. We will see. But I also want to just add, for everybody at home watching this, I want you to, get real cozy on your couch with a blanket or whatever and just feel that smug within you that the CBS desperately tried to find Kamala supporters and could not.
Couldn't find him.
Well,
it's interesting. I wonder if I can get your take on 2 things here. So the first one is, with Kamala Harris, are the Democrats once again putting way too much stock in Zoomers and younger? Yep. They're doing it again.
That only really worked one time. It only worked with Obama, and it didn't work ever before. And I don't think it's really worked
because all the trends, TikTok, this and that, everything is blowing up for Kamala. But are you putting too much faith again that the young people are going to come out and vote?
They're not going to come out and vote. They're going to go ballot harvest.
Yeah, that's true.
They're going to go knock on college dorm rooms and be like, what up? Did you guys fill out your mail-in ballots? And they're going to go, oh, yeah, sure, here you go. And then they got them.
Mm-hmm. And they want it to look like there is this wave of youth voters coming because hypothetically, if there were any sort of
shenanigans,
they would be able to say like, no, you guys don't understand. We just understand them better than you guys do. I mean, I think this is always the myth of like different voter blocks, right? That they're going to turn out and this is the year. And that's why you see the Harris campaign posturing as like this pop culture icon when it's really not. I think Nevada is funny because I know it often gets kind of written off as a blue state, but I don't think that's fair. There are prominent Republicans in a lot of positions in Nevada. So Nevada, sorry team, I don't know which it is. But I think there is a level of like the media trying to steer the story. If you put out enough polls saying, oh no, don't worry about that state. That swing state's definitely for the Harris walls. Don't even go there, Trump. There's no point in spending money. Then it's sort of to undermine any other political analysis there. It's not based on real people. Because they could have gone to like the Harris Walls headquarters in Nevada and be like, we spoke to many Democrats, but instead, to their credit, they were like, we went to restaurants and couldn't find anybody.
Well, the election is right around the corner, but there's still a long time, if that makes any sense, right? It's right around the corner, but there's still a long way to go until we get there.
Especially given our news cycle, how many more assassination attempts?
And so I'm just wondering, right?
You think they'll stop?
I don't know. It's just like this whole year since, before July, but let's say since the debate in May, it's just nonstop Biden
27th?
Was Biden, yeah. It just seems like there's always something coming down the pike. So I agree to you. Like we're 49 days away. On the other hand, there's so much plot left in this crazy sitcom.
Well, and to your point, you asked the question, right? Is this going to stop with the assassinations, right? For instance, no. So once these lunatics understand that the media is going to make demi-heroes out of them, and they do, even though they pretend that they don't, they make demi-heroes out of these potential Trump assassins. They're never going to stop because for the same reason some of these.
They do that with all shooters.
Well, that's my point, though, right? That's what they did. That's what happens. A lot of them want notoriety when they go into, and I'm not even going to get into it because of YouTube, but when they go into those places and do that thing, oftentimes it's because they want the notoriety. These assassins, same thing.
What do you think happens if Donald Trump does not make it to Election Day? Like J.D. Vance is the nominee?
Well, do you think people could still vote? Do you think if people vote for the ticket, are they then voting for Vance?
I don't know about the legal precedent. I mean, it was already weird enough when Kamala took over Biden's ticket.
Yeah, and is Kamala Harris printed on all the ballots at this point?
I think they made exceptions.
I think they would honestly, I think that they could potentially postpone the election.
I don't know what's the mechanism for doing that.
There is precedent.
What's the mechanism for postponing the election?
I think that Congress just sets
who
when.
would do
right?
it?
This is true, but I don't think it would happen because Congress is split.
Yeah, I don't think
the Republicans would say contingent election delegations. The Democrats would say no. Vance is your candidate.
And then the next thing you know, any slates of electors that were sent to the Electoral College with Vance on them would be prosecuted and put in jail.
So then,
I'm hypothesizing.
Very grim, Libby.
Like
very
they're doing
grim.
with in Michigan and
the Republicans
Wisconsin.
could also go to like the next runner-up nominee, whoever that was. They can say, okay, we're gonna put up Haley or something like this. That's what you have.
Well, Vance is the ticket. So with Biden, he would advance and then get a new.
But if Trump is gone, his ticket's gone. So the thing is like
I don't know.
They don't have to run Vance.
They'd make the same argument that Kamala made. They'd say
they'd be like, we can put in whoever we want, which is the same thing that they were doing before. It's a private organization, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. We can assume that if anything happens to Trump, the election will be chaos. Be it a postponement, be it a contingent election, be it the election goes forward, but then the Democrats challenge Vance, citing he wasn't actually nominated or whatever. He was chosen by Trump. I don't think when
he was then nominated.
J.D. Vance is chosen by Trump and then selected at the RNC, but he wasn't voted in a primary.
Right, for sure. But neither was Harris.
But Harris was selected at the DNC. So the Democrats would argue Trump was chosen at the RNC and Kamala was chosen by the DNC for president. Vance was not chosen for president. The point is this. All of these scenarios say only one thing. We literally cannot even fathom what would happen to this country.
Oh, it would be total chaos. I think you're dead right about that.
We have no idea.
Anything.
Literally none. There's no prediction. There's no guessing. It's
And then it was interesting. Biden called Trump to check in on him and see if he was okay. And they talked about potentially additional Secret Service protection. Although I don't know if that has happened yet. And isn't that under the DHS? Isn't that Mayorkas's call?
That's Mayorkas.
And he is the biggest awful person. I mean, he
now
was
they know who
speaking at the
Mayorkas
Texas
is.
Tribune
They
Festival
still know what he
saying
looks like.
that he didn't even believe deportations
They
were
thought
a good
Blinken
policy
was
at all. And he brought up
Mayorkas
the
one
example
day.
of a single person saying that it would, how would we deport a
I mean, the House voted to impeach him because he's derelict in duty.
And the Senate wouldn't take it up.
I suspect we could do it again because if you can't keep the president safe, I mean, what are we doing here?
That is a really
Trump
good
might
point.
want to bunker up and just get back on Twitter.
I think that's what they want, though. They don't want him at any
He
rally.
might just want to bunker up and get back on Twitter for his campaign rallies. Do his
I think he
campaign
wants
rallies
to go
from Twitter.
golfing and do some campaign rallies. He's got a rally in Long Island tomorrow.
Trump famously does not like heavy security. So this is a well-known thing where Trump likes to be accessible. And I think this is another big challenge.
Because he loves the people.
Yep.
It's a big thing about him. It's a
He
big
also
difference.
loves McDonald's.
Yeah, well, it's a big difference between him and Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris does not love the people. She busses people in. She is invite only.
No public speaking
rallies.
engagements, really. Also, when it comes to media, she is very inaccessible to the media. Very inaccessible. Not a lot going on there. Not much of a plan.
I think media gets frustrated.
Yeah, during the debate, I really didn't see a single standout plan from Kamala that made me go, that's a Democrat that stands out. Just
There weren't any standout plans at all. There weren't anything. I mean, we know a lot about how she was a middle-class kid. We know a lot about how the people in her neighborhood liked their lawns, but we don't really know anything about what she would like to do for the American people that's worthwhile. We know she wants to tax us on our unrealized capital gain.
And build houses.
And build 3 million houses.
Well, she has her opportunity
and then give them away.
And she won't
give them away. Not
while
only
we
that,
pay for it.
Also devalue the neighborhoods they get put in probably. So the thing is like none of it was a popping standout policy, right? Like you would think, oh, I have this great policy for the reinvigoration of America. Here's the plan, and here's this kind of really standout thing you can point to. It really wasn't there for Kamala Harris.
She doesn't have one. I mean, also because she's obsessed with Trump and everyone on her campaign is obsessed with Trump.
Yeah.
She could have spent the whole night appealing to voters who say, we don't really know who you are. Tell us what you want to accomplish. Instead, the fixation was getting on an emotional reaction from Trump, which at times she did. On the other hand, complete missed opportunity for her because undecided voters still don't know who she is or what she's trying to promise them. They know the buzzwords, opportunity, economy, I'm from the middle class, but it doesn't make her any more relatable. Did you see that Billie Eilish came out today and endorsed her? Like, how many
vibes alone?
How many pop stars are we going to bring out to give her a personality?
You know what's funny is in the 90s you had like a lot of pop stars coming out and getting involved in politics, but mostly they were just saying rock the vote. Like that's it. They went on MTV and said rock the vote.
But it's because they knew that younger voters lean Democrat, and so the game they've employed is, hey, just go vote because they know they got their EV plus.
I still prefer that
right
to like
now,
telling me.
But right now, unregistered voters lean towards Trump. So Democrats actually, this was a funny story a few months ago, stopped their voter registration initiatives because it was actually helping Donald Trump.
Well, and motor voter in Pennsylvania was veering Republican as well.
I saw on your X the Trump plan. You were like, do it. It was
no taxes on 401k.
No tax on the 401ks. That would do it.
Do
it.
That would be so
real quick. Donald Trump, hear me roar. Right now, go on X, go on a rally and say, new campaign proposal, all withdrawals from your 401k after the age of 62 will be tax-free.
Tax-free.
And you will win
Everything's a Roth IRA, but no taxes.
No taxes.
No taxes on the retirement. That's it. That guy has it back. Totally.
I agree with that too, because we can't depend on Social Security.
They are your taxes.
Yes.
So we have to invest our own money in order to fund our retirement, and then you want to tax us on it after you've been taxing us with Social Security this whole time that you're going to keep?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Let us keep our money that we've been saving this whole time. I mean, we don't buy stuff. We save our money. We put it aside.
And the rate that it's taxed at, too.
It's ridiculous because it's like bonuses.
As soon as you turn 62, you can withdraw from your retirement funds tax-free. You take them out. You owe no taxes on your retirements. Become just tax-free. It's yours. Retire with it. That solves a lot of the Social Security problem. And every senior is going to be like, Trump wins.
Well, you know what else it would do? It would help. It would help age out the workforce, because we would be like, oh, I will retire because now it turns out I do have enough money to retire, and all those bigger, higher level positions would open up to the lower generations, and then they'll be able to get those jobs and do things like buy houses
and more cash,
save for their retirement.
And retirees will have more to spend. Their budgets won't be as strained, so they'll go out to eat. They can go on do road trips they want to do.
They can go buy that different condo and give up their house to a younger family.
The mobility of both the corner offices
Yes.
and the house and suburbs becomes vital.
Becomes huge. That would be amazing.
I think it's a brilliant idea.
I would be so happy. I would perhaps cry if that were the case.
If he said at 62 you're tax free. I mean,
no, 55. Do it at 55. Say 55 years old.
I'm okay with
55 years
62.
old.
I mean, I'm going to be working till I'm dead
Why not
anyway.
55 for the taxes on the 401k and this type of thing? Some of these guys, 55, 56 years old, got $3 million in their retirement account, and they're going to have to work another 8-9 years. So that they can pay for the taxes when they pull it all out.
Well, and then they're going to get taxed on the unrealized capital gains in their houses, and then they're going to get estate taxes, so they can't even leave anything to their kids. Just let them pull it out right now. Let them retire. You're right. It's going to create a whole lot of jobs, which are far past entry level, when guys who are already established in those jobs. It would open up real estate.
This is sort of the joke all the time, that it's like, do you know why you're not getting promoted to the corner office? Because the guy who has been sitting there for 3 decades won't leave. But to that guy's defense, he can't leave. He can't leave. And I think this is the reality, which is like, we are supposed to have an economy that allows you to retire. And in fact, I think it would boost national morale if we treated it as like something that we wanted you to do.
Like in France. Do you remember when they had basically like the The middle-aged workers were practically rioting in France because they wanted to raise their retirement age.
They were like, you would never do that to us.
I love how Trump's policies are increasingly just abolish taxes.
Well, you know,
that's
that
popular.
is kind of great. That is kind of great. Kamala's policies are raise taxes for some and give free money to people who haven't earned it.
Kamala's policy is we're going to forgive your student debt. You got free money and now you don't got to pay it back.
Your
Trump
stupid
is
gender
Trump
studies
is
degrees,
saying
you morons.
the money that you earned, you keep.
I like that.
Yep, I agree.
Because I work hard. And I have my whole life.
I also think that's a
and
double.
It's a tax cut for retirees, not the billionaires.
Which is a good thing, a tax cut for retirees, because there's, I mean,
it's a double-edged sword too with the college forgiveness, because there's tons of people who paid off their loans who that pisses them off like you can't believe.
Or like the $25,000 down payment assistance. I bought my house a couple years ago. I didn't get any down payment assistance.
Yeah.
Like I just paid for my house.
Well, there are programs. There have been programs like that forever for FHAs and things like this. Rural housing loans they'll assist with that type of thing. Those things already exist. They're not really doing anything major by doing the $25,000. But student loan forgiveness.
You're jacking up real estate prices by
I agree.
$25,000 right on top of it.
I agree.
And so you're taking the money from the taxpayers and you're giving it to the companies selling the houses.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would have a mass impact, but fair enough, right? The thing is, though, is when I'm looking at the college student loan debt forgiveness, some of these people have hundreds of thousands of dollars in student debt, been going to school for 12 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, also, though, I mean, the other thing, too, with the student debt is it is true that when you have a student loan that compounds on interest once you graduate, like that's deadly. And the reason that tuition is so high is because student loans are so readily available.
Yeah.
Well,
and
it's
so
a scam,
You
it's a
can't
total
say
scam.
we're going to forgive student loans and then also continue to issue them.
Well,
you
yes,
can't look
and
at it
you
and say,
can't
like,
say-
you've been saddled with
yeah.
debt with no way out. So we're going to forgive you. But everyone else coming down the pipe, same problem in a couple years.
Right. And the other thing, too, is tuition is like $60,000 a year at some of the schools that I went to. And it's like there should absolutely not be loans facilitating a college degree that costs more than a house.
And the colleges have no incentive not to continue to raise prices because they know ultimately they can demand students get government-backed loans that they cannot go bankrupt on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going to go to Super Chat. So if you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with all of your friends. You got to tell them, guys, Timcast IRL is the best show. Everyone agrees. At least that's what I've been told. Head over to timcast.com, click join us to support our work. The lawsuit against the Harris campaign for the defamation has been filed. We definitely could always use your support. So if you believe in the work that we do, calling out the fake news and standing up for what we believe in and ourselves, timcast.com. Join us, become a member. The Members Only Uncensored show will be coming up at 10 p.m. where you as members get to call in and join the show. It's going to be fun, but for now, we'll grab your Super Chats. All right, T-Bomb says, please limit the tree farming to 10 trees per person on the Members Only 7 Days to Die server. Thank you for your understanding. Ian's very excited about 7 Days to Die, members only. So if you're looking for a group of people to play 7 Days to Die with, a zombie game. He also says, howdy, Clint, and all the other very fine people. Indeed, Timcast viewers are all very fine people. All right, we'll grab some Super Chats. What have we here? We'll scroll down. Eric Shaver says, do you think Google should have to disclose all of the information it has collected about us so we can conduct social experiments? No.
Yeah, what?
What? No, heavens no. I think Google should be legally required to give you any and all information with your name on it that they have of yours. But like the idea to disclose all of the information in general, I certainly would not like that. They're gonna be posting where I go to eat lunch.
With that? Where was he going with that?
Eric, I must tell you, they're giving it to AI, and AI is learning freaky things. But like, I don't want people to figure out where I go for lunch every day. They're going to be like, hey, look, every day at 3 p.m., Tim's phone is in this area. No way, dude. Not to mention your browser history, Eric. Me, I don't have a computer because this is a studio computer. All right, that's you.
He goes somewhere every day at 3 o'clock. Do you just tell everybody that?
To show the Secret Service is competent and to help gain the trust of the people. Is that the new conspiracy? It was a fake attempt so that the Secret Service could be like, look, we did our job. We're good at it.
We are good at this. Stop saying we're not. But the thing is, again, and maybe they did it, like they did do exactly what I think they're supposed to do, which is to keep a shooter from taking a shot. On the other hand, I still think it's crazy that there's no one patrolling the exterior perimeter.
Didn't the shooter take a shot?
No, but not from what I understand. They shot at him.
Oh, yeah, they shot at him. Sorry. Yeah.
Arrow says, shout out to my new son, Fallon, for his release from the hospital. Can't wait for Pulev. How do you pronounce that? the Canadian guy? Polyev?
Polyev.
Trump, U.S., so I can more than
Only
barely
P word
afford
I
to
know.
live.
Canadian state.
Right on.
Yeah, like everybody else, man. Like you're in good company with that.
Well, congrats on your kid.
Chad Davis says, Tim, YouTube making me work on finding the live show. Freaking commies. We debuted the new thumbnail today. You may have noticed. The reason was, it was apparent that our long-standing thumbnail is not particularly good marketing in that it's only effective for people who already know what the show is. You see a thumbnail, it says Timcast IRL live now with a guest, and you're like, I like Timcast IRL, I'll watch. For anybody who didn't know, they might just be like, don't know what that is, next. So I thought, well, we're a news-driven show. We need to have the main story be prominent in the thumbnail. So today, I and the guest, Andrew Wilson, as well as Timcast IRL Live, and then the story, which is that we have filed a lawsuit against Kamala Harris. I think this is more accessible to the average viewer who might be browsing YouTube and then see a show they've never heard of, but a story that's important to them, and then they'll come watch and realize it's the best show. Everyone agrees. At least that's what I've been told. All right. Jacob Polly says, Tim,
Why the fuck
urgent.
did he just explain
I
that?
have pictures of the Trump assassin social media. It shows a big trend and it's disturbing. Who should I tweet or email them to?
Great,
I took the
buddy.
pics as soon as his name dropped. Can't say a word.
You're such a genius.
Can't say the A word above fully as it gets blocked. Oh, like at or whatever? Oh, I see what you're saying, assassination. I think everyone's already archived all of his social media. So if you go to archive.is, you can see the full pages are available and they've been saved in full. So I don't know. You can tweet it, I suppose, if you have it. Dragon Lady says, Carl Benjamin did a couple of videos on his channel, The Symposium, 4 years ago, saying exactly what you are about Palpatine and the Rebels. Search for the title Star Wars.
Well, time to end this one, y'all. Hands out. Bring it out. They throw it down, says T. Everybody else that's been hanging out. Says T's the main one. She's the mod. So fuck you. Don't mess around. Ted Thomas, Mark Hopper. Charity Popo. Oh, Bitcoin Kush. Joker Toker. This one was in here. Was somebody? Was there somebody else? Oh, Ruby Ocean was here too. She didn't say hi to any of us, so. Oh. Thank you for coming by, Miss Bond. I'll probably get on some games. As you can see, I got a little Sipsky here. I'll probably just flip on PUBG for a little while on another channel in a minute. It'll take me 20 minutes to get it up. Alright then. Love y'all. Hope to see you again on the next one. And the one after that. Be here tomorrow morning. We had a lot of food go out today. We had 2 cans for Tux. I think 2 cans for Momma. I'm not really sure. It was roughly 2 and 2. I don't know. Maybe only 1 can for Momma. 1.5. I can't remember. 4 can? Yeah. Okay. Thanks. And I don't know. Tux's face looks about the same. I don't know if it's really healing or not. I need to figure out how to trap them and get them TNR'd and stuff. I don't know. I'm dragging my feet on that part. But they're getting fed every day. Alright. Hope to see you tomorrow. Good night.